The story opens with a woman's arrival at the imperial palace. It is recounted that at the young age of 20, she had ascended to the position of commander of the imperial knights. Throughout the empire, a nickname circulated in whispers, referring to her brutal methods and keen mind as the Black Monster. As she approached, a guard announced to His Majesty the arrival of the commander of the Black Knights. Maids trembled as she passed by, while the emperor displayed happiness at her presence. Conversely, the men around him showed evident fear. The woman advanced and greeted the emperor as the son of the empire, identifying herself to the assembled group as Lucia, commander of the Black Knights. Observing her greeting, a man remarked that she was impudent, noting her omission of her family name when addressing His Majesty. A woman beside him questioned the man's awareness, clarifying that Lucia had severed ties with the count's family upon reaching adulthood. Another individual commented on her continued arrogance even after 5 years, a sentiment echoed by someone else. The emperor dismissed everyone, declaring he would handle the paperwork later, and they promptly departed. Once alone, the emperor remarked that it had been 5 years and inquired if she was now 25, adding that she had matured considerably. Lucia responded that His Majesty appeared even older than he had 5 years prior, causing the emperor to feign shock and jest that his words were still as sharp as ever. Changing the subject, he expressed eagerness to witness the results of her training, recalling her impressive skills from 5 years ago and anticipating even greater improvement. He mentioned the Empire's need for a fourth swordmaster on the continent, an elite rank currently held by only 3 individuals, one in each of the 2 allied nations rivaling the Empire in power, and one within the Empire itself, the Supreme Commander, considered the greatest swordsman alive. With the Supreme Commander's impending retirement, a significant void in military strength would emerge. To maintain power and crown the youngest swordmaster in continental history, the emperor had sent Lucia on a 5-year training journey after witnessing her exceptional swordsmanship. The emperor stated his unwavering faith in her, declaring she was ready and instructing her to display the crimson aura, the hallmark of a true swordmaster. However, Lucia sighed calmly and announced her need for parental leave. The emperor initially laughed, suggesting that while becoming the youngest sword master was commendable, requesting parental leave at that moment was absurd. His laughter abruptly ceased as he paused, assessing the situation in silence. He resumed laughing, dismissing it as a ridiculous joke, thinking of her as an impenetrable wall, indifferent to all, the coldest of the cold. Still chuckling, he apologized, asking if she believed 5 years could change a person. Lucia murmured that she had 5. The emperor, confused, questioned her meaning. She then stated she had a 5-year-old child. The emperor reacted in disbelief, repeatedly denying the possibility. Lucia insisted on her truthfulness, swearing to it. Incredulously, he asked if she had truly had a child the day before her audience with him. Lucia awoke with a scream, reflecting that this must surely be her final breath. Lucia, once the first and last great sword master in history, formerly a royal knight so formidable they called her Black Monster, had reached the age of 92 without any noble title, yet she had risen to become supreme commander of the empire. She had left behind a legacy of legendary achievements. However, for undisclosed reasons, she had departed the palace and spent over 40 years in isolation in a remote mountain valley, patiently awaiting death. She felt it approaching the previous night, sensing death creeping through her body. Yet, the sun had risen, and she was still alive, denied final rest. She picked up a sword and swung it through the air, disappointed by her weakness, thinking she couldn't even die properly. Preparing to throw the sword upwards as support, she was surprised when it lodged in the ceiling. She realized she had thrown it too forcefully. Pausing, she noticed an image on the ceiling and wondered if it had always been there, appearing strangely familiar. A man named Burley knocked on the door, inquiring if Commander Lucia was ready to depart. She recognized the name Burley as Burley Otaru, the former vice-commander of the Black Knights. However, this mountain range was known to be the only place in the empire where monsters still roamed, inaccessible to anyone below the level of a master. Opening the door, she questioned how Burley had arrived, considering he had never reached that level of skill. Suddenly, a chorus of knights shouted in unison, "The Black Knights of the glorious Eldarian Empire salute Commander Lucia." She walked to the center where Burley was kneeling. As he raised his head, he greeted Commander Lucia, saying it had been a while. However, Lucia was taken aback by his face, thinking he looked remarkably like a younger Burley. She tentatively asked if he could be his son, a small smile forming as she mused that Burley had passed away before her, yet seemed to have sent a son resembling him. She told him he didn't need to call her commander as his father had, but he looked confused. She clarified she meant he could dispense with formalities, bringing him here for a funeral was unnecessary. He grew even more perplexed, struggling to understand. Nervously, he apologized, claiming ignorance. Lucia then entered her dwelling, slamming the door behind her, announcing she would get ready to leave. Burley wondered aloud which funeral she was referring to. Still in her pajamas, Lucia went to change. Opening her wardrobe, she was startled to see her reflection in the mirror. She exclaimed in shock, questioning what was happening, recognizing the youthful face of her early 20s. She wondered if she had finally lost her mind. Just then, Burley called out, apologizing for interrupting her while she was busy, but informing her that a decree from His Majesty had arrived, ordering her to return to the palace the following day. Lucia thought this was impossible. She had spent 40 years trying to leave the Imperial Knights, and the young emperor now shouldn't even know who she was. Something was amiss. She realized something crucial: her body should bear scars of war. She began to examine her body. On her right shoulder, there should have been a scar from the Battle of Avon Valley on the border, but it was gone. She also recalled a scar from a beast of the Palai Mountains and another on her left shoulder from a monster in the Troera range, but she could find no scar marks anywhere. After dressing, Lucia felt sure that something was deeply amiss. Leaving the building, she observed that the location seemed oddly familiar. Now that she took a closer look, it was the dorm in the Imperial training camp where she had spent her 20th year. She questioned Burley about the current year, and he responded that it was 5th year of the new empire. Lucia then pondered if she had been transported back to the past, specifically year 5th year of the new empire, the year she became a swordmaster. Placing her hand over her eyes, she noticed tear stains, wondering if they were a result of the flashback she had experienced the night before. She regretted only then remembering that little child. Later that night, in the 3rd camp training on the hill behind the palace, Lucia was deep in thought. It wasn't a fan DEA, they were to train for the emperor and then receive a first-class mission. Before her regression, the orders she received from the emperor had nothing to do with the saint, which led her to assume it was just a mission to secretly hide a fugitive nobleman back at the temple. But it turned out to be a mission to protect the saint, a task she failed to perform properly. What she did was start a cruel ritual to seal her. She couldn't repeat this sin. As soon as the nation became the new empire, the dark corruption of the prophecy appeared, poisoning the land, causing a great famine, and predicting the fall of the continent. In that chaos, the saint appeared exactly as the prophecy foretold. The sacred tree that emerged with her quickly restored nature and brought prosperity to the empire. But that was not true. Lucia had gained access to confidential documents after becoming the supreme commander. She secretly took them from the temple. The documents contained detailed information about the prophecy and the saint, her date of birth, her black hair, the day of her awakening, and the fact that they sealed the awakened saint alive within the tree of life just to extract its life force. The prophecy never mentioned the emergence of a sacred tree. Someone must have orchestrated this by stealing its power for their own gain. And it was she who took the child to her death. Even though she didn't know the truth at the time, she couldn't escape the guilt. She could not accept protecting those who prospered with the death of the saint, so she left the palace and lived in the forest. Lucia resolved to burn all the documents, whether it was her wish or destiny, or just another one of the gods' boring tricks. She didn't care if she could save that child this time. If she could create an opportunity for atonement for her sins, then she would do whatever it takes. The next morning, Lucia arrived by boat in harbor, a port near the capital. She headed to an alley, thinking she must be there. She reflected that she had been so focused on completing the mission at the time that she failed to realize, but looking back, it was likely a black market underground run by smugglers. She had to find the child in this place full of greed. Lucia focused on her goal and told herself to just find the child. She stopped suddenly, detecting the strong smell of decomposing corpses. She thought there was no way to still find someone alive in a place like this until she noticed a padlock on a dilapidated warehouse. It was the only thing there that looked brand new, as if someone were maintaining it every day. Starting to use her aura, she was convinced there was no other way. Taking her sword, she cut the padlock and entered. She saw several birds trapped in cages. The smell was horrible. When she saw all those birds inside the cages, she realized they were all extremely valuable. Lucia used her aura to sync with that space so she could examine it more deeply, until she heard something faint but audible, a heartbeat and irregular, anxious breathing. There was definitely someone inside the warehouse. Opening the innermost part of the warehouse, she was shocked to find the child. The little girl was in terrible condition, dirty and wearing only a cloth to protect against the cold. And so Lucia met that child again. Lucia tried to get closer, but ended up backing away. She wondered if she had ever talked to a child that age before. She had never been to a wedding, and no one had ever visited with children either. The children she had encountered on the battlefield were older than that. The maid she lived with before her regression was quite young, but she wasn't exactly a child. Basically, she had no experience with children and wondered how to deal with them. Before she could take action, the little girl looked at her with a shine in her eyes and a flame of mother. Year 4 of the new imperial calendar, in a small orphanage in the Garas region, while everyone slept, a girl named Annie woke up. Another girl named Mia asked if she had another nightmare and said they would be in trouble if Mia was there. But Mia told her not to worry, she would be back when she fell asleep. Mia said that excuse was rubbish from the director. She didn't believe it did not fill the place that her mother left when she was adopted. She swears that when she is adopted she will return. If those naughty village kids mess with her again, just throw a mop at them, they honestly aren't even worth her time. Remembering how these kids insult her, calling her dirty, smelly, disgusting, she started crying, then asked who was deceiving her by saying that with her soft little heart, Annie wouldn't be able to fight back. Annie told her to get some sleep while Mia slept. Annie wondered who would hold her hand now that even her older sister Mia was adopted and leaves. In her dreams, her mom always let go of her hand, but she shook her head, saying, "No, dreams are the opposite." They said that she thought warmly of her mother, believing that if her mother ever appeared in front of her, she would hold her hand tightly. So this is not a nightmare. Back to the present, Lucia tells her that she is not her mother. She crouches down, extending her hand to her, and says she came to save you. She wonders if the girl confused her with her mother because they have matching black hair. Well, to be fair, there are not even 50 people in this whole continent with black hair. But she wonders why she's not moving when she's offering herself to save her. Lucia reflects on her regression plan: first, rescue her unfortunate saint; second, buy a house in the outskirts and hire a nanny; and third, keep the child hidden and hold her until she awakens as a saint. However, with the child refusing, she wonders if she doesn't understood what she said. She calls the child to go with her, but Zen says that she has to stay there with a trembling voice. She says she can't go, she has to clean. If she doesn't clean it, it hurts. She repeats that she can't go, it hurts. Lucia wonders if she cleaned this whole place by herself. More importantly, what does she mean by that it hurts? Even though she seems fragile, the saint is a child blessed by the gods. She received divine strength to endure. That's how she managed to stay alive for years, even when she was sealed inside the tree of life. So she wonders if a child like her is saying she's in pain. So she took out the cloth over Annie while Annie screamed no and that it hurt. Lucia thanked God that she did not appear to be injured. A bright golden light materialized in Lucia's hand. She stood up, surprised, and wondered if it was holy power. Annie, in a trembling voice, declared that it didn't hurt anymore, feeling better, and that everything was round again. Lucia became alarmed, turning around and analyzing the space. Her gaze fell upon a whip and marks on the wall, and she realized with horror that they had been hitting the child to test her divine power. Anger surged within her. She muttered that she would end these bastards, her brow furrowing as she contemplated the saint's life spent in pain long before she was sealed. Suddenly, Lucia gripped Annie's shoulders, demanding to know how she had come to be here, where her parents were, and where she had been before this place. She thought to herself that she would hunt down each and every one of them and make them suffer as the saint had suffered so tremendously. Annie could only utter the word orphanage and Mom and Dad left, causing Lucia to instantly understand. She quickly pulled her hand away, apologizing. Moments later, Lucia sat clicking her tongue, resolving to take Annie with her regardless. She mused about her own childhood. Her mother had died in childbirth, and her father had never visited her even once before she came of age. The nanny and the maids had never spoken kindly to her. She had believed this numb, distant existence was normal until she joined the Knights and realized how wrong that environment had been. But by then, loneliness had become an integral part of her. The only thing that made her feel alive was wielding a sword. This child was like her, and yet, not like her. Annie still clung to hope, still waited for her parents, unlike Lucia's own empty life. Perhaps Annie still had a chance to grow up as a normal child, but she was a saint. Lucia wondered if she could ever live like a normal child with normal parents. Suddenly, it struck her that the child had rare black hair and was around 5 years old. She thought of herself, she had trained for 5 years too. Maybe she could manage it. She admitted she didn't really know what it meant to have parents either, but unfortunately, there was only one way she knew how to protect Annie. Then she declared, "You and I will become a family." Lucia knew that special children needed special guardians to protect them, and a saint's guardian had to be strong, someone like herself. Annie murmured the word family, and Lucia clarified that what she meant was that she would be Annie's mother. At that moment, the men returned. They shouted that the beam was broken, suggesting an intruder. One of them ordered the others to go inside. Annie covered her ears in fright. Lucia asked Annie if she could open all the cage doors for her when those bastards came in, so the birds could fly away wherever they wanted, and then Annie could come with her. The men burst in and were filled with despair as all the birds flew loose. One yelled to catch the birds, saying they were worth a fortune. While hooded, Lucia ran with Annie in her arms. They screamed that someone had taken the child, asking who the hell she was. Lucia fled, running and leaping onto the rooftops. A man shouted that she was running away, telling them to pursue her. On the other side, Annie was impressed by Lucia, while Lucia thought that this time she would be the only one protecting her. Back at home, Lucia was relieved that she had managed to bring the child, but Annie remained motionless on the carpet she was standing on, trembling and crying. Lucia wondered if Annie thought she was very dirty. Then, she asked if Annie wanted to wash, and Annie nodded in agreement. Lucia prepared a bath with hot water. Once ready, she called Annie to come in, but afraid of dirtying the floor, Annie jumped when she arrived at the door and quickly closed it, leaving Lucia surprised that she had entered alone. Now that she thought about it, Lucia asked herself if she had taken baths alone at that age. It was so long ago she couldn't remember. A while later, Lucia realized it was time to leave and asked if Annie had finished washing. Annie then appeared, poking her head out the door. At that moment, Burley knocked on the door, asking if the commander was awake and saying it was time to go to the palace. Lucia said she understood and asked him to wait a moment. Going to Annie, she said she would be back soon, so Annie should stay there quietly, and asked if she understood what she meant. Annie simply nodded in confirmation. Then Lucia left, entering the carriage. Inside the carriage, Lucia asked Burley how old his nephew was now. If she remembered correctly, Burley's nephew had been born before she had entered the training camp. Burley was moved by her question. He said he was honored that she remembered, and that his nephew Cesar was 5 years old this year. He also thanked her once again, explaining that thanks to her consideration, his sister had been able to rest well during her parental leave and had returned with pride as an administrative officer of the Order of White Magicians. Lucia said that everything was fine and asked if everything was okay. Burley became even more emotional, marveling at how exhausting the swordmaster's training must have been for her to have such a commanding presence. He felt he still had a long way to go before he could be like Commander Lucia. After Burley mentioned parental leave and the deal she had made with the commander of the White Orders, Lucia focused her thoughts on Commander Leon Luvens, once called one of her greatest rivals, the commander of the White Order. There had been a time when they had a duel in which the winner could make only one request. Lucia had no particular wish to ask, so she granted a leave of absence to Burley's sister, who needed to leave due to her pregnancy. Lucia now considered that parental leave was actually a good idea. She couldn't completely abandon her duties to stay with Annie, but a safe environment was necessary for the child. Even if she wasn't constantly by Annie's side, for this to work, she needed to eliminate everyone involved in the plan to seal the saint away, and remaining an Imperial Knight would make gathering information easier. She thought of the Control Stone and knew it was essential to hide the child's divine power, but even for a genius like herself, it would take at least half a year to create the Control Stone she had stolen from the temple. She would take half a year off to achieve this. Thanks to Burley, she had found an unexpected solution. Back in the present, the Emperor shouted, asking if she wanted parental leave, and if she was asking for parental leave when the child was already 5 years old. He desperately asked if she was playing with him now, questioning if she had been raising a child in the training camp on the hill. Lucia confirmed that she had. He then demanded to know who the father was, ordering her to answer him. She stated that the father was a humble ballista, but he had tragically fallen to his death while harvesting herbs on a cliff. When he was found, only wilted weeds were in his hands, or so she had heard. But the Emperor shouted, saying that she didn't seem at all sad about being a widow. He declared it better be a joke if she had actually given birth to a child. She wouldn't have been able to become a sword master if she had. Therefore, she had abandoned her duties and personally used the Imperial training grounds, which was a serious crime. Seriously, she thought, that serious look didn't suit him at all. This was the same man who insisted on participating in expeditions despite it being impossible, simply because he was sentimental. She wondered how many times she had to save him. It seemed like he was really trying to project charisma, yet he couldn't even hold his crystal glass correctly because it was so heavy. Thinking about it, perhaps the Emperor's premature death in her past life was due to excessive drinking. So, taking a feather and channeling her aura, she cleanly sliced half of the Emperor's cup. Shocked, he asked why she did that, but then he was surprised to realize the remaining portion was now lighter. He wondered how it was possible for a feather to cut a chalice. Not even a sword master could control sword energy unless it was channeled through something as tough as mithril. To infuse sword energy into a feather, surpassing even a blade. He wondered if she had transcended even the level of a sword master. Suddenly, he started laughing, saying she had known all along, as expected of her. But Lucia was direct and requested 100% paid parental leave with accommodation in the training grounds maintained. She also suggested he adjust the size of his cups to match his age, as he couldn't go around unable to lift a glass. He wondered if this was her way of telling him to drink less and how she dared to give orders to the Emperor. Returning to her lodgings, Lucia reflected that she had taken longer than expected. She had been registering the birth of the child with the Emperor as guarantor. She couldn't wait to see his reaction when he found out that the child he guaranteed was the saint, considering he had dragged her into the plan to seal her. This was the least he could do. She searched for the child but couldn't find her, growing worried. She wondered if she was still in the bathroom and immediately rushed there. Upon arriving, she found the child standing on top of the bathtub, trying to grab a towel. Annie lost her balance with Lucia's sudden entrance, but luckily, Lucia was fast enough to catch her, thinking that was a close call. Then, she asked why Annie was still there. Tearfully, Annie uttered the word towel. Lucia realized she had been careless, the towels were hanging too high. She wondered if Annie had waited completely naked, expecting her to retrieve a towel. Lucia then said she should give Annie a towel first. After drying her and wrapping her in a towel, Annie continued to sob from crying so much, unsure what to do. Lucia wondered why she was crying again. She remembered that when she was little, maids used to help with drying as well. She also wondered if she had misjudged her strength while drying Annie. Thinking back, she had maids taking care of her until she was 90 years old. She had never done this alone. And now she was raising a child. This was going to be harder than she had thought. Lucia reflected that she had saved the saint and declared she would become her mother, but now she was clueless about what to do. She noticed Annie standing in silence, looking at the food with confusion. Lucia wondered why she wasn't touching the food. She had no idea. This was already a problem. Raising a child would cost a fortune. Years had passed since she had cut ties with her noble family. All the salary from years of special training had been invested in the maintenance of the knights. She had no savings. At least there was one good thing: she had burned all the documents related to the saint, and no one had yet discovered who the child was. Furthermore, the Emperor had not assigned her any mission related to the saint. There were 11 years left until Annie turned 16 and awakened as an adult saint. Until then, she would hide Annie's divine power with a suppression crystal and, one by one, track down and eliminate the people who had helped seal her. But right now, she needed to worry about having something to eat tomorrow. She had taken maternity leave, but the maid who used to help had stopped coming. She didn't even know how to cook. Suddenly, Annie started repeating the words "come back" and "comes back," leaving Lucia confused, wondering if Annie hadn't followed her because she wanted to live with her. Then, she asked if Annie wanted to go back to the orphanage and why she would think she didn't want to have a mother again, warm water, a real bath, everything seemed like a dream. But Annie sighed, meaning she was sending her back because she wasn't good enough, so now she had to go back to where she came from. With a limited vocabulary, Annie tearfully said the words "don't touch, here is dirty." Confused, Lucia asked if Annie was saying this place was dirty. Looking around, she thought the place was indeed a mess for a child to stay in. And then she said Annie was right, that was fair. However, because she did not understand Annie, Lucia started crying loudly, almost freaking out, wondering why she was crying and if she had made a mistake somehow. So she tried to figure out what it was to redo it right. Before the tears, Annie had said something was dirty. The only place Annie had been in the whole house was the bathroom. Looking at her shoes and seeing how dirty they were, she wondered if the child meant that she was dirty. Turning to Annie, she asked if the bathroom got dirty because of her, but Annie cried even more loudly and apologized. Lucia, the legendary black monster, felt completely useless in front of a child. But she thought the child really meant that she was dirty. She thought she had to find a better way to deal with this. And then she said there was no way she could send Annie back to that orphanage. First, she would clean this place, then they would talk. She kept saying that crying wouldn't solve anything. She also said that this was not their house, so they would have to take care of it properly, and then asked if Annie knew how to clean. Annie shook her head firmly. Then Lucia asked where it was here. Annie said that technically it was part of the Imperial Palace. Annie thought of the Imperial Palace and remembered that her older sister Mia said the palace is a brilliant place to live without worrying about food. Looking at Lucia, she thought she was nothing like her because she never showed her skills to her mother. She believed that if she proved her skills to her mother, maybe they could stay together longer. Lucia said the bathroom was one thing, but cleaning all those footprints would take a while. But Annie said she could do it, she would try very hard. Lucia felt guilty and thought Annie was a very pure little thing. She asked Annie to remember that she was Lucia while she was here. They would make a deal from now on. Annie must never tell anyone what happened at that orphanage, and it would also be in her best interest to start calling her mom as soon as possible. Hearing this, Annie was surprised and her face lit up, and she began to remember her life in the orphanage while Lucia asked if her name was Annie. She apologized but said she would like to change her name. She was about to say a new name when she heard a noise outside. She signaled for Annie to stay silent as she wondered who it was. No one should be here now. She took her sword to approach the door, and there was a sound of someone opening a window. Could it be an assassin from another country trying to keep a new sword master under control? This had happened before. She unsheathed her sword and prepared to attack, but when she put the sword to the man's neck, he was frightened and called her commander and said that it was him. He asked if she was threatening him with a sword, saying that she had only been gone for 5 years. More confused, she asked, "Who is this?" It had been so long that she barely remembered. The man, pointing to himself, said it was Vernon Javier, the guy from the Black Knight's intelligence and the third in command. Lucia finally remembered him, and he said he almost peed himself. Another person jumped out of the window. It was a woman named Juliana Olivia, the second of the Black Knights, who surprisingly said that her boss actually had a daughter who looked a lot like her. Another man jumped out the window, saying the child was small. This was the first of the 2 Black Knights. The 3 of them approached the woman who leaned against Lucia, scared, and asked how someone could look so identical to Lucia. Lucia called them idiots and asked why they hadn't used the door and what this was, them lined up like a row of sausages. The 3 turned to her. Vernon said the vice commander was right, her way of speaking had gotten old. Juliana asked what the hell had happened in 5 years to make her sound like a grandmother, and she called her old while Lucia thought that's how they always were, so reckless and without filter. Lucia reflected that her words really did highlight her age, and this wasn't doing her any favors. She should probably fix it. Suddenly, Juliana took Annie in her arms and started shaking her up and down, calling her little boss and asking if it was fun. But Annie was too scared to even make a sound. Lucia immediately grabbed Annie, asking what Juliana thought she was doing. But Juliana said her niece loved it when she did that. Vernon said to Juliana it was a shame to be on the bad side of the commander's daughter, unlike him, who knew exactly what to do. He then gave a sweet to the child. Lucia found it truly pathetic, becoming confused right after when she realized that she had ended up falling asleep. She was surprised that she had fallen asleep anyway and wondered if children of that age always nodded off so easily. She said she would take her to the room, and they better behave while she was gone. Juliana said she was seriously upset and asked what they had done. Vernon told Juliana off for messing with a child like that and may her soul rest in parents, while Juliana remained confused about what was happening. Lucia took Annie to the room and calmly put her on the bed. Touching her forehead, she thought that at least she had no fever. It must be that Saint's small, resistant body. Suddenly, Annie woke up and called Lucia by name, making her shiver as she called his name, a mistaken pronoun, likely referring to Lucia's name being called out. Suddenly, Annie then said, "That's right, she understands this is yours name," Annie murmured Lucy, then said her name was Nia, and returning to falling asleep, Annie murmured the name Emia while Lucia watched her sleeping parents fully, a name she had never heard before but who wished for his whole life, Lavencleur, his mother's name. She confided that she had a son but wouldn't reveal the father's identity. When asked, she confirmed and reminded them of the Emperor's advice to avoid mentioning the herbalist in Ver's presence, before suddenly stopping mid-sentence. The child, ended up falling to the ground, startling everyone. They were all being punished for entering through the window, forced to keep their arms raised and unable to lower them. They pleaded with the commander for forgiveness, but Lucia simply referred to the child as it. He promptly sat obediently beside her. Vernon called him a fox and questioned why she was showing favoritism. Juliana agreed, stating that they were all knights and this appeared to be preferential treatment. However, Lucia countered that it was still young. She offered them the option to move to position 2 if they were dissatisfied, but they quickly declined, indicating they didn't see it as necessary. They asked the commander how she had managed to raise such a child, secretly commenting that it seemed there was no babysitter. Juliana agreed with this observation, asking if she had brought the child from another place. Lucia responded that the child's father had been the one raising him until now. Vernon then suggested that she would need a nanny, implying that the commander wasn't exactly the type to care for a child. Upon receiving a chilling look from the commander, he quickly changed his tone, clarifying that he meant it would be difficult for her to manage this alone, and Juliana concurred. Lucia asserted that she didn't need a nanny or a maid to care for a small child, suggesting it wouldn't be that challenging, leaving them astonished. Juliana expressed their respect for her, but stated that this seemed like too much. Then, he questioned if she was planning to kill the child before he even reached kindergarten age, noting the terrible condition of the place where she was raising him. Lucia observed that this was not an incorrect statement, admitting she had no intention of cleaning. Vernon told Juliana that they had no choice and suggested Juliana take charge of the kitchen, while he would be responsible for the child's care and education. Juliana agreed and proposed that she also handle the cleaning, to which he consented. Lucia, realizing they were making decisions amongst themselves, declared that she would not allow it, ordering them to leave. Vernon retorted that he knew she would say that, so they had come prepared. He presented her with a document, which she took and recognized as having the Emperor's seal. The letter stated that she had some incredibly loyal subordinates while she was on leave. They had all invaded, claiming they wanted to rest as well. This was giving her a headache. At this rate, the empire would collapse if she had to take responsibility for them. Lucia realized it was a handwritten letter from the Emperor ordering these men to report to the training center as her representatives. She wondered what ridiculous thing they had done to make the Emperor personally write a letter about it. She then stated that no matter how reckless they were knights who needed to protect the empire, yet they were behaving like children. She questioned if they had waited all these years for the commander to become a swordmaster, but didn't explicitly state that. Juliana responded that without her, the other knights continued to fight each other for no reason. Even though the Black Knights had a notorious reputation, the commander had been absent for 5 years. They had lost the support they once had, and noble allies had distanced themselves, causing them to suffer as well. Lucia considered that this was probably true. It must have been difficult for them to see there was no highly qualified academic among them. Juliana came from a famous family of chiefs and was a born genius. She reflected that if she was with them, raising a child would be easier. Lucia then instructed them not to clean the floor, but to help with everything else until she returned to work. They were pleased and agreed. As they left, they said goodbye, and Juliana mentioned that she had left the food she brought in the living room. Everyone bid her farewell and exited through the window, leaving her completely shocked that they had jumped out the window instead of using the door. She thought to herself that she would have to get rid of the window. Someone knocked on the door. She went to open it, asking if they had forgotten something, but it was Bly who entered, crying. He asked the commander if she had taken paternity leave and hadn't told him anything. He was deeply hurt that he had worked hard in the commander's place for 5 years, asking how she could do this. But she told him to leave and pushed him out, leaving him crying alone behind the door. She thought that now, finally, everything was quiet. But she noticed someone approaching. She turned around, expecting to see Bly, but instead saw Leon Luvens, commander of the White Magician Division, Dark Leon. Leon inquired about the father of this child. Lucia reflected that Leon Luvens, unlike her, who was called the Black Monster, was known as the Walking Angel, the commander of the White Magicians Division who lived strictly by the law. She asked Commander Leon what this was about. He approached, saying he would ask again who her son's father was. She wondered if Commander Leon's presence was due to an investigation on behalf of the Prime Minister, knowing there would be trouble if that conservative scoundrel got involved in her paternity leave, as the Prime Minister had been annoying in the past and still was. Lucia stated she had no obligation to tell him. He responded that she better continue answering like that, because if he ever found out, he would definitely kill that bastard. The other three, returning home, discussed the vice commander who had been crying alone in front of the door the entire time. Given the commander's personality, there was no chance she would open the door for him. But Juliana mentioned that thanks to the vice commander, they had managed to survive the last 5 years. Juliana then seriously asked if that child was really Commander Ver's daughter. Vernon dismissed this, stating that the commander only touched men when she cut off their heads with a sword. Juliana conceded this was true, but the child looked a lot like her. He asked if she had even looked properly, pointing out that except for the hair color, there was no resemblance at all. Juliana asked what he had said, calling him a brat and asking if he wanted to fight again. He told Juliana to calm down, saying that anyway, they had been bored for 5 years. She mused that whatever the commander did now held no weight for her. Juliana agreed, noting it was true, but she hadn't anticipated her bringing a child into the mix. The commander was always full of surprises. Vernon chimed in, observing that the child had changed the commander, and she truly seemed intent on protecting it. Lucia internally pondered what she had just heard. He was typically quiet and composed. Not that they had truly conversed in their past, but today, something seemed amiss. Leon, on the other hand, wondered why Commander Lucia had acted in this way, associating herself with such an irresponsible and contemptible man. He recalled his conversation with the Emperor, who had revealed that the child's father had actually fled. Leon was taken aback to learn of the father's desertion, and the Emperor had sarcastically remarked that even he would have run in that situation. Leon felt a surge of anger thinking about the father's abandonment. He reflected on seeing her face properly after so long, and remembering the bet he had made with her 5 years prior. He couldn't suppress his feelings forever, so he had finally mustered his courage. He recalled the bet: if he won the duel, she would grant him one wish. He had challenged her hoping to ignite even a flicker of interest in her, but he had been utterly defeated that day. He had decided to wait for her, until she reached the pinnacle she strived for, until she had space in her heart. Observing her now, he noticed that worried expression she wore. He never wanted her to look at him with such concern. He turned and walked away, while she, confused, wondered if he was actually leaving. After he slammed the door, she remained perplexed, thinking he was crazy to say he would kill if he found out who the father was. She found his behavior ridiculous and incomprehensible. A few days later, Vernon was teaching Nia, as they now called her, to read, while Juliana was in the kitchen preparing a meal. She was using magic to clean the house. Lucia, pleased to see how everything was progressing, thought this was the ideal environment for raising a child. After a while, Vernon commented that he never thought the commander would be so heartless, asking if it wasn't excessive. Juliana agreed, pointing out that the girl was only 5 years old, questioning how many days she had been there, and emphasizing she wasn't a slave. It, meaning Vernon, remarked it was a bit much, all this just because Nia was cleaning the floor. He offered to clean for her, but Nia excitedly declined, saying she could do it herself. Juliana offered to help, explaining that if she kept scrubbing the floor like that, the stain wouldn't come out. Lucia grumbled, questioning if it wouldn't come out, and then muttered that it was even better if it didn't. All three looked at her, perplexed. As she stood there, slightly embarrassed, Nia shyly said to the commander, "It's already May." Lucia confirmed, "Yes." Then, excitedly, Nia exclaimed it was her birthday month. Lucia gave a slight smile, thinking it was trivial. It wasn't like she had ever done anything special for her birthday. Now that she thought about it, it reminded her of the first monster subjugation mission, the one where she had found it. Since then, every May, he had come to see her. She wondered if he had ever given her any birthday presents. Maybe she should buy him something this year, but she would probably forget again. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Vernon and Juliana rushed to open it, asking what was happening and who it was, while Lucia wondered when their quarters had become a meeting point. When they opened the door, a man was standing there. He announced it was about Leon Luvens. Lucia was surprised, while the others questioned if he meant the commander of the White Order. The man handed a paper to Vernon, who was surprised to realize it was indeed about Leon, the commander of the White Order. He had sent something to Lucia. Juliana, impressed, said she should see it for herself, while Lucia wondered what this was all about. Abruptly, several employees arrived, carrying numerous boxes of gifts. Vernon jokingly said this must be love, and Juliana agreed it was love, while Lucia was shocked at the sheer volume. Vernon pointed out that there was a card addressed to her. She remained confused. The card read, "I won't hide this anymore." Lucia asked herself, "What the hell is this?" She considered that Leon Luvens was the son of the conservative imperial prime minister, so he might have thought his actions were immoral. Furthermore, the clothes he had sent for the child were gender neutral. If he was being purely considerate, he would have only sent clothes for girls. She wondered what he was trying to say and if he was trying to drive her and the child out. Juliana picked up a dress, exclaiming it was adorable and asking if such a cute little dress really existed. Vernon was occupied with a toy pony, remarking that this delicate little pony must be absurdly expensive, as expected from a marquis. Lucia, from the Marquis family, told them to stop opening everything, as it would be more difficult to return everything later. But they were shocked and asked if she was really going to return everything. Vernon, holding up a dress, argued that finally there was something Nia could actually wear, and it looked like there were about 30 outfits here, suggesting it would really be better for her than letting her wear her baggy clothes. Then he realized Nia wasn't around, asking where she was, as just moments ago she had been cleaning the living room. He wondered where she had gone and called for Nia until the child reappeared, holding 3 gift boxes. Suddenly, she tripped, dropping the boxes to the floor. She put both hands behind her and, with tearful eyes, said, "No," explaining she just wanted to help. Lucia thought she was acting as if she had something dirty on her hands and wondered if she was still worried about the time she spent in that warehouse. It had been a week since her rescue, and she was getting along with others and responding well in conversations. Lucia had thought she was fine. Juliana, calling her little commander, excitedly showed her a dress, urging her to try it on and asking if it wasn't beautiful. But Nia stammered, saying, "No." She turned pale and began to tremble, crying even harder, insisting, "This is not the case, I will continue wearing what I am wearing, I cannot." Lucia intervened, saying they should stop. The child looked exhausted. They protested that they still needed to organize the gifts, but she told them to leave them as they were and come back later. They conceded, saying everything was fine, and then they left. Lucia told Nia that everything gets dirty at some point, but Nia replied that if she touched it, it would be ruined. Lucia countered that this was not true, that nothing in this world became unusable just because you touched it. She thought she was destined to be a saint someday. Nia then mentioned gloves, saying her gloves were dirty, so she couldn't use them anymore. Lucia was confused, not understanding what she meant by gloves. Then Lucia remembered the gloves Nia was wearing when the child had first arrived. She wondered if Nia was talking about those and what kind of thoughts were filling her little head, wondering what other wounds were etched within her. She couldn't leave it like this, so she asked Nia to bring her the gloves. Moments later, they went to the bathroom. Lucia showed Nia that no matter how much she moved her hand in the water, bubbles didn't form, and asked Nia to help her stir the water. Nia, who had been standing at the door, promptly went to her and started stirring the water. She was delighted to see many bubbles floating, while Lucia said, "Bubbles," and explained that now they would wash the gloves with them. Each of them took one glove to wash. Nia, focused, began to wash her glove, while Lucia thought that washing gloves herself was more satisfying than she had expected. Then Nia lifted her glove, showing that she had finished washing. Lucia thought she had lost to a mere 5-year-old child. Now getting back to the main point, she asked Nia to smell the gloves. While Nia smelled them, Lucia asked what their smell was. Nia responded that the gloves smelled like water and flowers, a scent she liked. Lucia then gently pressed her cheeks against Nia's, remarking that Nia smelled good too. Surprised, Lucia then added that even if she smelled bad one day, she hoped Nia wouldn't avoid her, because they could always wash themselves just like they had done with the gloves. Smiling brightly, Nia promised she wouldn't avoid Lucia, explaining that since she had washed herself today, she was clean, and that's how it should be. It, meaning Vernon, appeared at the doorway, but upon overhearing their conversation, he quietly retreated and left. The next day, Lucia awoke and lay in bed, lost in thought, gazing at the ceiling. It had been several days since her return, and it was undeniably real, not a dream. She got out of bed, instinctively asking for her sword, before remembering that she had put it away because of the child. She could no longer practice swordplay in her room. She would have to go to the training grounds instead. Just having a child here transformed the place from a stark training center into something resembling a normal home. She recalled her father calling her a monster. She reflected on how her father's label of monster contrasted with how she now considered herself normal. Ridiculous, she thought, remembering him watching her sleep. She wondered if her hair was getting too long and decided she should cut it later. She looks like an angel when she sleeps so peacefully. Then she corrected herself, well, since she's not a saint, perhaps the closest thing to an angel. Vernon knocked on the door, asking if the commander was awake. She opened the door, explaining that Nia was still sleeping. He apologized for disturbing her but informed her that a letter had arrived that required her response, leaving him no choice but to bother her. She asked what the letter was about. He explained that it seemed to be for the General Assembly of Knights. She found this annoying. She had taken maternity leave, yet they continued to bombard her with invitations and letters. He asked if she shouldn't attend in person this year. She thought about how, in recent years, her deputy commander, Burley, had attended in her stead. But this time, she had no excuse to avoid it. In the administrative office of the Imperial Knights, Burley brooded. He reflected on his position as the vice-commander of the Black Knights, the third son of Baron Ottorot. Known for his diligence and integrity, he had risen to the rank of vice-commander through sheer perseverance. But with the Black Knights leader, Lucia, absent, things were different. A man approached him, asking if something was wrong. But Burley, irritated, retorted, "Do I need to inform you because you're late?" The man replied that wasn't what he meant, simply observing that Burley was arriving 5 minutes late, which was unusual. That's right, Burley thought angrily, they should report you to the commander for being irresponsible. Another person nearby wondered what had been happening with the vice-commander lately. Someone else suggested that if something was troubling him, he should just take a break. Burley inwardly fumed. He had believed he was the closest person to the commander, only to discover he was not. He had tirelessly filled her shoes for 5 years, but all he received in return was the shocking news that she had taken maternity leave without a word to him. He briefly entertained the idea of rebellion, thinking that perhaps then the commander would finally realize how much she needed him and feel his absence. Despite his inner turmoil, Burley continued to perform his duties diligently. He told Ed that only 2 official letters had been received that month, then asked why 3 had been sent. He pointed out that this particular letter had been sent a few days ago. As soon as the official working hours began, the Supreme Commander's aide had arrived, stating it was an urgent letter requiring a quick response. Ed had said he would deliver it to the commander immediately. Ed now remarked that they had finally received a response today, adding that honestly, getting the commander to respond was always a struggle. Burley speculated that the commander had received the invitation to the General Assembly and wondered if it had been sent while he was deliberately arriving late this morning. It can't be, he thought. Lucia arrived at the Imperial Palace. 2 men were gathered there, and the red-haired man said ironically that a truly extraordinary guest had arrived. These men were the commander of the Order of the Red Knights, Benjir, and the commander of the Order of the Yellow Knights. They found themselves in the Black Knights' territory, which they considered cold. The Red Knights were like boiling lava, perhaps why their members were always fighting amongst themselves for any chance. The Yellow Knights were a secretive group serving the Emperor, but they resented Lucia because the Emperor always sought her out in times of crisis instead of them. As she sat down, one of the men remarked that it had been a while since he had seen Commander Lucia. She agreed, and soon realized that the remaining empty seat must be hers. Leon Luvens, the commander of the Order of the White Knights, was yet to arrive. Benair inquired if he had heard correctly that she was on parental leave, asking if it was true. He could hardly believe it, questioning if a woman with a child had become a swordmaster in 5 years and if perhaps she had deceived His Majesty. But she smiled, remembering that she had a 92-year-old mentality. With anger, Benger asked if that laugh was meant to mock him. They felt he should stop this, saying it was shameful for commanders to act this way. He informed Commander Lucia that they were discussing this matter and a military disciplinary committee might be convened before her return. She thought that was a rather hostile way of changing the subject. Well, he had always been uncomfortable with her because the Emperor prioritized her. This complaint was getting annoying, but since it was something allowed by the Emperor, there would be no real punishment, it was just the nobles complaining. Benair then said that, by the way, the training seemed to have been very long. The leader of the Black Knights, famous for being insensitive, was playing with fire. But at that moment, Leon arrived, saying that things like that weren't even worth calling words, asking how dare he sit next to Lucia. While she was in disbelief, Benair asked why the hell he was sitting there. No longer questioning if he was giving her a lecture, a fellow commander, smiling, Leon confirmed that this was correct. Leon affirmed his statement, clarifying that he was merely educating Benjir on matters he had failed to grasp earlier, much to Benjir's frustration. Just then, a man arrived, announcing that it appeared everyone was present, and thus, the commander's banquet could commence. Meanwhile, Lucia couldn't shake off the suspicion that Leon was deliberately positioning himself close to her to keep a watchful eye. The man then initiated the banquet's discussion by asking the knights their opinions on the previous year's organizational efforts concerning the allied nations. Throughout this, Leon maintained a steady gaze at Lucia, making her increasingly uneasy. Ahan then interjected, mentioning another pressing matter, the dire state of this year's military budget. The man acknowledged this, stating that they were meticulously planning the budget, particularly the scale of supplies being sent to the Continental Organization for Peace and allied nations. Ahan expressed concern that even considering the magic stones, the extent of supplies being sent to the Asnus Kingdom was absurd and would lead to the imperial market's collapse within a decade if continued. The Asnus Kingdom, rich in magic stone deposits, had been colonized by the powerful Titarusan Kingdom. The Empire, championing continental peace, had dismantled Titarusa and liberated Asnus. Subsequently, they had signed an exclusive magic stone treaty with the Empire, which Lucia considered little more than semi-colonization masked as chivalry. Lucia pondered that even with cheap magic stones, resources were dwindling due to dark contamination. The question was whether they could sustain the necessary daily supplies. The man indicated the quantity was still under debate, and some nobles had offered material support. Benjir scoffed, declaring it obvious that these were the new nobles, desperately trying to curry favor with His Majesty, investing like moths to a flame. He predicted they would go bankrupt before they could even transform the magic stones into assets if they continued such investments. Lucia reflected that these new nobles were high-ranking nobles from lesser nations annexed when the Darien kingdom became an empire. She realized they were offering their own fortunes despite their precarious situations. The man added that it seemed the temple's prediction had played a role. Lucia was immediately alert upon hearing about the temple. The temple heavily promoted the use of the saint's power, but she knew it was all a fabrication. Confidential documents she had acquired made no mention of any sacred tree or a prophecy about saving the earth. It was merely a rumor propagated by the temple, and neither the temple nor the high priest's divine power could truly revitalize contaminated land. However, the investments of the new nobles who had believed in and followed the temple before its decline had been remarkably successful. Their territories had been the first to recover, and their wealth had grown significantly through magic stone investments. They had greatly benefited from the saint's sacrifice. At the time, the corrupt conservative faction was being ousted, so no one had suspected the rise of these new nobles. But with their newfound wealth, they were gaining power and influence, becoming a real force as imperial authority shifted. She wondered if this was truly just a coincidence, and she mentally noted the names of some of these families. As the meeting concluded, Burleigh arrived, shocked to find it already over. Realizing he was in trouble, he stood there flustered. Bengier, noticing him, sneered, "What is this?" Vice Captain Burleigh, who was supposed to be performing in her place. He gestured at Burleigh's disheveled state, mockingly asking, "Were you out looking for your mommy?" Burleigh stammered an apology, saying he hadn't thought things through. Bengier continued his disdainful remarks, saying it was a shame that the fearsome Black Knights had to serve someone who only knew how to cry like a child. Turning directly to Lucia, he added dismissively, "But perhaps it doesn't matter since they are just a group of criminal cowards anyway." Lucia's brow furrowed in anger. While it was true that many Black Knights originated from dark guilds, during the war, they hadn't been in a position to be selective. She now resolved that it was time to cleanse the Black Knights of their shameful reputation. Meanwhile, Bengier, still belittling her, thought that no matter how much they called her the black monster off the battlefield, she was just an angry doll. Burleigh, enraged by Bengier's insults, stepped forward, ordering Commander Bengier to retract his words, asserting that they were proud knights wherever they went. Suddenly, Bengier felt an immense pressure crushing his body and collapsed to his knees, utterly bewildered. "What is this?" he gasped, struggling to breathe. He wondered in despair what this terrifying killing intent was, feeling as if his entrails were being ripped out. He questioned if this was the true power of a swordmaster. Lucia somberly declared to Bengier, who was anxious about the consequences of her 6-month parental leave, that until then, her vice-captain would take his place and would be under his care. Meanwhile, Gilliana and Vernon stood in front of a carriage, reassuring Nia, who was watching them from the window. They told Nia they would be back soon, in less than an hour, as the market was nearby. Nia was dressed in a new dress and shoes. After they left, Nia went back inside, going to the bedroom. She went to the bed and picked up a pillow, declaring it was Nia's. Looking at the other pillow, she said that one was Lucia's. Picking up a toothbrush, she identified it as Nia's, and taking another one, she stood in front of the mirror, saying it was Lucia's. Looking at her reflection, she introduced herself, "Hello, my name is Nia. Lucia gave me the name." She picked up a plate, holding it up and announcing that it belonged to the kitchen. Suddenly, the plate, which was already cracked, broke in half, falling to the floor. Nia became very worried and started crying. Vernon reappeared, asking what she was doing there, noticing she was crying. Nia asked what she should do, starting to stutter, saying she hadn't meant to do it, that the plate was broken now, and she was going to be kicked out. Vernon thought that being kicked out didn't seem so bad, until suddenly Nia's crying intensified, causing mana to emanate from her body. He was surprised. She continued crying, repeating that she didn't want to be expelled. He realized that this was divine power, and with her black hair, she fit the descriptions of the saint, sought after not only by the temple but across the entire continent. If he sent this child to the temple, he wondered if he wouldn't be able to travel the empire with the commander and enjoy life. He instinctively created something resembling a subspace, mentally thinking he would take the child to the temple. But then, her power surged again, leaving him shocked. He thought, such immense divine power, it seems like it could get out of control at any moment, just like mine did in the past. He reached out his hands, initiating the process of drawing a teleportation circle. However, Nia's aura vehemently opposed the teleport spell, its brilliant light intensifying. Heath was taken aback by this incredibly potent divine energy, sensing it teetering on the edge of losing control. It mirrored an experience from his own past. Heath's father was a disreputable trickster, roaming from village to village selling fraudulent remedies. When their deception was discovered, they were forced to take refuge in the mountains. This was when monsters descended upon a mountain village. Heath's father exploited his son's abilities as a mage, profiting from his powers. Despite the boy's fear of the monsters, it was there that he forged his first genuine friendships, and he had never known such happiness. Whenever monsters attacked, people of all ages would immediately seek out Heath. They would gather around the child, pointing and demanding he rescue them. This precise scenario unfolded on the day the pressure became so unbearable that Heath was trembling from the strain. Ultimately, the boy's magic spiraled out of control, resulting in an explosion. Now, standing before Nia, those memories flooded back. He extended his hand toward the girl, and the cool blue energy of his magic slightly tempered the bright yellow flames of her aura. He pondered if this child's divine power might become uncontrollable, just as his had in the past. Heath inquired if Nia wished to remain there, and she nodded yes, her voice quivering. Observing her simple expression, he wondered if he had appeared the same way when his powers went wild. He waved his hand over the fractured pieces of the plate, and they rejoined. Amazed, Nia placed the mended plate back on the table. Watching her, Heath speculated that she, too, was likely concealing her powers, desiring to stay close to the commander and distrusting everyone else. He told the little one that if she continued to utilize her powers in this manner, she would attract undue attention, suggesting it would be preferable for her to lead a typical existence. However, Nia didn't comprehend what a normal life entailed, and Heath attempted to articulate it. He elaborated that a normal life involved frequent laughter, consuming good food, and spending time with companions. Their conversation was interrupted by footsteps echoing in the corridor and the sudden opening of the door. A girl with red hair stood in the kitchen entrance, hands on her hips, grinning widely as she declared, "It's really not that bad." Lucia hurried out of the library, clutching a parenting guide under her arm. When the court ladies passing by noticed the book she had selected, they began whispering about the dark monster's surprising motherhood. But the moment Lucia passed them, their topic of conversation instantly shifted. The heroine smiled, realizing it had been a long time since people had openly stared at her in that manner. Suddenly, a short distance away, she noticed Lion Rovens, who was immediately surrounded by women the instant he appeared. He attempted to push through the throng to reach Lucia, but his admirers prevented him from advancing even a single step in her direction. Finally, Lion managed to extricate himself and rushed after the heroine, urging her to wait. However, when she actually looked at him, he suddenly became flustered, as if he had forgotten the reason he had hurried over. Lion noticed the book in Lucia's hands, which discussed proven parenting techniques, and remembered she had a child. Still unable to engage in a substantial conversation with the White Mage commander, the heroine bid him farewell and prepared to depart, but he halted her again, about to comment on the book, then abruptly cut himself off mid-sentence. Blushing intensely, he advised her to seek him out if she ever required anything. Following this, Lion summoned a carriage to convey Lucia back home. En route, she mused that the rumors concerning his impeccable manners were undoubtedly accurate. But then Lucia recalled his note, the one she had perceived as a veiled threat, and grew even more bewildered. The heroine examined the cover of the book she had retrieved from the library. For some reason, the boy's face depicted on the cover struck her as strangely familiar. The carriage arrived at a bridge, and beneath it, a pleasure boat was gently floating by. The merrily laughing individuals in the boat had left their carriages parked on the bridge and descended to the water, causing a traffic obstruction. The coachman requested the heroine to wait briefly while he endeavored to resolve the situation. She decided to seize the opportunity to stretch her legs and stroll along the bridge for a little while. She gazed at the river, reveling in the glorious weather. Frankly, it was ideal conditions for a boat excursion. Suddenly, upon closer inspection, she spotted a gentleman enjoying himself with a group of young aristocratic women. He noticed her presence as well and, appearing surprised to see her there, cheerfully greeted Commander Lucia. Once he was back on solid ground, he apologized for impeding her path and explained that he had intended to enjoy a solitary walk but had coincidentally encountered these young ladies. Aaron Ashier Eldarian, the crown prince of the empire, had always been popular. Lucia greeted the empire's young son with due respect, then immediately requested permission to excuse herself, but Aaron stopped her to present a gift in recognition of her achievement as a swordmaster, offering her a rattle. Still smiling, the prince inquired if Lucia's child was not perhaps a bit too old for such toys. Lucia felt as though Aaron was ridiculing her, but she maintained her composure and returned his smile. The prince remarked that he had been unaware the commander of the Dark Knights had a child. Lucia offered no response, merely turning away and heading towards her carriage, but Aaron detained her, stating he had something significant to convey. Suddenly, he confessed that he had been observing Lucia for quite some time. Without turning around, she attempted to decipher precisely what the prince intended by that remark. The girls behind her began whispering, but she disregarded them. It was only when Aaron inquired if the child's father remained unknown that Lucia finally turned back. The heroine had first encountered the crown prince when she was 16. After being assigned as his escort, she had treated Aaron just like everyone else, but for some inexplicable reason, he had developed a fondness for her. The prince observed Lucia's countenance, which was just as composed as it had been 5 years prior, and his heart still fluttered. The heroine cast a glance at His Highness's companions, but she found herself unable to be angry with them, they were far too young. Nevertheless, Lucia could not simply let the matter slide, so she confidently approached the group. As she drew nearer to the visibly intimidated ladies, she smirked and informed the prince that she would not disclose the baby's father. It was challenging to select just one, considering she had spent her nights with so many back then. The young noblewoman turned bright red, utterly astonished by her audacious words. Her response stunned not only the girls but the prince as well. He paused, a mischievous grin fleetingly crossing his face. But unexpectedly, blood gushed from His Highness's nose and spattered onto Lucia. Servants rushed to the prince's aid, but he pushed them away and reached for a handkerchief. Aaron approached Lucia and asked if he might wipe her collar as an apology. Then he leaned in and whispered, inquiring if she recalled what lay closest to her training grounds, because right there stood none other than the crown prince's palace. Aaron had not been untruthful when he claimed to have watched Lucia, it had become a part of his daily routine. However, it seemed her child was not merely born unusually small. After all, the prince had never once witnessed her with a baby bump. And there was no possibility he could have overlooked a pregnancy throughout those 5 years. Stepping away from Lucia, Aaron promised this would remain their small secret. He extended his hand and stated he merely desired to forge a closer connection with her. That was all. Lucia looked at the prince's hand and declared she understood his intent, loud and clear. Lucia's audacity amazed Aaron anew, and a thin trickle of blood began running from his nose once more. Heading back to the training field, which had become her residence, Lucia contemplated the prince's words. The heroine failed to grasp why he suddenly wished to become close. She had exchanged barely a word with him in her entire life. In her previous existence, he had died young, just 3 years after ascending the throne, not even reaching 40. But now he asserted he had been observing Lucia daily and doubted her child's very existence. Regardless, he would safeguard her secret, at least until he desired something from her. And at present, she had no alternative but to place her trust in him. When Lucia entered, she observed something peculiar. Vernon was moving about on all fours, and a red-haired girl was perched on his back, riding him. The heroine inquired of the knight, who was clearly struggling to play the role of a horse, who this child was. The girl looked up at her with large green eyes and posed the same question directly back. "Who's Lucia?" But instead of receiving an answer, she was struck on the head with a ladle. Jillian rushed in from the kitchen, reprimanding Yvonne for daring to speak to the commander in such a manner. Embarrassed, the girl explained it was her niece, her sister had simply asked her to look after the child for a while. The heroine scanned the room, attempting to locate Nia. Even though Yvonne stated she wasn't there, Lucia still managed to find the little one. She was sitting under the table, trembling for some inexplicable reason. Assuming the children were playing hide-and-seek, the heroine quietly crept up behind her. But since Nia was playing with her friend, Lucia pretended not to notice and announced she was heading upstairs. As soon as she heard this, the girl crawled out from under the table. She ran to Lucia, pleading with her not to depart. And immediately afterwards, Yvonne dashed over, exclaiming that she had found Nia. With her hands on her hips, as was her custom, the girl asked her aunt who that beautiful but intimidating lady was, the one who appeared completely eccentric. Lucia smiled and introduced herself as Nia's mother. Yvonne didn't believe her. She thought mothers were supposed to be large and plump, and Jillian reprimanded her again. The little girl promised she would remain quiet from that point forward, and Lucia was genuinely impressed by her aunt's parenting abilities. Smiling, Yvonne politely introduced herself to our heroine. Then she ran over to Nia and asked if she loved her mom. When the little one said she liked Lucia, Yvonne was surprised she used her name. When she inquired why Nia didn't simply call her mom, the girl's eyes welled up with tears. She apologized and stated she was truly sorry. Still, Lucia could sense everyone's eyes fixed on her. They, too, desired to hear Yvonne's question answered. The heroine had anticipated this day would arrive sooner or later, but she had no idea how to provide an explanation. Nia intervened to help, stating she simply couldn't, and placed her tiny hand on her chest to indicate it caused discomfort there. The girl had spent nearly her entire life in an orphanage, and the children there had learned that if you liked something, someone would take it away. This applied to everything she cared for. She was afraid to admit it, whether it was toys, pillows, or even toothbrushes. The heroine realized Nia had become accustomed to concealing anything she valued. This little one had never learned how to share her happiness. Even a word like mom was something she guarded internally. Despite this, Yvonne suspected Lucia must be terrible and had likely struck Nia when she called her mom. But the girl jumped in to defend our heroine, shielding her and vehemently insisting that was not what had transpired at all. Jillian grasped Yvonne by the collar and clarified that Nia loved her mom immensely. Merely uttering the word caused her chest to ache. Those words astonished Lucia, as she couldn't comprehend why this little girl held such deep affection for her. The Knights arranged a tea party for the girls on a picnic blanket in the dorm courtyard adjacent to the training field. Yvonne instructed the girl on the proper way to hold a teacup, sprawled out on the blanket. The girl was amazed by this beautiful setting. Her mother had never purchased toys for her like the ones Nia possessed. After pondering it, she inquired if she could bring Caesar along the next time. Nia replied that she would have to seek permission first, but Yvonne declared she would handle it herself. Immediately, she turned to Lucia and asked if she might bring Caesar with her. The heroine granted the girl a gesture of approval, and Yvonne was astonished by how kind this seemingly formidable woman could be. She quickly selected a spot that would serve as their new secret base from that point onward. It was a small playhouse that Lion had sent to Nia along with all the other gifts. Suddenly recalling Heath's words about what it meant to be normal, Nia thought she wanted to be like her new friend. But then she remembered the children at the orphanage who had refused to be friends and had merely bossed her around. Her eyes welled up with tears again, and she resolved to comply with whatever Yvonne instructed so she would never have to return to the orphanage. Unexpectedly, the girl informed Nia that they faced a predicament. She had run out of pocket money. Her mother had taught her never to accept anything for free, not even from her very first friend. The fact that Yvonne referred to her as a friend significantly boosted Nia's spirits. The girl told her she had only ever been friends with boys before, but frankly, they were not particularly helpful. Yvonne genuinely wished to express her gratitude to her new friend for being so welcoming, and then she conceived a brilliant idea. She promised to assist Nia in calling Lucia mom, and then they would be even. The girl had once attempted to do it herself, but it simply hadn't worked out. Yvonne paused for a moment, considering how to instruct Nia to say mom. She proposed they try breaking it down into syllables initially. In a trembling voice, Nia managed to utter the first syllable. Unable to proceed further, she burst into tears again, but Yvonne did not give up and continued to have her repeat after her. Meanwhile, the Knights were seated under the trees at the table, savoring the coffee and desserts Jillian had prepared. Lucia observed the girls chatting in the meadow, smiling to herself. She could sense that faint commanding presence emanating from Yvonne and wondered if Jillian had been similar as a child. Lucia had also noticed that Heath had been unusually quiet lately. She suspected it might be related to him using magic while she was away. Not long ago, when she inspected the dorm, Lucia had discovered traces of teleportation magic, and it was clearly Heath's doing. She didn't know exactly what had occurred, but it troubled her that the man kept casting him these sidelong glances. So Lucia turned to Heath and told him to eat up. After all, something sweet was necessary after using magic. Heath tensed, believing the commander had discerned his attempt to dispatch Nia to the temple. But looking at her calm face, Heath couldn't comprehend why she wasn't angry with him, especially since he had been envious of Nia receiving all of Lucia's attention. Averting her gaze, he inquired what she would do if he were to simply disappear. Not quite grasping the direction of his question, Lucia asked where he wished to go and suggested he could take a break if needed. But Heath, looking down, clarified he meant disappearing permanently. Lucia simply smiled and reminded him she had already stated her intention to utilize him for the remainder of his life. Back on the battlefield, Heath had inquired if Lucia had saved him merely to exploit him. And she had responded, smiling just as she was now, that if she could, she would do it for her entire life, particularly as the Night Order was on the verge of being formed. Heath had asked if she would remain by his side even if he could no longer employ magic. Reaching out her hand, Lucia had declared that in that scenario, she would simply enlist his assistance with the cleaning. The commander had always possessed that kind of demeanor. Even when she observed Heath's magic becoming uncontrollable, she had feigned ignorance. In the end, they had simply requested him to craft a few artifacts that required minimal magic input. The sole individual who had never imposed expectations upon him was Lucia. So now Heath was expressing his apologies to her. She smiled as she regarded her subordinate. Jillian approached them again, wanting to know if they had sampled the desserts from her family's bakery. She mentioned they were even contemplating supplying those pastries to the local kindergarten. She was irritated that our heroine displayed absolutely no reaction and blamed the commander for being heartless. Jillian emphasized that Lucia truly ought to consider the upcoming kindergarten admissions. This year's competition was fierce due to the influx of new noble families. And even though Yvonne had already successfully completed her interview, our heroine couldn't understand why she couldn't simply hire a nanny for Nia. Noble children received their education prior to debuting at the Elderian Imperial Academy. Certainly, children with nannies and tutors did not necessitate the academy, but it had been established following the empire's founding to foster harmony between the old and new nobility. Lucia had not intended to enroll Nia there, but under Jillian's pressure, she was beginning to have second thoughts. Suddenly, the heroine's contemplation was disrupted by a group of girls running towards her. With her hands on her hips, Yvonne prompted Nia to execute her plan. Mustering her courage, the little girl moved closer to Lucia, met her gaze, and whispered "Mom" into her ear. The moment she uttered the word, her face turned bright red from embarrassment, and she darted away. Yvonne pursued her, patted her on the head, and lauded her for performing admirably. Meanwhile, Lucia was frozen in astonishment. Nia had just called her mom. She had resolved to raise this special, divinely chosen girl as a typical child, so she would not endure the same solitary childhood Lucia had experienced. In the grand hall of the imperial palace, a meeting was in progress. Count Render vehemently insisted that Lucia's situation could not be disregarded. If the child was 5, then based on the timing of her pregnancy, she must have neglected her official duties. Everyone else was similarly agitated, demanding that the Dark Knight commander cease receiving preferential treatment and that the same regulations apply to all. The emperor expressed surprise that everyone persisted in acting as though those other indolent officials were in the same predicament as Lucia. He reminded them of the extensive contributions made by this girl, who incidentally was a master swordsman, to the empire. What genuinely vexed the emperor was why he perpetually encountered the same tedious faces at these assemblies. And when His Majesty heard that the new nobles required additional instruction because they were unfamiliar with the political landscape, he leapt from his chair in a fit of rage. The emperor bellowed that 5 years had already passed. And if they still failed to grasp the situation, the least they could do was attend these meetings, demanding that the nobles keep their power struggles under control. His Majesty stormed out of the chamber. Count Render resurrected the topic of Commander Lucia, perturbed that the Emperor was taking no action regarding her. At that point, Maris Fitorin Levens, the Imperial Chancellor, spoke up. He inquired of the Count precisely what he was proposing. Then everyone began clamoring that Lucia ought to be penalized and divested of her title, while Maris merely listened in silence for a period. The Marquis concurred with the Count's proposal but cautioned that if they proceeded, Lucia might simply abandon the empire, and then Render would bear the responsibility for selecting a new master swordsman. But the Count maintained that Lucia was merely a woman displaying her solitary skill and holding everyone else in disdain. Mark Leans immediately retorted that this was a significant misjudgment and advised him to deliberate carefully before making a move, as he was certain Lucia only behaved in such a manner because she possessed the capability. When the meeting concluded and everyone departed, Duke Anton Artem Kilgus stopped the Count. He wished to know if Render's son truly harbored aspirations of becoming commander. The Count understood the Duke's veiled suggestion but found himself unable to articulate a response. So Kilgus advised him not to dwell on the past and reminded him that Lucia was merely a knight, sharp and perilous, certainly, but ultimately still just a weapon for someone to wield. Over at the Alaran Academy's kindergarten, a new workday commenced. The new teacher, Emily Tangst, walked down the lengthy hallway and encountered her colleagues. The girl overheard people behind her gossiping that as the Count's daughter, she had lost everything and been expelled from her family estate. Without revealing her awareness, Emily greeted the women with a smile and continued walking. The ladies resumed their conversation, this time discussing how Emily had formerly been so popular at the academy, even leading her own faction of followers. Flashing her green eyes, Emily contemplated teaching these worthless individuals a lesson if she ever encountered them outside the academy grounds. Despite her family's downfall and her current status as a commoner, her objective on this, her first day working as a preschool teacher, was rather straightforward. She aimed to secure a favorable marriage. Since aristocrats frequently sought wives among teachers, she planned to demonstrate her intelligence, kindness, adeptness with children, and sufficient wisdom to support her future spouse. Determined to succeed and exact revenge upon everyone who had ridiculed her, Emily donned a radiant smile and entered the principal's office. Martian Noria Font Ruven greeted the new teacher with a warm smile. Emily wished to make her son fall in love with her, the most eligible bachelor in the empire, Lion Ruven, who had never even attended the academy and had not appeared in high society since coming of age. But there was a larger obstacle: his heart already belonged to someone else, the dark monster, Lucia. When that rumor circulated among the nobles, Emily grasped a crucial truth. Back at the academy, she had habitually tormented Lucia, and Lion must never discover this fact. So Emily devised a strategy, and step one was to cultivate proximity to his mother. Noria smiled at Emily and extended her congratulations on her new position. Emily was thrilled to hear that the principal had been meticulously observing her throughout the numerous interviews over the years. She had exerted immense effort to gain admission to this preschool. It had even taken her 5 years solely to prepare for the entrance examination. In her imagination, Emily already envisioned herself impressing Lion's mother and subsequently marrying him. But all those aspirations collapsed the moment the first family presented themselves for their interview. Emily struggled to comprehend why the dark monster was present, accompanied by a child who bore a striking resemblance to her. That morning, Lucia had resolved to attempt to enroll Nia in the preschool Jillian had asserted was nearly impossible to enter. As soon as they walked in, they observed a lengthy queue already forming for the interviews. Lucia felt utterly out of place. She had been obliged to wear a dress and heels, attire to which she was entirely unaccustomed. Had her devoted knights not protested, she would have cheerfully appeared at the academy in her uniform. But Lucia was not the only one experiencing discomfort. Little Nia appeared absolutely terrified. Lucia surmised it was likely because the girl knew no one and nothing about this environment. The director's secretary called in family number 128 for their interview. Lucia and Nia still had 5 families ahead of them, signifying approximately another hour of waiting. Lucia felt relieved they were summoning individuals by number. Her name might have precipitated chaos in such a crowded setting. She glanced at Nia, who was trembling with apprehension, believing it was because this was her initial experience in such a densely populated area. After all, the child had spent her entire childhood in an orphanage, then in a dusty warehouse inhabited by birds. But Lucia genuinely desired to provide her with a life where she could easily integrate with other people. Even if Nia's holy powers were to awaken, Lucia simply wanted her to experience a normal life. And for that to occur, the girl needed to begin acclimating to being around others now. But then Lucia questioned if perhaps all of this was merely her own self-serving means of atoning for past regrets, just as she contemplated that perhaps Nia didn't even desire this type of existence. Their number was announced. Lucia stood and informed Nia that she was not obligated to attend preschool if it proved too overwhelming for her. Thus, Lucia requested Nia to wait while she proceeded to cancel the interview. The little girl failed to grasp why Lucia suddenly wished to annul everything and began blaming herself for inadvertently causing trouble again. But after surveying her surroundings, she decided it was acceptable. There were simply so many people, and that fact genuinely frightened her. Suddenly, Nia overheard two mothers conversing. One lady was informing the other how eager she was for her daughter to finally commence preschool because managing children at home was simply too burdensome. The girl was shocked by what she heard and began wondering if Lucia would be able to cope with her if she didn't attend preschool. The main character returned to the waiting room to inform Nia that canceling the interview would be difficult. But then, to her astonishment, the little girl surged forward and exclaimed that she wished to attend preschool. Although the other women were charmed by a child who actually desired to learn, unlike their own offspring, Lucia was attempting to discern what had prompted her decision. And just like that, the brand new mother and her adorable daughter ended up at the interview. The director admired their coordinated attire and admitted she felt a touch of envy, having only sons herself. Lucia observed the peculiar woman who had greeted them at the entrance. She had heard this girl was her age and taught at the academy but couldn't fathom why she was trembling so intensely. Marianus Norsha informed Emily she was at liberty to depart if she had pressing matters, and Emily gratefully excused herself. Lucia watched her go but found herself unable to recall the girl. She barely retained any memories from her academy days, which she had only attended due to her family's insistence. The main character resolved to examine this establishment more closely, given the staff's unusual demeanor. The director gently inquired of Nia why she wished to join their preschool. The girl remained silent, nervously clutching her dress, trembling with apprehension. Lucia was still not entirely certain about the operational procedures here. But the director did not appear significantly different from the books she had authored. While volumes on children and parenting often portrayed only the effortless grace of a swan gliding on water, she had concentrated on practical, tangible methods for raising children. Ms. Norsha realized Nia did not genuinely desire to attend preschool, so she directly questioned the girl. The little one gazed at the director in surprise but offered no reply. So the director inquired if she had any friends. With her head lowered, the girl murmured that she had a friend named Ivan. The Marquis noted, "That's wonderful, because even if Nia doesn't attend preschool, she can still present her mom with gifts every single day. After all, there is someone in this world who cherishes her narratives like precious jewels. And that individual is her mom, who will joyfully listen to every account of Nia's time with Ivan." Lucia smiled as she observed the girl absorb every word the Marquis spoke. Nia asked excitedly if she truly could recount stories to her mom daily. The director affirmed it, adding that now the girl could finally release everything she had been suppressing internally. This entire conversation reminded Lucia of a passage from Madame Norsha's book. Shy children are not quiet because they lack anything to say, their hearts are brimming with stories. They simply require a little more courage to articulate them. The interview concluded, and Lucia and Nia bade farewell to the director. Madame Norsha called after them, announcing that Nia had been accepted into the preschool, utterly astonishing our heroine, who had anticipated results would not be available for a month. The woman gently patted the little girl's head and, smiling, inquired, "Who else could possibly belong here if not this child?" Then, glancing at Lucia, she added that she was merely jesting and that, in fact, she had her own reasons for accepting Nia. Apparently, she believed her foolish son was causing Lucia trouble. While the Marquis was contemplating her full support for her son's choice, Lucia was left attempting to decipher the situation. Lucia grew even more perplexed when Norsha suggested they might as well treat each other like family, considering they would be seeing each other daily anyway. A month elapsed, and it was time to prepare for the preschool entrance ceremony. Lucia escorted Nia to a tailor's shop to commission her uniform. Following Lucia with hesitant steps, the girl gazed in wonder at all the dress samples on display. A consultant quickly approached, inquiring if they were present to order a uniform for the little princess. The garden's opening ceremony typically occurred at the end of summer, likely coinciding with the founding of the empire. While examining the girl, the consultant showered her with compliments and inquired who had styled her exquisite hair. Nia relaxed somewhat and excitedly declared that Vernon had braided her hair. The heroine observed that after conversing with the perceptive Norsha, the little girl had undergone significant changes. She talked and smiled far more frequently now. The consultant requested Lucia and her daughter to wait for a moment while she finished assisting the previous customer. They settled onto the couch, and to make the wait more pleasant, someone brought them a plate of animal-shaped cookies. The heroine looked at Nia and reflected on how the girl had developed two undesirable habits lately. Firstly, she consistently assisted around the house, and secondly, she scrubbed the floors so vigorously that the wood was starting to peel. But Lucia felt too apprehensive to say anything. The second bad habit was that Nia concealed the things she genuinely liked. This frightened the heroine even more than her compulsion for cleaning. Because if this pattern persisted, the other children at daycare would simply snatch everything from her grasp. Lucia worried that loss and sacrifice were simply intrinsic to being a saint. Nonetheless, the heroine wished to help the girl overcome this habit. So she inquired if those cookies did indeed appear exceptionally tasty. She mentioned that when she was little, she had rarely ever seen cookies like that and had never even had the opportunity to sample them, not even now as an adult. Lucia smiled and asked if that was why Nia's mouth was watering. She genuinely hoped the girl would admit she wanted to try the cookies. But just as Nia began to speak, Marian burst into the shop with a cheerful greeting and interrupted her. Lucia instantly recognized Burl's sister and rose from the couch to exchange greetings. She reminded her son to introduce himself to the lady, and Caesar, who possessed impeccable manners, politely stated his name. Marianne pointed out that it was thanks to Lady Lucia that she had been able to remain with her son after he was born. Caesar also thanked the commander, and she was clearly impressed by the little gentleman's articulate speech. Suddenly, the boy noticed someone concealing herself behind Lucia's skirt. Nia shyly peeked out and informed the new individuals of her name. The main character felt a pang of sadness that the little girl still hadn't learned to greet people politely and merely introduced herself instead. But Marianne was clearly unfazed. She immediately began exclaiming over Nia the moment she saw her. According to the woman, Caesar was a very calm child, and among his friends, there was only one exceedingly energetic girl who consistently managed to break something whenever she visited. Lucia smiled, quite certain they were referring to Yvonne. After concluding the fitting, the shop worker decided to express gratitude to Nia for her patience. She presented the girl with a basket of candy and invited her to take a few. Nia stared at the basket in silence for a moment, then shook her head no. Lucia watched, astonished that the little one was declining sweets, despite her fondness for them. But unexpectedly, Nia clutched the elderly lady's skirt and instead requested a cookie. She explained she wanted to give it to Lucia, who had never even tried one, not even as a child. The woman looked at Nia in surprise. She was only asking for a single cookie. When the other customers overheard the little girl requesting a treat, they began whispering among themselves. But the main character disregarded it, realizing this was the consequence of not explaining things properly to children. Grasping the plate of cookies, Nia ran over to Lucia and offered her a treat with a broad, happy smile. Lucia smiled back warmly, her heart overflowing with joy at the little girl's evident happiness. Once the fitting was complete, Lucia and Nia exited the shop hand in hand. As they walked down the bustling streets, Lucia mentally reviewed her back-to-school shopping list to ensure she hadn't overlooked anything. But then, quite abruptly, she felt someone's gaze fixed directly upon her. She glanced around to ascertain that the pickpocket gang was not observing them. The girl realized it would be challenging to defend herself on this crowded, narrow street. So, gripping Nia's hand more tightly, Lucia turned off towards a quieter area. After proceeding a bit deeper into the alley, our heroine halted. Without turning back, she commanded their pursuer to reveal themselves, her voice firm. Behind the girl, figures in cloaks appeared, their faces obscured under hoods. Lucia examined them closely and noted they were not adults. She concluded it was a group of street children. The gang leader instructed her to empty her pockets and leave her shoes as well. Lucia calmly stated she would give them 5 gold coins, sufficient food for a month. The young criminals huddled together and began imploring their boss to simply accept the money. But the leader, definitely a girl, asserted that was insufficient. She ordered the others to search them immediately. Lucia, surprised by the fearless nature of these children, shielded Nia with her body. The girl resolved to intimidate the criminals slightly. A brilliant red orb of power flared in her hands, sending magical shadows towards the gang. Terrified, the young thieves scattered in all directions. The heroine felt sympathy for these children, compelled to steal merely to survive since honest labor barely provided sustenance. The entire incident left a rather unpleasant sensation. After frightening away the attackers, Lucia turned to Nia, only to discover the girl was gone. The little one was sprinting after the thieves, yelling at them to halt. Even with her hood raised, she instantly recognized the gang leader as Mia. The other boys couldn't comprehend why that girl from the alley, the one with the mage lady, was pursuing them. They noticed the child wearing a fancy dress, but Mia instructed them to retreat since she knew her. Although the thieves were afraid to return empty-handed because of the boss, the girl ordered them to scram and leave them alone. Mia lowered her hood and approached the child, scarcely believing her eyes. Mia burst into tears, recalling how she had promised she would return for her. Mia found it hard to believe how naive Annie had turned out to be and inquired who she had been with in that alley. When she heard the girl call her mom, Mia was even more shocked but then grasped her by the shoulders. Mia declared that sooner or later, that woman would turn her life into a living hell. She had been adopted as well but had ultimately ended up on the streets anyway. Examining Annie, Mia noticed the girl was not dressed particularly elaborately for a mage's daughter. Still weeping, the child stated she knew nothing and attempted to defend Lucia. And at that moment, she finally realized she had run away and gotten lost. Mia tried to comfort her and promised to lead her back, but suddenly, she detected something. She concealed the child around the corner and instructed her not to move, no matter what, if she wished to remain alive. Mia obeyed her older friend and hid behind the wall, frightened. Heavy footsteps drew nearer, and a man's voice demanded to see what the gang had managed to pilfer that day. A repulsive man dumped out a nearly empty sack of loot and began shouting at the thieves in a fit of fury. Seizing one of them, the brute reminded them he was the one who provided them with food and shelter. The man inquired about Mia's whereabouts, and the girl emerged from behind the corner. He ordered her to control the others, threatening to sell her if they failed to find anything valuable by evening. The man was on the verge of leaving when he suddenly spotted the edge of Mia's dress protruding from around the corner. Mia watched in horror as he advanced towards the girl and screamed at him to cease. She pleaded with the man to release her, insisting the little one had parents, but the others restrained her arms. The man examined Mia with a smug grin, envisioning he could demand a ransom for her. But his satisfaction was short-lived because a brilliant, razor-sharp flash suddenly sliced down his back, leaving a deep wound. The scoundrel's arms went limp, and he dropped Nia to the ground. He stared in terror at the 3 strangers who had just appeared, attempting to ascertain their identities. Vernon stated he was the child's uncle, Gillian claimed she was her aunt, and Heath's mind went completely blank on what he was about to say. The thieves watched in shock as the 2 knights admonished the third for ruining the moment and forgetting to declare he was her brother. Gillian demanded that Heath finally acknowledge his place in their family, but he couldn't withstand the pressure and yelled that he refused. Just then, a worried Lucia ran up, inquiring about the child's location. Burl stated Nia was safe but they faced a new issue. Gillian pointed to a girl who was clinging to the little one and refusing to release her. Mia, her eyes blazing with anger, held the unconscious Nia tightly, preventing anyone from approaching her. She reminded Lucia of a mother cat fiercely protecting her kitten. Meeting the girl's gaze, the heroine extended her hand, grasped her by the neck, and the girl slumped into unconsciousness. The knights struggled to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Lucia explained she had merely incapacitated the little thief for a short duration. After checking on Nia, she observed that the girl's breathing was normal, with no fever, only a minor scrape on her knee. Clearly, the child had simply fainted from fear, and Lucia breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for the tracking spell. Thanks to that spell, the team received an alert if the commander was in danger or injured. So when Lucia lost Nia, she had cut herself to trigger it and rapidly assembled everyone to commence the search, disregarding Burl's comment that she required medical attention. Lucia demanded a status report. According to her deputy, the man was the gang leader, but since he was deceased, they would have to await security's clearance. Lucia commended her team for a job well done and promised a reward once they were reinstated. Looking at the deceased pickpocket boss, she realized she would have to compose a report for the first time in ages. Frankly, Lucia felt relieved she had not been the first to arrive. If she had been, that villain would have perished so horrifically that no report could have concealed it. Back at home, the heroine laid both girls down on the couch. Nia awoke first, rubbed her eyes, and immediately called for her mom. When she saw Lucia, she rushed into her arms, sobbing and blaming herself for what had transpired. The heroine attempted to soothe the little one, as she was so terrified. And Nia explained she had seen her sister and run after her. Lucia hugged the girl tightly, grateful everything had turned out all right and she was safe now. She wiped Nia's tears and asked her to inform her next time if she wished to go somewhere, so they could do it together. Lowering her gaze, young Nia suddenly spotted blood on Lucia's hand and cried out in alarm. The heroine quickly reassured her, explaining it wasn't Nia's fault, she had intentionally cut herself. Not comprehending, Nia pleaded with Lucia not to repeat the action, as the wound appeared very painful. Lucia clarified that it was fine, she had done it for Nia's protection. Desperate to assist her mother, the little girl reached for the wound, and a divine radiance emanated from her, mending it. Feeling an astonishing warmth, Lucia puzzled over Nia's healing ability, knowing that using divine power for others typically required significant training. After the wound was fully healed, Nia collapsed onto Lucia's shoulder, completely drained. Just then, Nia regained consciousness, approached them, and stated she had anticipated this. Disregarding Lucia's query about her identity, Nia lashed out, accusing Lucia of intending to exploit Annie's power. She attempted to snatch the child from Lucia's embrace while continuing her verbal assault. Lucia remained composed, nearly fixing the stranger with an icy gaze. Momentarily frozen by the intense look, Nia abruptly fell to her knees, imploring Lucia to send Annie to the temple. She insisted the little girl was an unfortunate child who had endured too much. Lucia sternly told her to listen closely, revealing that the Annie Nia spoke of was now Nia, a saint who would only meet her demise if sent to the temple. Nia found this hard to accept, but Lucia substantiated her claim by confiding something she had never shared before. She was entrusting Nia with this vital information because Nia had unthinkingly chased after her into danger, and Nia herself had knelt for Nia's sake. This led Lucia to believe she could trust Nia. Upon hearing Lucia speak of trust, Nia experienced an unfamiliar sensation. The heart she had considered lifeless began to beat anew. Meanwhile, Marianne was at her post in the White Mage's office, discussing recent events with a co-worker. She recounted encountering Commander Lucia at the tailor's shop, which specialized in children's clothing. Marianne concluded that Lucia was clearly preparing her little one for kindergarten. She expressed surprise that the public's curiosity centered on the child's father, fueled by rumors of Lucia's past relationships, rather than the child herself. Both women held the commander in high regard, envying the life she led. Suddenly, Marianne recalled the little girl's golden eyes, leading her to speculate that Lion Reuben might be the father, which could account for his recent fixation on Lucia. However, she hesitated to draw conclusions, remembering another individual with golden eyes, Crown Prince Aaron, known for his angelic appearance and roguish charm. Engrossed in their thoughts, the women failed to notice Commander Lion entering the office. Seeing their surprised expressions, he inquired if anything was amiss, but they dismissed his concerns. Lion placed some documents on the table and sat down. Upon learning Lucia had been injured, he lamented not having acquired a few magic trackers, which would have enabled him to reach her in time. Recognizing the signs of infatuation, the ladies offered Lion advice, suggesting he refrain from showering Lucia with gifts and instead focus on being someone she could depend on. Lion recalled that Nia's father had abandoned them and that Lucia, characteristically, was keeping his identity secret. He pondered whether such a loyal woman would consider another man. Marianne mentioned her encounter with Lucia the previous day and her plans to enroll Nia in kindergarten, noting that other families would attend as couples, leaving the commander to appear alone. A sudden inspiration struck Marianne, and she excitedly told Lion she had a brilliant idea. The day of the entrance ceremony arrived, and Lucia journeyed to the academy with Nia. The heroine gazed out the window, reflecting on the swift passage of time. Her ears still echoed with Nia's morning complaints, and when Lucia clutched her head, Nia anxiously asked if it pained her. A damaging article about the Dark Knights had recently circulated, compelling Lucia to keep her identity secret for Nia's sake. Maintaining such a secret was challenging, especially for someone like Lucia. Nia persistently asked if Lucia's head still hurt. The heroine smiled, assuring the child she was perfectly fine, but reiterated the instruction not to use cotton candy, their code for divine power. Lucia had opted not to teach Nia its proper name as a precaution. The heroine mused about Mia's well-being. Mia had struck her as someone averse to indebtedness, so instead of asking her to remain, Lucia had secured her a position at the palace. Lucia remembered Mia's eyes brightening at the imperial palace and presumed she was faring well. Finally, their carriage arrived at the academy, adorned with colorful balloons. Lucia and Nia, wearing coordinated dresses, alighted and proceeded towards the kindergarten. The heroine felt like an overstuffed bird in her lace-adorned attire. In the banquet hall, families had already congregated, conversing and enjoying champagne. Lucia was accustomed to the special attention she and Nia received, and today was no exception. The little one was delighted, examining the contents of her gift box from the ceremony. Lucia reminded Nia that everything belonged to her and inquired about her plans for it. Nia declared that since it was hers, she would cherish it, an answer that satisfied the heroine. Two women approached and joined their table, Baroness Mara Rutten and Syrian Poffin, who introduced themselves to Lucia. The heroine found it peculiar that they introduced themselves without knowing her identity. She decided to offer her first name but omit her surname. Since Lucia hadn't mentioned her family name, the women might have assumed she was a commoner. Suddenly, Syrian laughed, remarking they were in a similar situation, having only recently acquired their own family names. The women mentioned they were from the north and, upon asking Lucia's origin, left her momentarily flustered. Eventually, the heroine recalled that newly ennobled individuals had to apply for a family name, allowing Lucia to navigate the awkward situation. However, Mara then noted the absence of Lucia's husband, speculating he must be very busy. Lucia simply stated she had no husband, and a hush fell over the table. She was confident this would suffice, as a widow without a husband was considered a dead-end social connection in noble circles. She anticipated the ladies would soon find an excuse to depart. Still, Lucia couldn't help but worry about the impact on Nia. The little girl looked up at her mother with wide, questioning golden eyes. Just then, Lucia sensed both baronesses standing behind her chair. Syrian declared she had sensed something unique about Lucia from the moment she entered. The women began to weep, assuming Lucia's husband had perished in the war, and expressed a desire to comfort her out of gratitude. Technically, omitting the husband, there had indeed been a war, and the immigrant nobles owed their lives to it. Lucia could barely interject before she became the focus of attention, with everyone praising her and her heroic husband. Without any effort, she had inadvertently become the epitome of a noble wife. Startled by the weeping women, Nia nervously asked her mother if everything was all right. At that moment, everyone's focus shifted to a new arrival. Lucia turned to see who had caused such a stir. As the crowd parted, she finally saw the newcomers. Lion Reuben entered, flashing a brilliant smile, holding a child by the hand. Lucia recognized him instantly, it was Caesar. Yvonne, ever proactive, rushed up to identify the big brother accompanying her friend. The boy explained it was Lion Reuben, attending in place of his parents. Realizing he was the same white mage Caesar emulated during their games, Yvonne performed a deep curtsy. Lion introduced himself to the young lady and requested she look after his companion. The entire scene amused Lucia, as Yvonne was clearly in her element. The teacher instructed everyone in Sparrow class to take their seats. Yvonne, Caesar, and Nia sat in the front row, listening intently. When the teacher asked for volunteers to introduce themselves, Yvonne's hand shot up. She strode to the board, hands on her hips as usual, and announced she was from a baron's family that made desserts, aspiring to win a pastry contest someday. The children recognized her family's bakery, and the teacher commented on Yvonne's boundless energy. Next was Caesar Chaplin, whose father was an academy professor, but Caesar himself aimed to defend the empire like Commander Lion. Then, Gedrin, son of the Merchants Guild leader, approached the board. When he mentioned buying a title, all the children began clamoring for one. Nia sat nervously, fidgeting, knowing her turn was approaching. When the little girl walked to the board, she froze, uncertain what to say. The teacher suggested she share her dream, like Caesar. Summoning her courage, Nia smiled and declared her mom was very beautiful and an amazing knight. Gedrin began to taunt her, claiming his father considered knights inferior to barons and that she had no right to such dreams. The teacher clutched her head, trying to explain his behavior was unacceptable and that he needed to apologize. However, since Gedrin believed his wealth exempted him from apologies, Yvonne leaped up, showering him with insults. Despite the teacher's attempts to stop her, Yvonne continued her tirade, shaking him by the shoulders. She loomed over Gedrin like a thundercloud, demanding he apologize to Nia immediately. The teacher struggled to maintain her composure, already fantasizing about quitting. Meanwhile, in an adjacent room, parents were noting down schedules and emergency medical information. Lucia stood slightly apart under a tree, listening to the advice but not taking notes, intending to delegate that to Vernon later. Just then, Lion approached and asked how she was feeling. She looked wearily at the man who had appeared the moment she had finally escaped the crowd's attention. When she inquired about his presence, Lion, as Marian had coached him, claimed there was trouble in their order and he was substituting for someone. Lying had never been his forte, especially to the woman he had loved for 7 years. Hearing Lion was covering for a busy night, Lucia found it hard to believe he still lived so unburdened. Even in her past life, he had been a constant nuisance, sending mages to her training grounds and finding excuses to visit when she moved to the mountains. Lucia couldn't understand why he went to such lengths to care for everyone. Finally mustering his courage, Lion asked if she would mind spending time with him after the ceremony. Not wanting further attention, Lucia stated she was finished riding in the captain's carriage and, needing to listen to the lecture, asked him to leave. His blunt rejection stunned Lion, and he wondered if he had been too hasty. The ceremony concluded, and parents reunited with their children after the introductory class. Lucia called Nia over and was surprised by her dejected appearance. When Nia had left with Yvonne, she had been cheerful, so Lucia suspected the friends had argued. Nia was reluctant to discuss what had happened, so Lucia decided to ask again in the carriage. Before they could reach it, however, Lucia heard astonished whispers. People were hurrying home because the Black Knights had suddenly appeared. These were the individuals who had been frequenting the slums, and apparently, someone had died. The gold cords on their black uniforms gleamed as the knights formed ranks. Lucia tried to discern the situation, but the crowd was too dense. She froze in shock upon hearing Jillian and Vernon exclaiming that Burrell had lost his mind and the commander would kill him. With a sinister grin, the deputy asked Jillian how she had found their location, implying a traitor. He announced this was their first initiation ceremony and they should celebrate it grandly. Heath observed silently, eating a cookie. Jillian demanded they disband the knights before Lucia discovered them, but Burrell insisted this was his accomplishment and he would earn the commander's praise. Lucia watched for a while as these fools created a scene, drawing widespread attention. Not wanting any rumors about her true identity to spread, Lucia resolved to leave quickly. She took Nia's hand and hurried towards the carriage, her subordinates arguing loudly behind her. Then, something else captured Lucia's attention, a peculiar scene unfolding nearby. Yvonne, red-faced with rage, was shouting that she was done apologizing. Her mother, clutching her head, pleaded with her to calm down, but Yvonne merely glared furiously at a red-haired boy. Gedren's mother stated she would overlook the incident out of respect for the principal but wouldn't remain silent next time. Yvonne's mother, Julie, apologized again to the boy, who just smirked at her daughter. The moment the adults looked away, he stuck his tongue out at Yvonne. Seeing this, Yvonne's anger flared anew, and she charged at Gedren. The boy's father yelled that no one would ever marry such an aggressive girl. Julie interjected to defend her daughter, questioning why he was discussing marriage for such young children. She lost her composure, declaring that Brat deserved to be hit and blaming his parents for his poor upbringing. The man turned to leave, remarking that Yvonne's family would regret this, as they would be demanding compensation. Gedren's father called his family to follow, and they departed. Left alone, Yvonne's mother muttered through clenched teeth that they would discuss this at home. Just then, Yvonne spotted Nia and Lucia and pointed them out to her mom. Smiling, the heroine approached Yvonne's family and greeted them. Julie, somewhat embarrassed, apologized for the unfavorable impression. She and her husband, Dave, introduced themselves to Lucia and thanked her for looking after their daughter previously. The heroine apologized, explaining she had urgent matters, but promised a proper greeting next time. Their eyes met, and Lucia knew she couldn't ignore basic etiquette, but her priority was to depart swiftly. However, as soon as Lucia turned to finally head for the carriage, Nia pulled her hand free and ran off. Out of nowhere, the little girl rushed to Yvonne and hugged her tightly, tears in her eyes. Nia apologized to her friend, but Yvonne hugged her back, insisting it was all that jerk's fault. Hearing her daughter curse, Julie scolded her, but Yvonne retorted that everyone should know what a creep Gedren was. He had said Nia's rank was too low to study there. Those words struck Lucia like lightning. Nia then elaborated on how he had boasted about having more money than anyone. Now the heroine understood Nia's dejection. She herself could dismiss teasing about her title, but knowing Nia had endured it made her feel terrible. Lucia felt a sudden urge to grab that little miscreant and hang him upside down from the kindergarten roof. She clenched her fists in anger but then heard a familiar voice. Turning, Lucia saw Burrell running towards her, beaming, delighted to have found his commander. Vernon and Heath instantly flanked him, clamping their hands over his mouth. Burrell struggled to break free, wanting to congratulate his commander, while Jillian whispered for him to stop revealing Lucia's identity. Onlookers stared, open-mouthed, as the red-haired knight asked the deputy if he truly didn't recall their commander's moniker. Suddenly, Burrell broke free from Vernon and Heath and shouted that, of course, he remembered, she was the Black Monster. Silence descended, and Lucia heard whispers that the Black Monster's daughter would be attending this kindergarten. Nia looked around, listening as people expressed hopes she wouldn't be in their children's class. A dark cloud seemed to hang over the heroine. In her past life, she had never cared about public opinion, but now her own child was enduring stares and unwanted attention because of her. Lucia had never felt so wretched. She squeezed her eyes shut, a turmoil churning within her. When she opened them, she spotted Lion at the edge of the crowd, holding Caesar's hand. Seizing the opportunity, she rushed over and grabbed Lion by the hand. Lion was utterly bewildered, unsure why Lucia had just taken his hand in such a manner.
A dark-haired woman in a blue dress grabs the arm of a white-haired man, Captain Leon, asking if his offer is still valid. Thump thump, his heart pounds as Captain Leon stares back, completely flustered by her sudden advance. Captain Leon thinks in a daze that her grabbing his collar and now his arm feels like an impossible dream. As she holds his arm, he feels a tingling sensation as if the blood has stopped flowing. The woman determinedly leads the blushing Captain Leon away, as two small children look on. He grimaces slightly, realizing with a jolt that the tingling sensation means his arm is just going numb. A crowd of uniformed men begins to murmur as they watch the scene unfold. A brown-haired man in a black uniform flinches in shock, while two others behind him look on with amusement. The brown-haired man collapses to his knees as the woman coolly states she didn't realize he was deliberately hiding his identity. Stunned, the kneeling man looks up in utter confusion, asking what she means. The woman, with a little girl beside her, issues a series of swift, precise commands, identifying a smuggling syndicate, their target vehicle, and the specific contraband detailed on wanted posters. She eyes the situation, her thoughts sharp and clear as she processes the information. She identifies a noblewoman, thinking that the amber in her hair and the gems on her clothes are all smuggled items. Looking up, she concludes that the fall of the Gatherin family is imminent, but her thought is interrupted. The woman's voice calls out gently, Nia, bringing the little girl's attention back to the present. Now in uniform, the woman feels her entire world shaking as she stands amidst the shattering remnants of a painful past. She looks down at Nia, who clutches her dress, a quiet moment of reassurance passing between them. At a grand estate, two groups of uniformed men stand in formation, awaiting orders. A cheerful red-haired woman announces with excitement that the little captain is coming down. Nia appears in a lovely yellow dress, holding a gift bag with an air of pure innocence. A light blue-haired boy and the red-haired woman gasp in adoration, gushing over how cute Nia is with her new hairpin. Kneeling to meet her gaze, the woman in uniform softly calls Nia's name. The woman worries, wondering why Nia, who was so excited for kindergarten, looks so sad. She turns her attention to the distressed white-haired man, asking him what's wrong. The woman examines a tiny control stone, surprised it shrunk so much, while the white-haired man laments his sleepless nights spent making it. The white-haired man worries about losing the tiny stone before getting an idea. The woman calls Nia over, and the little girl responds, clutching her gift bag. She sweeps Nia into a warm, reassuring hug. Holding her close, the woman tells Nia she doesn't have to play with anyone she doesn't like. As two onlookers smile, the woman encourages Nia to just be friends with Ivana if she wants, prompting Nia to ask if she'll always be her mom. Nia's face instantly brightens with overwhelming joy and relief. The woman embraces Nia tightly, sharing a tender, happy moment surrounded by flowers. The scene shifts to a grand stone tower, the location of the academy. The woman, now named Lucia, reflects on Nia being safely taken to class. Lucia enters a parlor where other noblewomen are gathered, the atmosphere strangely quiet. A woman with purple hair waves excitedly, calling for Lucia to join their table. As Lucia sits, she can't help but notice the unusual silence in the room. One of her friends whispers conspiratorially that they know everything, leaving Lucia bewildered. The two women look at Lucia with sparkling, excited eyes, full of anticipation. A rosy thought bubble depicts Lucia and Captain Leon together, with someone wondering if they might remarry. In the romanticized memory, Lucia and Captain Leon smile sweetly at one another. Lucia is startled back to reality, shocked by the sudden mention of remarriage. She immediately and firmly denies any possibility of remarriage. Her friends giggle, saying they understand and just want to see her find love, but Lucia worries, since they know her true circumstances. Sighing, Lucia internally panics, wondering what excuse to give, and wishing Vernon had prepared her for this. Just as the gossip peaks, Lucia is relieved as a formal event begins, much to the other ladies' disappointment. An elderly woman with glasses addresses the room, announcing they must discuss an unfortunate incident from the entrance ceremony. She explains that Eldarian Academy's kindergarten has a donation-based admission system, setting a somber tone for her announcement. The headmistress continues, announcing that a parent's donation was illegally acquired, resulting in their child's expulsion. The purple-haired woman remarks that the Marchioness who apologized seemed incredibly sincere. A murmur spreads through the room as the headmistress announces the next order of business, selecting parent representatives. As the headmistress explains the representative duties, Lucia realizes the tension in the room is about this upcoming selection. A woman volunteers the Poppin family for the duck class, while the purple-haired woman volunteers the Litterin family for the dove class. Suddenly, a spotlight of attention falls on Lucia as a voice nominates her as a candidate. Caught completely off guard, a flustered Lucia points to herself, questioning if they truly mean her. To keep the process fair, the nominated ladies are asked to come forward while the others vote by drawing names. As Lady Sir Dame Poppin is presented, Lucia watches from the side, wondering about the true intentions behind the nominations. Lucia's eyes widen in shock as she hears the name of another nominee, Lady Ringnail Bashav. A blonde woman smiles knowingly, while Lucia processes the ominous significance of the Bishav family name. Lucia recalls a crucial memory from her past life. The Bishav family was one of those who seized power after the monarchy collapsed. She realizes with a grim certainty that the women at her table belonged to the very families who profited from Hasnas's magic stones. Deciding to take a quick peek, Lucia discreetly pulls a folded paper from the ballot box, reading the name Susha Whitney. Looking at the slip, she confirms with perfect accuracy that every nominated name, Bashav, Poppin, Litterin, Whitney, is from her memories. She has a vision of these powerful families, wondering if they orchestrated the Saintess's demise to secure their rise to power. Standing anxiously by the ballot box, Lucia is burdened by the weight of her foreknowledge. Realizing this kindergarten election could be the catalyst for future tragedy, Lucia resolves to take Sasha Whitney's place as the Sparrow class representative. With steely determination, she slams her hand firmly on the ballot box, preparing to intervene. Closing her eyes, she commands herself to focus her power for the task ahead. She channels her energy into her fingertips, intending to locate the ballot with the lightest ink, her own. Her hand glows with power as she successfully draws her own name, Lucia, from the box. The headmistress formally announces Lady Lucia as the chosen representative for Sparrow class, concluding the selection. The other noblewomen in the room offer a round of polite, obligatory applause. While humbly accepting the headmistress's congratulations, Lucia internally admits she cheated, using her grand swordmaster abilities. She observes another candidate's disappointed expression and wonders if her winning was merely a coincidence in the other's eyes. The meeting concludes as the headmistress urges the mothers to join their waiting children. A sudden, sharp realization hits Lucia. The temple baptism ceremony should be ending right now. A bloody memory flashes in her mind as she panics, fearing the temple priests will discover that Nia is the saintess. Terrified that the tragic end of her past life is about to repeat, she runs frantically from the room. In the classroom, Nia sits drawing with other children when a voice calls out her name. Her teacher watches, filled with regret, and wonders why her past self acted the way she did. A memory surfaces of her bullying a younger Lucia, and she laments how she ended up as a teacher to the daughter of someone she tormented. The teacher, Amelia, mentally scolds her past self while watching Nia and the other children in her Sparrow class homeroom. A little blonde boy cheerfully tells Nia he dreamed the goddess Aser visited him and thinks he might become a saintess. A red-haired girl with pigtails immediately chimes in, telling him that's not possible. She explains that the saintess must be a girl with black hair, leaving the boy to wonder why the goddess appeared to him. The red-haired girl then turns, her eyes landing on Nia's dark hair as she points her out. The little boy's eyes sparkle with excitement as he gazes at Nia, who looks up, startled and nervous. Ugh. The teacher slams her hands down, frustratedly correcting that the child's name is Nia. The red-haired girl angrily accuses the boy of picking a fight, while he stammers an apology and a frightened Nia trembles. The little boy, realizing his mistake, quickly turns and apologizes directly to Nia. He then brightly offers his hand to her, asking to be her friend. Soon a crowd of children gathers around Nia, all excitedly wanting to be her friend too. Amelia, the teacher, watches with a wry smile, thinking the little brats have no idea that messing with Lucia's daughter could get them exiled. She shudders, remembering how a pair of smugglers were swiftly deported by Lucia's influence and fearing what would happen if Lucia discovered her identity. Her thoughts are interrupted by the arrival of two figures in white robes and masks, who offer a, quote, "good day." One of the robed figures announces they will now begin the baptism ceremony for the students of Sparrow class. One of the priests presents Nia to Priest Mordo, stating that she is the last child. The priest holds a glowing vial above Nia's head, noting her trademark black hair, when the vial suddenly flashes with a brilliant light. A white-haired man in a black uniform rushes into a room, trying to stop the person inside. A blonde woman informs the intruder they are in the middle of a baptism ceremony, while a young Nia looks on. The white-haired man interrupts, stating he came to deliver father's keepsake, which causes the blonde woman to realize with a laugh that Nia must have forgotten something important. Little Nia calls out Mom as the scene cuts to the dark-haired woman Lucia, running down a hall calling for Nia and Heath. As Heath and Lucia share a loving glance, a flashback shows Ivana asking a teacher about a drawing, while Nia desperately hopes not to be found out. Lucia thoughtfully concludes that Nia is too timid to fight, recalling how she was dropped off early that morning. At the Knights' headquarters, an announcer calls the company to attention, heralding the arrival of the Black Knights commander, Captain Lucia. Standing before her uniformed knights, a resolute Lucia receives a formal, "Welcome back." Lucia asks for the vice captain's location, and a light blue-haired knight informs her he went to request use of the grand training grounds. Puzzled by the late request, Lucia demands to see the training grounds schedule for the year. Reviewing the documents, Lucia confirms her suspicion that there are almost no records of use since April. The narrative explains the grand training grounds, filled with advanced equipment, are normally shared among knight orders. Lucia realizes with a jolt that the Black Knights' usage stopped right after she took parental leave, and she angrily questions why it wasn't reported. Looking at a portrait of an older, white-haired man, Lucia surmises that Supreme Commander Herbert must have also been away. Lucia fumes, shocked that her order was kept out of the training grounds for half a year, just because she and the commander were gone. Worried, she thinks of a knight named Burl, imagining him being pushed around by the other orders. With grim determination, Lucia orders her knights to assemble and follow her. The red-haired vice captain of the Red Knights blocks her path, stating that the schedule is fixed and she cannot override an approval from the Supreme Commander's aide. The vice captains of the White Mages and Gold Knights appear, with the latter questioning the authority of an inexperienced aide. The Red Knight vice captain taunts the Knight Burl, sarcastically suggesting he should have tried harder to get help from his commander on leave. The Red Knight vice captain addresses the downtrodden knight formally as Burl Altrun. Burl recalls the Red Knight vice captain's ruthless lecture about killing all enemies, including children, without hesitation. Lucia steps forward, reframing Burl's inaction not as hesitation, but as consideration for her. The Red Knight vice captain offers a deep, formal bow, congratulating Lucia on her reinstatement. Lucia cuts him off, dismissing the word games and demanding to know how to schedule her team's training. The Red Knight vice captain begs her not to be absent again after 5 years of struggle, but Lucia inwardly dismisses his complaints. Lucia grabs the vice captain by the collar, ominously noting how the power dynamics seem to have shifted in her absence. Reflecting on past betrayals, Lucia decides that if they want to play games, she will play along. The vice captain protests her behavior and demands a proper duel, as Lucia brandishes a large mace. As the vice captain notes the murderous look in her eyes, Lucia radiates a dark aura and declares that those without consideration aren't adults. Recalling a lesson about what to do when children fight over a toy, Lucia swings the glowing mace. Boom! The mace slams into the ground with explosive force. Boom! The devastating impact continues to reverberate through the structure. The aftermath reveals a heavily damaged, crumbling castle wall. The other knights panic as they watch the grand training hall's pillars begin to collapse around them. Surrounded by destruction, Lucia reveals the solution: destroy the toy that caused the problem. As the training hall turns to rubble, Lucia reasons that if her order can't use it, no one can. With a confident smile, Lucia declares that when the hall is rebuilt, it will be awarded through fair competition. A promotional page marks the end of the chapter and offers links and recruitment information for the Scanlation Group. In a brightly lit room, a blond man in a royal robe shields his eyes as a white-haired attendant draws the curtains. An older, white-haired advisor with a monocle presents the Emperor with strawberry-flavored tobacco, asking him not to smoke it nearby. The Emperor argues about their age difference. As a note explains, the tobacco is a substitute for alcohol he promised Lucia he'd quit. The Emperor yells in frustration, telling them not to remind him, while a young, white-haired boy watches thoughtfully. Changing the subject, the blushing Emperor asks for an update on the Crown Prince's broken engagement. The advisor explains they settled the matter with the other party by offering them a diamond mine after lengthy negotiations. The monocled advisor maintains a serious and thoughtful expression. The advisor explains that with the most swordmasters on the continent, they no longer feel pressured to secure a marriage alliance with the Ferendal Kingdom. The advisor privately wonders what bizarre plan the Emperor has now, and if he's found another unexpected candidate for marriage. A beautiful, ornate portrait of Lucia in her commander's uniform is displayed. The flustered emperor tries to defend himself by claiming a woman named Rabina likes tall men, but quickly backtracks as his advisor stares disapprovingly. The silver-haired man with the monocle realizes with shock that she is a grand sword master. A blond man in a red robe angrily questions an unseen person's judgment, insisting he knows how to pick prime candidates. A flashback shows Lucia, hailed as Commander Lucia, wielding a powerful glowing red sword in the heat of battle. The memory continues, with the silver-haired man reflecting that Lucia has become an invincible human weapon, akin to a magic-wielding wizard. The blond man swoons, calling her a sweeter shackle than his own son, while the silver-haired man sighs, knowing Lucia's temperament would never allow her to join the royal family. The blond man thoughtfully states he has no intention of forcing her into anything. He then wonders if his sweet son's sincerity could win her over. Picturing a charming, pink-haired young man, the silver-haired man counters, arguing that gentle and kind men like his own smiling, white-haired son are more popular. The two men bicker, with the silver-haired man bringing up rumors of the other's son with a married woman, who retorts about the crown prince's broken engagement. Boom! A sudden rumble shakes the room, cutting their argument short and startling them both. The blond man asks the silver-haired prime minister if he heard the noise, and the prime minister identifies its origin as the Great Training Grounds. Crash! An explosion erupts from a massive stone training facility in the distance. A guard bursts in reporting that the Black Knight's commander is destroying the grounds, leaving the blond man stunned. Ha ha ha! The blond man laughs, asking the prime minister if he can handle a crown princess who destroys state property, but the prime minister calmly insists marriage to his son will fix her. The prime minister excuses himself to attend the commander's disciplinary hearing, while the blond man thinks his dear Aiden will take care of things. The prime minister turns away with a smirk, mentally telling his son to start estimating the budget for the new training grounds. The scene transitions to the main conference hall, where the disciplinary committee is in session. A gloved hand rests on an official document detailing an order to deal with monsters at Ferendal's border. Seated before the committee, Lucia calmly looks up from the document and states, "I refuse this order." While the committee furiously demands she face disciplinary action, Lucia panics internally, worried that Nia will forget her while she's away. Getting to her feet, Lucia makes a stunning declaration. "I'll resign." A dark-haired committee member smirks, thinking that with the commander position open, it will now go to his son. The other committee members are thrown into chaos, sputtering that she can't just quit and worrying about their own fates. A flowchart illustrates their doom. Lucia's resignation will anger the emperor and prime minister, leading to asset confiscation and loss of status. Suddenly, the pink-haired man bursts through a flower-framed doorway, calling out for Commander Lucia. He approaches Lucia, asking to speak with her privately while presenting a document. The pink-haired man smiles charmingly, telling the committee he will handle the matter of the training grounds and that it's now settled. He then dramatically rips the official orders in half before their eyes. The dark-haired man shouts in outrage, questioning how His Highness could tear up official orders. The other members quickly silence him, urging Lucia to go with the crown prince, who leads her away by the hand. A quiet stillness falls over the now empty committee hall. The dark-haired count continues to fume, shouting that she is bringing shame upon them all and refusing to discuss it further. In the office of the White Wizards Division, a blue-haired woman reports to Commander Leon that they have a big problem. A close-up shows the ornate detail on Commander Leon's white uniform. Commander Leon sighs, telling Vice Commander Ellie there is nothing to be done since their division rarely use the grounds anyway. Ellie apologizes for being insensitive and says they will order new equipment, and Leon mentally apologizes in return. Leon's expression fills with concern as he wonders how harshly Lucia will be criticized for her actions this time. The silver-haired prime minister enters the room, greeting his son with a cordial, "It's been a while." Leon asks his father why he is here, but his father dismisses his coldness, saying he needs no reason to visit his son. The Prime Minister smirks, asking if Leon attended the kindergarten entrance ceremony to see his mother. Leon grows uneasy, wondering if his father's sudden appearance is connected to his refusal of the Farandel subjugation mission. The Prime Minister chides Leon for refusing the task, stating that being a war hero isn't an excuse to abandon family for work, but Leon simply tells him to leave. The Prime Minister delivers a shocking blow, revealing he assigned the mission to Commander Lucia instead, stunning Leon. He adds that Crown Prince Aiden has volunteered to accompany her as an observer. Leon is visibly shaken, his thoughts racing at the news of Crown Prince Aiden being with Lucia. His eyes flash with resolve as he declares, "No, I'll go." The scene shifts to a peaceful garden where Lucia and Crown Prince Aiden sit together by a fountain. The Crown Prince tries to break the silence, complimenting the sky before asking Lucia what's the matter. He pouts, complaining about her cold demeanor and asking if they can at least talk after he ran all the way there. Sighing in resignation, the Crown Prince says she never leaves an opening and hands her a scroll. Lucia solemnly unrolls the scroll given to her by the Crown Prince. The scroll details a monster subjugation mission near the southern border, with an inn address and password already prepared. She realizes with dread that this mission will keep her away from home for an entire week. As she sits with the orders, Crown Prince Aiden approaches her, holding out another scroll. He flashes a brilliant, charming smile, trying to win her over. Suddenly, a shimmering blue portal tears open in the garden. A voice calls out desperately for Captain Lucia from the swirling vortex. A stunned Aiden watches as the white-haired Commander Leon steps through the portal. Ahem, Leon clears his throat, regaining his composure after the dramatic entrance. Crown Prince Aiden worriedly asks what brings Leon here, fearing he knows the answer. Aiden angrily declares the mission is his, but Leon argues that he will go to protect the prince, catching Lucia between their rivalry. The Crown Prince insists a handsome man like himself is a more fitting companion for Captain Lucia, asking for her agreement. Lucia mentally calculates her options, realizing that while Aiden is a burden, his plan is faster, and she must return to Nia quickly. A voice then interjects, offering a way to complete the mission in just one day. Lucia turns her attention towards Leon, who made the surprising proposal. He calmly suggests they use the powerful magic, Stonehenge. The Crown Prince is shocked, recognizing Stonehenge as a high-level military teleportation spell that is difficult to get permission to use. Leon privately thinks he can't let her spend a single day with another man, and Lucia feels she somehow heard his inner thoughts. The three rivals stand in a tense standoff near the garden fountain. Lucia considers that joining a special mission with Captain Leon would earn her significant credit, even as a backup. She briefly wonders if Leon's father, Prime Minister Rewins, is pulling strings for his son. Having made her choice, Lucia hands the scroll to Leon, accepting his proposal. Dong, as she finalizes her decision, the sudden tolling of a bell makes her flinch. Dong. Her eyes widen in panic as she sees a clock tower striking 5 o'clock. Realizing she will be late for Nia's dismissal, she bolts, leaving the two stunned men behind. The scene shifts to the stately academy building where the children are. Amelia, the teacher, thinks with relief that Nia's pickup time was moved up so she can avoid Lucia at dismissal. A voice announces, "I'm here," and the teacher jumps, startled by the little red-haired girl tugging at her dress. Amelia thinks with a strained smile that the child is just as stubborn as ever. In contrast, Nia stands nearby, radiating a bright and innocent smile. My God! The teacher is taken aback by how pure and sweet Nia appears. Amelia marvels at the unbelievable fact that the sweet, gentle Nia is the daughter of the fearsome Lucia. She muses that the parents are surprisingly quiet, as having the Black Knight captain's child in the class should have caused an uproar. She concludes that Lucia must be keeping her identity a secret, and that everything is fine as long as it stays that way. The teacher asks all the Sparrow-class children to take their seats. She cheerfully announces a new friend is joining their class, just as a knock sounds at the door. A group of men in sharp, faceless uniforms enter the room. An attendant formally announces the new student's entrance. A lovely pink-haired girl in an elaborate dress steps into the room with a confident smile. Elsewhere, Lucia, now in a green dress, hurries across the courtyard, thinking she just barely made it for dismissal. As she worries about being late, Aiden appears, remarking that he almost didn't recognize her out of uniform. The crown prince looks at her with a surprised and admiring expression. Lucia tries to walk away as he playfully follows, asking her to come with him. He points out that they're heading to the same destination, much to her confusion. Aiden reminds her of their past, dramatically claiming he was devastated and cried when she left for war. He insists he soaked his pillow with tears every night, praying for her safe return. He shifts his focus, saying he just wants to get closer and knows she's protecting Nia's secret. Seeing her reaction, he slyly confirms there really is a complicated secret to be hidden. He whispers that she is still a terrible liar, and Lucia mentally kicks herself for giving him the information. Lucia internally weighs how much the crown prince knows, concluding he can't know Nia is a future saintess, but suspects he knows Nia isn't her biological daughter. She realizes dismissal time is soon, and being seen alone with the prince would be dangerous. Suddenly, she shoves the startled prince against a nearby wall, making him cry out. Wham! She slams her fist into the stone right beside his head, shattering the wall. Pinned against the wall, the flustered prince stammers, asking what she thinks she's doing. Grabbing his collar, Lucia threatens that he won't be able to leave unless he talks. You can play the game in story mode or battle mode with your friends in your living room, or using online multiplayer to play from anywhere. An unseen person calls out Commander Lucia, interrupting the intense confrontation. Startled, the prince gets a sudden nosebleed and cries out in surprise. Her anger vanishing, Lucia immediately grows concerned and dabs his nose with a handkerchief. A little pink-haired girl runs toward them in a panic, crying out about his bloody nose. Royal guards rush to the scene, frantically asking if His Highness is all right. The prince calms his guards and formally introduces the little girl to Lucia as his younger sister, Charles Eldarian. The little princess, Charles, politely thanks Lucia for helping her brother. Lucia dismisses the thanks, realizing with a jolt that the crown prince really was just there to pick up his sister. Aiden winks charmingly as he holds his little sister, surrounded by a flowery aura. The scene shifts back to the academy, where a teacher addresses her class of little sparrows. The teacher, Emilia, cheerfully tells the class they will be making flowers with colored paper. The children begin whispering about the new student, Princess Charles, gossiping that all her previous teachers quit at once. Emily, the teacher, nervously steels herself, thinking she absolutely cannot mess up with a real princess in her class. The princess sighs with disdain, complaining loudly about the boring craft activity. When the flustered teacher asks what she'd prefer to do, the princess retorts that figuring it out is a teacher's job. The princess challenges her further, while the teacher's smile cracks as she internally wishes she could discipline the royal child. The teacher announces break time, and the children rush off to play. A boy invites the princess to play with toys, and she agrees with a bored expression. Internally, the princess fumes, calling the classroom hell and vowing to report the snotty-nosed brats to her father. Nearby, Nia and the red-haired girl happily build a block castle and invite her to join. When the princess asks why she would do that, the red-haired girl insists it's more fun together. Nia agrees, but the princess scoffs, remarking that they go out of their way to do annoying things. The red-haired girl explains she can't afford to be idle because her allowance is tiny, confusing the princess. The princess abruptly holds out a small pink box to the red-haired girl. Deciding the red-haired girl is too noisy, the princess dismisses her and points to Nia, declaring the quiet girl will now be her personal maid. Nia and the red-haired girl stare in absolute shock at the princess's demand. The red-haired girl fiercely steps in front of Nia, shouting that she is not a maid. The princess calls her outburst disgraceful, enraging the red-haired girl even more. A boy tries to mediate by pulling the angry girl away to rebuild their castle, leaving her confused. The princess complains about the redhead's temper, which Nia misinterprets as a compliment for her friend, Yvonne. The princess is intrigued by Naya's good mood, wondering if it's ambition or simple happiness, with an arrow confirming it's the latter. "You'll assist me," the princess commands, announcing she is heading to the flower garden. The other children are confused by the term flower garden, until one explains it's a euphemism for the bathroom. Disgusting Ivan. Back in class, the teacher, Emily, wonders why Ivan is still so angry while they are supposed to be drawing. Emily worries as she sees Nia serving the princess, realizing Nia is the source of Ivan's protective rage. Fuming with jealousy, Ivan furiously scribbles and snaps a crayon in half. The princess glares, offended that a commoner dares to defy her, creating a tense standoff. Ivan clutches the crayons, shouting that everyone else can use them after she's done. As the teacher tries to intervene, the princess scoffs that the colors are childish and she doesn't need them anyway. The princess then orders Naya to bring her the light green crayon instead. Swoosh. Ivana angrily snatches the light green crayon before Nia can reach it. The princess fumes in disbelief at the blatant defiance, while Ivan glares back, leaving a panicked Nia in the middle. The crayon war begins as the enraged princess starts rapidly demanding different colors from Nia, one after another. The princess furiously demands to know what the mess is, as Ivan glares back and the teacher tries to placate a classroom of shocked children. Thump. With a shove from the princess, Nia falls to the ground amidst the scattered crayons. The princess points at Nia, berating her for being slow and stupid. The teacher, Emilia, restrains a furious Ivan while anxiously asking if Nia is all right, admitting she can't move to help. Naya slowly gets to her feet, her determined expression making the princess flinch. While Nia quietly picks up the crayons, Ivan struggles against the teacher, shouting that Nia isn't a maid and did nothing wrong. With tears in her eyes, Ivan screams that Nia is her friend, not a maid. Clutching the crayons, a tearful Nia thinks she needs to give her mom a good story as a present. The princess is taken aback by the mention of a mom, stammering in confusion. In a flashback, a lonely Princess Charles cries to her attendant that her mother must hate her for never visiting, weeping that she misses her too. Drip! Tears fall from the princess's eyes onto the classroom floor. Nia gently takes the crying princess's hands, and the two girls look at each other with tear-filled eyes. Nia asks if it's okay to tell her mom that she and the princess are friends now. With a bright, tearful smile, Nia celebrates making a new friend. The three girls, Nia, Ivan, and Princess Charles, share a group hug, their conflict resolved. A promotional page marks the end of the chapter. The scene shifts to a large house at night as a voice enthusiastically begins a story. Bouncing on the bed, Nia excitedly tells Lucia she built a castle with Ivan and her new friend, the princess. Naya animatedly describes the huge castle and how Ivan ran all around it. Lucia fondly remembers seeing a strange block fortress near the kindergarten, musing that the royal knights must have had their hands full. Lucia thinks Nia's nightly recaps are too adorable to handle as the little girl beams with joy. Lucia finds it surprising that the arrogant princess was the one who initiated the friendship with Nia. As Nia looks on curiously, Lucia wonders if the princess is friendlier than she first appeared. Naya resolves internally that she must give her mom a good story as a gift. Recalling the fight, Nia knows a bad story would make her mom unhappy, leading Lucia to ask if Nia will wait at Ivana's house. Lucia holds up a clean dress for Nia, telling her to ask if she needs anything. Nia nods sadly, her expression somber. Lucia misreads her expression, assuming Nia is simply upset about their impending separation. Concerned, Lucia sits on the edge of the bed to comfort Nia. Lucia internally weighs her options, realizing that while she could return to mercenary life, she'd miss Nia's smile too much. She pulls Naya into a tender, loving hug. The scene transitions to the stone teleportation circle at night. Leon waits by a large stone, accompanied by a small deer. He sighs, regretting that he confessed his feelings in such a clumsy, rushed manner. In a flashback, Leon sternly warns the crown prince not to speak so carelessly in front of others. Aiden snaps back, accusing Leon of snatching Lucia away and hoping his intentions are exposed, but Leon coolly questions whose intentions are truly suspect. Leon confirms to himself that he's not interested in friendship. He likes Lucia as a woman. His thoughts are interrupted as Lucia snatches a pen from his uniform. Declaring the pen is hers, Lucia takes the scroll and walks away, leaving a flustered Leon behind. Leon wonders if she heard his confession, blaming the fox-like crown prince before wondering if he himself is the fox, as a tiny Aiden yells that Leon stole Lucia first. He steals his resolve, deciding he will give up cleanly if she rejects him. He briefly fantasizes about a world where Lucia, dressed beautifully, happily takes his arm. Startled from his daydream, Leon jumps as the real Lucia appears, remarking on his animal following just as the deer licks his face. They arrive in Henkin Village, a border territory within the southern Eldarian Empire. Lucia and Leon, now cloaked, walk through the dark, deserted streets of the village. Lucia notes that she heard the residents had already evacuated to a neighboring town. She grimly recalls that the village is fated to be burned to the ground and disappear completely. Leon complains that clearing monsters from a doomed village seems like a pointless waste of manpower. Lucia locates their destination, a large, gaudy pink building identified as the Windy Affair Inn. Leon stammers at the inn's suggestive name, while Lucia dryly notes it at least matches their orders. For a strictly professional military operation, of course. Inside the inn, a cheerful green-haired boy offers the cloaked Lucia and a blushing Leon some extra-cost rose-scented bath salts. Whack! An unseen hand smacks the boy on the head, causing him to cry out in pain. An older woman in an apron appears, scolding her son Ren for bothering the guests while he insists he did nothing. Ren wildly points around the bustling inn, loudly proclaiming that all the couples present are having affairs. The flustered innkeeper insists her establishment isn't like that, while Ren argues that since he made the rose bath salts, the extra charge is his. The innkeeper bows apologetically to Lucia and Leon, excusing her son's youthful behavior. Leon waves his hands frantically, blushing as he vehemently denies that he and Lucia have that kind of relationship. Lucia internally wonders why Leon is panicking so much about sharing quarters for a mission, especially after his earlier confidence. She questions if he seriously thinks she would try something as a chibi version of him freaks out. As the innkeeper winks knowingly about young love, Leon interrupts to state they are there to find someone named Grancis. The innkeeper hands over a single glowing golden key, directing them to the very top floor. Leon agrees, and he and Lucia turn to head up to their room. As they walk, Lucia thinks to herself that even if she gets to be with the person she likes, the thought brings a memory of her determined self walking forward, surrounded by ethereal flowers. Leon panics, pointing out to the innkeeper that there's only one key, but she feigns ignorance. A flustered Leon asks if he can take the other room they were offered, but the innkeeper cheerfully says it was just taken. Leon clutches his cloak, his face bright red with embarrassment and anxiety. Lucia calmly approaches the door to their shared room. Leon suddenly grabs the doorknob, telling his captain that he doesn't think this is right. He takes her arm, desperately asking if she's sure about sharing a room and pleading with her to reconsider. Leaning in, he earnestly explains that before anything else, she is a woman. He stands before her, heart pounding, looking deeply concerned for her. He worries internally that he couldn't bear it if any kind of scandal were to break out about her. Lucia stares back with a slightly strained smile, utterly bewildered by his panic. A promotional page marks a transition in the scene. A close-up shows Leon's earnest, worried expression as he places a hand over his heart. Lucia thinks his behavior is dishonorable for a knight, prioritizing her gender over their professional relationship as colleagues. From around the corner, a white-haired commander peeks out, remarking how embarrassing Leon's speech is. Leon and Lucia are both shocked by the commander's sudden appearance. The man bursts into laughter, finding it hilarious to hear such words from Leon as they all sit in a well-appointed room. The commander, identified as Helbert Bangham, declares he could drink 5 bottles with someone named Federin over that story. Lucia cuts straight to the point, asking the commander for his reason for being there, prompting him to call her a stone wall. The commander explains the inn is a secret base he used with Federin, but denies that's why he was away when Lucia asks. His expression turns serious as he reveals their mission is not just a monster hunt, but a search for the core of the black contamination. Leon inspects the vial containing a dark shard, observing that he's never encountered contamination like this before. He explains a tiny crystal tainted a whole forest in a month, and Lucia notes the difficulty of finding the source, which vanishes when touched, before asking if its destruction will stop the spread. The commander states that destroying the core won't stop the contamination, but finding it will allow for crucial experiments. The commander turns his intense gaze to Lucia, explaining he needs her because a special monster guards the core. He clarifies that only a swordmaster of her caliber can handle the threat, and Lucia listens with a grim expression. Lucia recalls her past life, where the contamination was unstoppable and its only solution was the sacrifice of Nia, the saintess. Commander Bangham appeals to Captain Lucia, asking her to undertake this difficult mission to give the people peace until the saintess reappears. With new resolve, Lucia looks at Leon, thinking that perhaps this time she can save Nia and change their grim future. The commander scoffs, telling Lucia he raised her like a daughter and won't believe her blatant lie about having a child. Lucia looks down but remains firm, stating with conviction that Nia is her daughter. The commander looks disappointed by her stubbornness and quietly asks if her father is aware of this. He continues his questioning, asking about the child's black hair and holy power, which Lucia confirms. The commander reveals the Tower Master told him someone stole books on holy power, catching Lucia completely by surprise. Lucia realizes only a magic user could have entered the tower, concluding Heath must have stolen the books for her. A wave of fear hits Lucia as she considers that the commander might report this to the Emperor, forcing her to give Nia to the temple. A white-gloved hand startles Lucia by plucking a small leaf from her dark hair. Confused, Lucia is scolded by Commander Bangham, who calls her a lying brat and says he didn't raise her to be this way. The white-haired commander appears, telling Lucy how worried he was and that his duties kept him from visiting sooner. The commander sternly tells Lucia that, while he trusts her, she must report her plans to him before acting. His thoughts soften as he realizes how lonely she must have been to lie about maternity leave just to keep a child with her. He internally lists these suspicious events: a black-haired child's sudden appearance, stolen books on holy power, and a thief who knew of and raided a hidden temple room. The commander closes his eyes, concluding that the situation is full of unanswered questions. A flashback shows the commander joyfully sparring with a younger, smiling Lucia, both wielding wooden swords. Back in the present, the commander looks at the inn and considers his next move. He decides to bring back some bath bombs and snacks as souvenirs. Blushing, Leon holds the requested souvenirs, wondering why his colleagues are asking for gifts from a mission. He examines the detailed tree-shaped cookies, questioning their name, Lovers of the Lake. The innkeeper cheerfully tells a startled Leon he only noticed the details because he's in love. An old newspaper article details the legend of the lake, claiming it helped even an ugly baron find love. The innkeeper explains the local legend of writing a lover's name on a shiny insect shell and tossing it in the lake to make a wish come true. She sighs that the black contamination has made the wish-granting stones impossible to find, and Leon listens intently. The innkeeper leans in and asks if there's someone Leon wants to confess his feelings to, catching him completely off guard. Leon jolts back as a group of women notice the handsome young man, commenting on his strong arms. The women crowd a terrified Leon, touching him and asking questions about his handsome face until he lets out an internal scream, overwhelmed by the attention. Lucia steps in, gently cupping Leon's face to get his attention and pull him from the throng. She leans in close, a look of genuine concern on her face as she checks on him. Lucia pulls a stunned Leon into a firm, protective hug. As he rests against her, Leon quietly asks, "Captain?" The scene flashes back to a grand party, where a young, silver-haired man recalls being 17 as others comment on his striking resemblance to the Chancellor. He remembers his disgust at fawning ladies and laments, an incident 6 years ago that changed him and made his mother avoid him, flashing to the moment he bumped into Lucia. The silver-haired man stands alone, disappointed his mother didn't attend the party and wondering how long it has been since they last met. Lucia asks how long it's been since he saw his mother, After he says 5 years, she declares, "Then I win," leaving him stunned. From a balcony above, Lucia reveals she hasn't seen her own father in 16 years. The silver-haired man narrates that this is how he met Captain Lucia, remembering her in the stained white dress. He puzzles over her words, realizing that if she hasn't seen her father in 16 years, today must be her coming-of-age ceremony. A close-up shows the dark stain on the side of Lucia's simple white dress. The young man gasps internally, realizing with horror that he's the one who caused the drink stain, and his past self rushes toward Lucia. He apologizes profusely for ruining her dress on an important day and offers to replace it, but she calmly tells him it's fine. Lucia states she won't be wearing the dress again anyway, leaving the young man looking concerned. The man narrates that no one told him of the 6-year blank, wondering how disappointed his loving mother must have been to change so much. He speculates that her coldness might be due to his foolishness, a forgotten violent event, or the brutal murders he read about. In the past, he asks Lucia if she felt sick because the other party guests had bad breath. Lucia agrees that's why she felt sick, explaining that mint leaves are essential at parties and offering him her mint water. The two are seen walking together in a beautiful moonlit garden. The young man takes the drink and bursts into laughter, prompting a confused Lucia to ask him why. He blushes, holding the glass with a warm, gentle smile. The scene snaps back to the present, where Lucia asks a dazed Leon if he's feeling unwell. Leon, lost in memory, wonders if the kind girl from that night still exists within the stoic captain. He quickly apologizes, claiming he felt dizzy, and Lucia reassures him it's nothing to worry about. A man bursts in, frantically shouting that Ren and Pin have not returned from the forest. The innkeeper worries that the kids went to gather valuable poisonous fruits, fearing they've encountered monsters in the forest. Leon offers to use magic to find the children, shocking the man who realizes he's a magician. Leon focuses his power, his hand glowing with potent blue magic as he prepares to cast a tracking spell. The scene shifts to the dark, rustling woods at night. Leon's magic illuminates a fork in the path, revealing 2 potential routes the children could have taken. Leon explains his memory spell can't pinpoint the children on either path, prompting Lucia to suggest they split up. Lucia walks a desolate path, noting the charcoal-like trees indicate the contamination is at its peak. With a sense of foreboding, Lucia thinks that places like this are always more dangerous, just as a skeletal monster rises from the ground. A swift, glowing red slash instantly vanquishes the creature. As the monster dissolves, Lucia stands over it, reasoning that if something survived here, it must be significant. A sudden cry for help grabs her attention, and she cautiously peers through the undergrowth. From her hiding spot, she sees a group of dark, hooded figures holding 2 young boys captive. Lucia wonders who else could be searching for the crystal, as a white-robed figure kneels before the glowing artifact. The white-robed figure notes the crystal is unusually large and will evaporate into gas if not preserved in sacred water. Realizing the urgency, Lucia decides she can't wait for Commander Leon and must act immediately. She bursts from the trees, her fist glowing with powerful pink energy as she rushes into the clearing. The robed figures panic at her sudden appearance, frantically shouting to raise a barrier. With a mighty swing of her sword, Lucia shatters their purple magical barrier. A green-haired boy named Ren quickly grabs his younger brother Pin, who cries out in relief. Lucia stands guard before the 2 boys, her glowing sword held at the ready. As the white-robed figure reaches for the crystal, their hand begins to dissolve into black smoke. Lucia watches in shock, realizing they're absorbing the crystal's deadly gas, which will destroy their bodies. The white-robed figure groans in pain, as Lucia wonders what kind of people would do such a thing. Determined to stop them, Lucia decides she must break the barrier first, and charges forward again. The robed figure screams in disbelief, shocked by her immense power as she shatters their defenses. Lucia pauses for a moment, her expression grim and resolved. The skeletal monster reappears, lunging toward the terrified younger boy who screams for help. Enraged, Lucia thinks, "Damn it, they've taken the child!" Gritting her teeth, she reminds herself that her duty as an Imperial Knight must come first. She thinks about a knight's cold, machine-like loyalty and her mission to retrieve the crystal while the robed figures are ordered to retreat. Holding her glowing sword, she weighs her options. Attack the enemy to identify the leader and get the crystal, making the child's life secondary. She resolves to fulfill her mission with honor, but is struck by a thought. Is this truly the justice of a knight? A child's desperate cry of mother breaks her concentration, her blue eyes widening in alarm. Without hesitation, she pivots and launches herself in a new direction. She unleashes a powerful slash, destroying the monster just before it reaches the screaming child. The older brother rushes to embrace his sibling, calling out his name, Finn. A voice shouts, "Captain Lucia," as she turns her head. Leon stands within a blazing wall of fire, telling her not to worry about the village and to fight without holding back. Lucia entrusts the rear guard to Leon and charges forward to face the remaining foes. With a flurry of powerful slashes, she cuts through the ranks of the robed figures. She stops, staring in disbelief at the aftermath of her attack. The bodies of the robed figures have all turned to ash and vanished into the night. Her eyes narrow with fury as she realizes the one in the white robe has escaped. She spots the crystal left behind on a rock in the now empty clearing. Lucia reflects that while she couldn't uncover their identity, she at least secured the crystal. Leon joins her, observing that the way the bodies turn to ash indicates black magic was used. Standing beside Lucia in the dark woods, he explains that black magic is a lost art, unseen for 1,000 years. He grimly concludes that if someone can wield it now, they must be a lich, a cursed sorcerer. Back at the inn, the innkeeper screams, "Mother!" before crying out in thanks to the goddess Aser. The innkeeper joyfully embraces Ren and Finn. Overwhelmed with relief that they are safe, she turns to Leon with profuse thanks, but he insists he wasn't the one who saved them. The boys rush to Lucia, with Ren thanking her for saving his brother and calling her amazing. The innkeeper, realizing Lucia was the true savior, tearfully takes her hands and offers her thanks, which Lucia quietly accepts. As the innkeeper thanks her again, Lucia reflects on how she had been torn between her duty as a knight and her conscience. The scene shifts to a bright, sunny day at a grand estate, where a voice chides Nia, saying, "That's not how it's done." A hand holds up a doll with wildly unkempt hair as a voice off-screen instructs, "You have to brush your guest's hair first," causing a young girl to groan. A red-haired girl named Ivana complains that Nia is no fun today, prompting a quiet apology from the sad, dark-haired girl. As Nia looks downcast, a woman's voice thoughtfully suggests that she must be missing her mother. A red-haired woman comforts the young Nia, promising that her mother will come for her the very next morning. Nia clutches her doll, her eyes welling with tears as she continues to pine for her mother. The red-haired woman embraces the crying Nia, reassuring her with a firm promise that her mother will indeed come for her. As Nia breaks down in tears, the woman looks on with a pained expression, whispering, "Oh my!" Ivana rushes to the rescue, offering a distraught Nia a purple bottle to help cheer her up. Ivana helps Nia by applying a special oil from the bottle to the doll's hair, promising it will smooth it out. Oops. The girls accidentally knock over the bottle, spilling its precious contents as the red-haired woman reacts in horror. The spilled liquid is revealed to be an exquisite and luxurious hair oil, made with the royal crest, pure gold, and rare blossoms. The red-haired woman panics internally, realizing Ivana has found the priceless gift she had hidden away. Wah! As the woman screams Ivana's name, a baby cries, and the chaotic scene cuts to an imposing mansion. The scene shifts to Leon and Lucia, with Leon recalling a note from Supreme Commander Herbert about an illusion spell revealing a forest. Holding the note, Leon resolves to purify the woods so that he can finally see Nia again. Leon holds a shiny green stone engraved with Lucia's name, thinking she'll be difficult to handle, and this might be necessary. Lucia's voice snaps Leon from his thoughts as he realizes how obvious his concern for her is to others, even if she's oblivious. Leon channels immense power, his hands glowing with brilliant blue magic as he prepares to cast a powerful spell. He unleashes the spell, transforming the dark woods into a breathtakingly beautiful landscape of shimmering light, leaving him in awe. A glowing pollen sweeps through the area. its magical energy cleansing the darkness from the woods and the lake. Leon smiles at Lucia, speculating that her father and the Supreme Commander have successfully found a path to salvation. Touching a vile, corrupted tree, Leon grimly thinks that, though it is called sacred, it is unworthy of the name. Leon resolves to destroy the malevolent tree to save Nia, while Lucia observes that its saplings suggest it was chosen for breeding. Lucia contemplates the mysterious plans of the Empire's leaders, deciding to uncover their motives before acting. Leon and Lucia stand together in the now tranquil, moonlit forest, a moment of silence between them. He clenches the wish stone tightly, deciding that relying on superstition to confess his feelings to Lucia isn't right. With newfound determination, Leon resolves to sort out his feelings and confess to her properly. He gently places the glowing wish stone on the ground, hoping the children will find it again. Caw. Suddenly, Leon spots a suspicious crow with glowing eyes and urgently warns Captain Lucia. Without a word, a masked Lucia unleashes a swift, powerful slash of pink energy toward the bird. Cute struck by her attack. The demonic crow screeches as it erupts in flames. The flaming creature is extinguished as it plummets into the lake with a fiery splash. Lucia realizes the flaming monsters are the source of the village fires and notes its suspicious timing, right after the illusion spell was blocked. Blushing and flustered, Leon pulls up his hood and suggests they head back, to which Lucia agrees. As they walk away, Leon thinks to himself about his unintended action, a subtle smile on his face. He continues his thought, blushing as he reflects on the power of the lake's blessing. The wish stone he left by the water glows with magical power, promising that a wish for love will come true. Back in the past, a young Nia runs desperately down a grand hallway, crying out for her mom. Nia cries as she leaps into the arms of an adult Lucia, whose mission is now declared complete. The scene shifts to the Black Knight's training grounds, where a voice calls for everyone's attention. 3 of Lucia's knights shamelessly solicit donations, charging a fee to get a look at their high-value captain. Well, that's one way to fund a team dinner. A furious brown-haired knight storms over, demanding to know what they're doing and scolding them for their shameless behavior. The knight demands the money jar, but his comrade cheekily suggests it's for a nice team dinner, gaining the support of the crowd. Clutching the jar, the honorable knight yells that their actions are a disgrace to the entire Black Order. A voice offers 30 gold, and the flustered knight looks up to see who made the bid. A woman named Levi from the Yellow Order offers a glowing coin, asking if it's enough for a sparring fee. As onlookers identify Levi as the ace of the Yellow Knights, she respectfully asks to proceed. Lucia shuts it down, sternly telling them to take the money back as she's already overwhelmed with her duties. Her knights plead for just one sparring match and a feast, causing Lucia to sigh in exasperation, thinking they're making her even more stressed. A vice-captain from the Yellow Order formally greets Captain Lucia, profusely apologizing for his foolish member's behavior. The vice-captain tries to drag Levi away, but she resists, declaring her admiration for the captain of the Black Order. Levi shouts that she has already submitted more than 10 transfer requests to the Black Order, shocking the knights around her. With a determined blush, Levi declares she's been waiting since her academy days just to work with Captain Lucia. As her superior drags her away, a struggling Levi thinks about how much she wants to stay. Lucia watches, recalling from her past life that this same kid, Levi, would become a swordmaster in 15 years. As her knights gleefully collect donations for a team dinner, Lucia muses that at least her unit only has 1 fool compared to the Yellow Order. The scene transitions to a man in a formal, dark, double-breasted uniform. The scene shifts to an office where a stern Lucia confronts her superior, demanding to know why she was assigned to this mission. The white-haired man with a monocle smiles, complimenting her directness and noting she is truly Helbert's protégé. He addresses Lucia formally as she sits opposite him in the grand office. He asks if she really thought they would stand by while black corruption spreads, and Lucia remains silent. The white-haired man smiles, looking pleased with himself. He explains that their investigation began 5 years ago at Henkin Village, where they found a purifying tree near an uncorrupted lake and stationed guardians there. Lucia questions the secrecy of the tree, and the man explains they must keep it hidden until they locate the mother tree to avoid a continental war. The man reveals the mother tree's regenerative power as Lucia reports a recent monster attack, urging him to make a decision soon. He speculates that dark mages are after the tree again, recalling rumors that white-robed figures ordered its destruction. He reassures Lucia that for now, the Tower Master's presence will keep the area secure. Lucia realizes that if the tree's fruit is real, it could have the power to restore even corrupted lands. She theorizes that Noble's recent rise to power and the Dark Mage's actions are connected to a plan to monopolize the tree's fruit. Brushing off the thought as a memory from her past life, Lucia resolves to focus on protecting the tree for now. The white-haired man smiles, reminding Lucia of her initial question about why she was chosen for the mission. He asks if she has ever been thanked before, causing Lucia to flinch at the unexpected question. He explains that seeing her become a mother has allowed her to finally accept a kindness that matches her immense strength. A warm memory shows Lucia smiling happily, surrounded by her laughing knights. The scene shifts to Lucia and Nia at dinner, where Lucia considers talking to the man about changing their arrangement. A memory of her saving the children brings to mind the possibility of a life filled with warmth. Nia, however, is not having it, stubbornly declaring she won't eat her vegetables. Lucia decides to eat the food herself, wondering if her daughter is just being a picky eater. As Nia admits to not doing her homework, Lucia internally questions the strictness of a kindergarten that assigns it. Nia demands sweet and cold things, and a servant presents her with a bowl of dessert. Lucia is touched, realizing how much Nia has grown, now confident enough to ask for more snacks. Later that night, Lucia hears a noise and wonders what to do as a curtain flutters by an open window. Shaking under her blanket from eating too much sherbet, Nia worries about getting scolded like her friend Ivana. Nia cries, wondering why she isn't scolded for misbehaving like Ivana is by her mother. As she cries, a mysterious voice from the doorway asks if she really wants to be scolded. A purple-haired woman named Mia stands with an unsettling smile, asking if Nia will do exactly as she says. Mia greets Nia, who rushes to hug her, overjoyed to see her. Mia sighs, asking why Nia wanted to be scolded and guessing she expected it for her minor misdeeds. Nia tearfully explains that her friend Nana gets scolded daily, but is never abandoned by her mother. A strange, knowing smile spreads across Mia's face as she says she supposes she has no choice. Mia leans in, promising to make sure Nia is officially declared a bad girl. Downstairs, Lucia is reading a book when she hears a commotion from above. Lucia looks up from her book, wondering what the noise is and if Nia is calling for her. Arriving at the door, Lucia asks what's wrong, but Nia shushes her, whispering to be quiet or Mama will find out. Inside, the room is a mess of feathers as Mia holds a bottle aloft and a terrified Nia cries for her mom. Lucia is stunned as Mia defensively claims this chaos is what Nia wanted. Lucia recalls a passage from a book. When a child misbehaves, the first step is to empathize. Lucia thinks that Nia clearly didn't want this mess and wonders what the girl is truly asking for. Unfazed, Mia declares that if this isn't enough to get scolded, she'll just have to throw a bigger tantrum and smashes a vase. Lucia watches her, confused, and wonders if the stress of the palace is what's causing Mia's strange outburst. Mia cries and begs Mia to stop, but the purple-haired woman shushes her, telling her to stay out of it. Mia confronts Lucia, demanding to know why she isn't being scolded, and in that moment, Lucia finally understands. Lucia thinks to herself that, although she's not sure of the exact reason, she now gets what's happening. Enough, Lucia commands with authority, ordering them to assume the rider's stance. Mia is shocked as Nia immediately trembles and drops into a familiar knight-in-training pose. With her arms crossed, Lucia states firmly that fighting among friends must be corrected, no matter the reason. A hesitant Mia tries to copy the stance, uncertainly wondering if she's doing it right. A blush of pure joy spreads across Nia's face as she beams, happy with the familiar form of discipline. Later, a thought notes that Nia is finally asleep, resting peacefully in her bed. Lucia notices Mia rubbing her stiff shoulder and offers to bring her something for the soreness. Lucia remarks that she heard Mia was treated well at the Empress's residence, but Mia clarifies she spent all day preparing a banquet hall. Startled, Mia suddenly remembers the real reason she came to visit. She hands Lucia an invitation, asking if she's attending tomorrow's event, but Lucia is completely unaware. Lucia recalls writing it down somewhere as Mia points out that the information is also in Nia's school planner. The note reveals an invitation to the class representative meeting in the western annex of the palace. The scene transitions to a gracefully dressed woman with long pink hair holding a fan. Elsewhere, Leon stands beside a grand carriage while his attendant holds a basket of gifts. The attendant asks about moving the souvenirs, but Leon instructs him to leave one small, wrapped gift behind. With a determined smile, Leon decides it's time to take his secret path to work. He walks down a quiet garden path, avoiding the main routes. He excitedly approaches a small, hidden door in a stone wall, thinking of it as his very own secret commute. He opens the door only to find Lucia in a formal yellow gown, who awkwardly greets him. Lucia Leo stammers, stunned, but she quickly excuses herself, stating she's busy. As she walks away, Leon watches her, completely bewildered about where she is going dressed so formally. He remembers her behavior at the kindergarten ceremony, concluding she must be trying to hide her identity as a commander. The sight of her leaves him blushing intensely, his heart pounding in his chest. Unaware she's being watched, Lucia continues along a garden fence. Peeking from behind a tree, Leon realizes she's heading for the Empress's annex and wonders about her business there. Suddenly, a woman's voice calls out, "Commander?" startling him. A jumpy Leon turns to find Marianne, who asks why he's so startled. "Are you following Captain Lucia?" Marianne teases, handing him the gift he'd intended to give. Blushing, Leon accepts the gift, internally justifying that he simply wanted to thank Caesar for something. Marianne smirks, privately musing how sad it is for his thoughtful affection to be one-sided. She explains that she's here for a kindergarten picnic meeting hosted by the Empress, and Leon simply replies, "I see." Marianne then casually asks if Princess Charles is in the same class as Caesar and Nia, a question that visibly shocks Leon. She adds that's why the Crown Prince and Captain Lucia have been picking the children up together, news that makes Leon clench his fist. The two of them echo ominously in his thoughts. Picking up the kids together, he thinks, his expression darkening with a flare of jealousy. The scene shifts to the beautiful and grand palace annex, where the gathering is taking place. Elegantly dressed ladies stroll through the sunlit gardens, chatting amongst themselves. Two mothers welcome Lady Lucia warmly, happy to see her as their children are in different classes. They mention that she just missed Lady Marianne and suggest they all have tea together soon, to which Lucia politely agrees. While Lucia smiles, other noblewomen gossip from a distance, whispering about her late husband and her surprisingly cheerful face. The view moves from the gardens to the stately kindergarten building. Inside, Nia has snacks with two girls who realize the noisy detached palace is part of the imperial grounds. A pink-haired girl gently corrects Nia, telling her not to hold her teacup with both hands. Another girl with red hair then points out that Nia is holding her fork like a fist, demonstrating the proper way. The blonde teacher smiles, thinking to herself what a blissful and perfect tea time it is. Nia beams, fantasizing about delicious platters of lobster and other gourmet foods. The pink-haired girl, Princess Charles, dismisses the food, stating that little is truly delicious and they must watch their figures. Nia tattles that her friend Ivana's mother, Juliana, gains weight easily, causing Juliana to blush with embarrassment in a flashback as the other children react. Princess Charles glares, recalling how a stern attendant forbade her from eating snacks. Nia accuses the princess of picking on the weak, but the princess retorts that Nia bullies the blonde boy the most. Princess Charles passionately insists that royals are naturally weak-bodied, not just prone to weight gain. As her thread of reason snaps, the princess blushes furiously while the blonde boy taunts her, calling her Princess Oink Oink. The scene shifts to an outdoor castle view, as a voice yells for someone named Ivana to stop right there. A maid stands formally in a doorway announcing that Her Majesty the Empress is ready. A black-haired attendant leads a group of noble ladies, asking them to follow her, but as they enter a dark room, they wonder why it's so gloomy. Suddenly, the room explodes with light and music, revealing a wild party with men in festive costumes, pouring a champagne tower. The noble women are left blushing and utterly stunned by the shocking display. A woman with long pink hair, the Empress, swings into view on a cloth hammock, greeting everyone cheerfully. The pink-haired Empress lands gracefully in a spotlight, striking a pose on the carpeted floor. Surrounded by flowers, the Empress encourages the mothers to forget their duties for a moment and take a break. Two ladies whisper disdainfully about the vulgar decorations, agreeing that a person's upbringing always shows. As Lucia sips her drink, she overhears other nobles gossiping that the Empress is a commoner with a gambling addiction who hasn't left the palace in years. The gossip continues, claiming the Empress knows no etiquette and is mired in scandal as she's shown being lifted by two men. Lucia realizes the nobles look down on Empress Robina for her lack of authority, while another lady asks if such gatherings are normal. The Empress raises her glass, preparing to address the assembled ladies. Empress Robina announces that while they are here to decide on a picnic spot, she has first prepared gifts as a token of her gratitude. The red-haired woman, Marianne, looks puzzled as she receives a long, wrapped gift from an attendant. The other mothers are visibly shocked and flustered by the gift. Marianne protests that this is too much, as Lucia curiously wonders what could be inside the gift box she's holding. The gift is revealed to be a sparkling, lacy pink chemise. The Empress cheerfully explains it's a popular chemise, while the flustered mothers demand she put it down. Lucia, however, looks on in confusion. With a sly smile, the Empress strikes a pose, looking pleased with her choice of gift. Lucia looks at the racy undergarment in the box, thinking it's a royal gift of racy undergarments, completely inappropriate for a children's picnic meeting. The mothers angrily condemn the indecent gift, questioning the Empress's shame and threatening to report her to the household elders. A blonde woman and her friend awkwardly hold their gifts, wondering how to carry them home, since they can't simply be thrown away. Leaving the room, the Empress sarcastically remarks that she has never received such a vulgar gift in her life. From behind a doorway, the Empress secretly listens as the noble women openly mock her. Lucia observes the scene, concluding the Empress is so powerless that she can be insulted without fear of retaliation. Deciding to step out for air, Lucia thinks there's no harm in avoiding the Empress's inevitable tears. Lucia finds a small, arched stone door in the garden wall and peers through it. Taking a deep breath, Lucia enjoys the refreshing countryside air until a sudden moo interrupts her peace. Startled, Lucia questions the strange smell and the distinct sound of a cow. She ventures into the bushes, confused as to why such country sounds would be heard within the palace grounds. Her search leads her to a rustic-looking cottage with a small fence. Lucia is stunned to discover a livestock pen full of pigs in the Empress's detached palace. A sudden hiccup makes Lucia turn, where she finds the Empress Robina covering her face and crying, much to Lucia's confusion. Captain the Empress wails, throwing herself into a hug with Lucia and declaring the whole situation a disaster. Sitting on a bench, the Empress tearfully confesses that this odd place is the only one where she feels like she belongs. The Empress continues, explaining that she was once lucky enough to be able to sing there. She laments that after marrying her husband, she became tired of everyone telling her she can't just have fun anymore. Crying into Lucia's arms, the Empress sobs that no one ever taught her proper etiquette, yet everyone constantly criticizes her. The Empress tearfully compares her love for parties to the Marshal's love for swordplay, but Lucia privately thinks the two aren't quite the same. The Empress apologizes for whining and admits to failing with Crown Prince Aiden, but is now trying to raise Charles properly, making Lucia realize the Empress shares her struggles with motherhood. Lucia gently admonishes the Empress, asking her to consider how it would have looked if she had shown that gift to the children. The realization hits the Empress, who cries into Lucia's shoulder, horrified that she gave such an inappropriate gift at a parents' gathering. As Empress Robina cries on her shoulder, worrying Charles will resent her, Lucia gently pats her back and advises her to simply stay still for now. Their moment is interrupted by the sudden appearance of the pink-haired Crown Prince Aiden, who stands smiling in the garden. The Crown Prince announces he is opening the palace, a statement that leaves the Empress completely baffled. Now sitting beside Lucia, the Empress questions the prince, reminding him the gathering was meant to discuss the children's field trip. The Crown Prince simply brings a finger to his lips with a sly smile, hinting at a secret plan. While Lucia internally marvels that the Crown Prince devised such a plan, the Empress stands up, determined to announce the news to the parents immediately. Rushing back into the hall with a clatter, the Empress gets the attention of the noblewomen, announcing she has something to share. Beaming with delight, the Empress declares that for the upcoming field trip, the parents and children can visit the palace. The gathered noblewomen are utterly shocked and thrilled by the unexpected and prestigious invitation. A purple-haired woman, Baroness Mara Ritterin, steps forward and asks if this means they'll be allowed into the legendary, restricted royal garden. Another woman, Baroness Serdin, suggests inviting a popular theater actor for the children, an idea the Empress enthusiastically embraces, offering to handle the casting herself. The blonde woman in red, Eileen, smirks, privately thinking this is a perfect opportunity to see the palace works herself and that she is looking forward to it. A dark aura emanates from Eileen of the Marquisate of Turin as she introduces herself. Eileen voices concern that such an event might inconvenience the palace staff, as the Empress and Lucia look on. With a malicious smile, Eileen questions the Empress's authority, reminding her that she's under probation and isn't permitted to leave the detached palace. The Empress feigns ignorance, asking who said she couldn't leave, while Eileen condescendingly offers to explain the reason. Eileen cruelly spreads the rumor that the Empress was caught gambling in the slums and confined here as punishment, much to the Empress's shock. Blushing, the Empress explains that it's all a misunderstanding that spread because she'd been avoiding social gatherings. In a flashback, the Empress reveals the truth. The Emperor asked to meet her in disguise at a tavern, and they had to run from the guards in a silly love story. As the noble women stand utterly dumbfounded by the romantic tale, the Empress internally resolves to use their shock as leverage to approve all their suggestions. The scene shifts to the kindergarten building, as an unseen person enthusiastically decides they will be the White Wizard. Inside the classroom, Ivana tells Nia that the handsome Caesar always gets to play that role. Ivana proudly declares she will be the princess, but the other children mutter that she is clearly more of a sword-wielding general type. Pooh-ha-ha. Someone laughs loudly as Ivana flinches in embarrassment. Princess Charles steps forward with a prim and confident smile, ready to claim her part in the play. Ivana snaps back that if Charles wants to join, she can be the princess of a fallen kingdom, an insult that stuns the onlookers. Seeing Princess Charles pout, Ivana reminds her how pretty the new princess was in the week's play, making Charles reconsider. Charles reluctantly agrees to be a princess, but her classmates protest that it's unacceptable for the imperial princess to play a fallen one. Having sorted out the princess roles, Ivana turns to a blushing Nia, asking her to be the enemy knight. Nia beams with an adorable smile, happily agreeing to the role. Caesar interjects, telling Nia that no one wants to be the Black Knight, leaving her to wonder why. The other children chime in, explaining that the Black Knight is seen as a selfish villain who is even scarier than the enemy. Ivana points out that even Aunt Gilly is scary, causing Nia to hesitate and say, but a kind-faced boy defends the role, insisting the Black Knight is cool and perfect for Nia due to her black hair, and that it's an important role for her. Princess Charles steps in, silencing the others by telling them to let Nia be the Black Knight and not make a child cry over it. With a single tear of joy, Nia wipes her eye and happily says, "Okay." In the epilogue, Ivana coaches Nia to deliver her line with more energy, chanting a spell while Nia timidly whispers, "Be Black Knight." Back in the palace, an unseen royal commands that the crown prince be appointed the overseer for the field trip, and an attendant confirms the order. The emperor laughs, asking the crown prince if he saw Minister Femmerin's enraged face, to which the prince confirms he did. The emperor proudly asks if sending Charles to that specific kindergarten was part of his plan, and the crown prince confirms it was. The emperor muses that his son was once a wild thunderbolt but has now matured, wondering if it's thanks to Commander Lucia. He reflects that though he cherished Lucia, he sent her away for training because of a state marriage issue, but circumstances have changed. A note reveals the emperor and crown prince's elaborate strategy to get closer to Lucia, ending with them laughing triumphantly. From behind the door, the white-haired minister secretly listens in, his eavesdropping noticed by a younger attendant. The attendant asks if the minister is all right, but the minister waves him off, claiming a stomachache and needing to return to his seat. The minister reflects on the crown prince's strategic mind, noting how much he resembles the emperor, especially in his approach to Empress Rubina. He frets that his own son will fall behind in this competition, lamenting that the boy won't listen to a word he says. The scene shifts to a grand, sunlit temple, where a person in black stands before two figures in white robes. Lucia, in her military uniform, studies the white robes, deducing their wearer must be a mage or a priest. She recalls a past encounter where her sword aura struck one of these robed figures, leaving a cut on the back of their hand. Lucia resolves to find her quarry by checking the priest's hands, certain that a wound from her sword aura would be a clear giveaway. A blond man in white robes introduces himself as High Priest Mordo, politely asking what brings Lucia to the temple. High Priest Mordo internally questions Lucia's presence, remembering she once refused a priest blessing and claimed not to believe in the goddess. After inspecting his hand and finding it unblemished, Lucia concludes that High Priest Mordo is not the person she seeks. Lucia realizes someone else was praying before she arrived, while High Priest Mordo internally notes that a high priest came to pray for the royal family. Lucia intensely considers the situation, lamenting that she should have acted sooner to deal with this politically savvy individual who moves freely within the palace. High Priest Mordo bows to Lucia, apologizing for the temple's rudeness in secretly investigating her because of her black hair. Lucia is inwardly stunned by the priest's blunt admission that they conducted a background check on her. As High Priest Mordo looks down regretfully, Lucia reflects that this is the first time she's ever seen a temple priest actually acknowledge a mistake. A figure rushes into the grand temple, calling out for Commander Lucia. The pink-haired crown prince Aiden makes his entrance, and a bowing High Priest Mordo greets him as the second holiest light. Aiden asks if Lucia is praying for her family, and a slightly confused Lucia agrees, telling him to take his time. The crown prince thanks Commander Lucia, telling her she is the only person who sees his mother without any prejudice. Leaning toward a seated Lucia, the crown prince muses that seeing her makes him feel that wishing for divine grace is meaningless. Lucia ponders the story of nobles trying to plow fields, wondering if Crown Prince Aiden shares the same determined spirit to act on his own will. A promotional panel features a smiling, white-haired girl with blue eyes. Lucia reflects internally, surprised that she never expected Crown Prince Aiden to possess such a serious side. With a sly smile, Crown Prince Aiden breaks the silence, beginning his next proposition. Aiden cheerfully suggests they run together every morning for the nation's health, asking if supporting him isn't a knight's duty. A brown-haired knight asks her blue-haired vice captain if the rumors are true that the crown prince is now the temporary field trip supervisor. The white-haired Caesar looks downcast, troubled by a warning that he may never get a chance to confess his feelings if this continues. Blushing amidst a flowery background, Caesar thinks back with regret, wishing he had heard her response. In a memory, a younger Lucia smiles as she takes a young white-haired Caesar's hand at a social gathering. Caesar laments that he has always admired her from afar and never thought himself worthy of her attention. Resolved, Caesar holds up a letter of recommendation from the chancellor, appointing him as a temporary imperial palace guide. The scene transitions to the bustling, famous dessert destination, Art Ranger Street, in the capital. A massive crowd lines up outside a popular bakery named Fawcett Pepperone. Standing in the crowd with Nia, Lucia notes the enormous line and recognizes the girl on the shop's sign. Holding Nia's hand, Lucia asks the small girl if she wants to take a break from the overwhelming crowd. Lucia finds a quieter spot nearby, looking around for an alternative. Lifting Nia up, Lucia asks her to use her sharp eyes to spot any other nearby shops that might be selling cookies. Peering into a window, Nia excitedly points out various treats she recognizes, while Lucia fondly comments on her knowledge of pastries. Thump! A red-haired girl suddenly appears at the window, calling out Nia in surprise. The girl, Ivana, stands in a sunny yard and explains she was just helping her grandfather. Lucia connects the dots, realizing Ivana's grandfather must be the royal pastry chef, but decides it's best not to reveal that she knows him. A stern, white-haired man addresses the shy Nia, asking if they are friends with his Ivana before telling them to leave if they are just trying to skip the line. Remembering that the chef is known for being incredibly picky, Lucia apologizes and prepares to leave. Nia looks up with wide, pleading eyes, clutching her hands together. The grandfather sighs and relents, letting them in, as Ivana whispers that he loves kids but also tends to make them cry. Ivana conspiratorially explains that if you're cute enough, you can get free cookies behind her mom's back, making Lucia wonder how the two girls became friends. Having softened, the grandfather invites them in to pick out a few treats from his beautifully arranged shop. Lucia calls out to Nia, who stands completely captivated by a stunning castle-shaped dessert in a glass display. Ivana joins her friend, asking why she isn't picking any snacks and questioning if she's holding back because her mom is watching. Outraged by the misunderstanding, the grandfather prepares a mountain of desserts for Nia, while Lucia quickly tries to explain that she gives her daughter plenty of sweets. Nia and Ivana stand side by side, gazing longingly at the pastries in the display case. Little Nia reaches a hopeful hand toward the sparkling dessert castle. On the day of the kids' field trip, an attendant calls for the children to line up in order outside a grand estate. As the crown prince chats with Lucia, an off-screen voice notes how close he's been staying to her, while another mentions that Charlotte wouldn't stop talking about Nia. The crown prince leans in close with a charming smirk, and a stoic Lucia simply tells him to do as he likes. A red-haired boy tells a concerned deputy he's checked on the group 5 times already, while another boy dismisses the worry, saying they're just kids. Lucia stands alone, reflecting that no one has ever looked kindly upon the Black Knights. As a red-haired knight asks where she's going, Lucia walks away, thinking it is foolish to expect kindness or recognition. She grimly accepts that what the Chancellor desires is simply impossible. Her blue-haired vice-captain stops her to ask if she's going to see Nia, to which Lucia retorts, "Is that a place I'm not allowed to go?" Weighed down by guilt, Lucia admits to herself that the previous night's events are still troubling her. Hidden Palace Net, the Greenhouse, the Translator, special thanks, Sonic Retro, the game's database, SMS Power. A promotional page announces the availability of the next chapter. Nia murmurs and shifts in her sleep. Lying in bed beside her, Lucia gently asks if Nia is awake. Nia, wide-eyed and smiling, explains she's too excited about their palace trip tomorrow to sleep. Lucia thinks fondly that she would have taken Nia sooner if she'd known how much it meant to her. With eyes sparkling with delight, Nia gazes lovingly at her mother. Seeing Nia's intense excitement, Lucia worries if the next day will go smoothly. The kindergarten class, all in matching yellow uniforms, lines up neatly outside the palace. The red-haired Ivana cheers about eating palace food with a blonde boy named Roy, as Princess Charles tells them to stop running. Charles complains about leaving one house just to go to another, while Nia politely addresses her. Princess Charles asks Nia what her mom does for work at the palace. Remembering a boy's insulting words about knights, Nia looks down, unwilling to answer. Nia calls out to Charles, getting the princess's attention as they walk towards the palace. Crown Prince Aiden makes a grand entrance, surrounded by adoring children and a shower of rose petals. The Crown Prince proudly explains that Nia's mom protects the empire, making Nia beam before an attendant formally welcomes him. The children turn in unison, buzzing with excitement at the prince's arrival. Costume figures representing a brave eagle and a wise owl are presented as emblems of the empire. 2 children are moved to tears upon learning the figures represent the throne, military, and government. Aiden smirks, recalling a child's terrified screams about the monsters while holding up cute hand puppets of the animals. The costumed lion, owl, and eagle look on with blank confusion. The white-haired Commander Leon appears, looking dashing in his white uniform and holding a red banner. Leon gives a charming wink that makes the world sparkle. Aiden questions Commander Leon's presence, who explains he's acting as a field trip guide and the mage in white for the day. Two maids gossip about how handsome Lord Leon is and note that the animal mascots belong to the Knights of the Crown. A woman remarks that Teacher Emily from the Sparrow class was smart to dress up for the occasion. Teacher Emily blushes, wondering hopefully if Commander Leon will even notice her. Aiden thinks Leon is borderline obsessive for following Lucia and Nia, while Teacher Emily regrets not taking the day off. Acting as guide, Leon asks the children what they think is inside the castle walls. Leon gestures grandly, explaining that the administrative center for the Knights is also located inside. Waving from a window high above, a woman calls out, "Caesar! Over here, Mom's here!" A little brown-haired boy named Caesar waves back enthusiastically, shouting, "Ah, Mom!" Charles identifies the woman as Caesar's mother and asks Nia if her own mom is among the administrative knights. Leon announces a trip to the training grounds for nightly performances, and Nia clasps her hands in sheer delight. Banners announce the day's spectacular events, displays by the Red Knights, spear techniques by the Knights of the Crown, and magic by the White Mages. The children murmur in awe as they gaze up at the magnificent castle. Ivana excitedly asks Nia what kind of performance her aunt and Nia's mom have prepared. Two knights on horseback clash lances in a thrilling jousting match. A knight in red-plumed armor charges forward, a blur of speed and power. The knight's weapon glows with a bright red aura as they execute a powerful maneuver. The children clap and cheer at the awesome display, while Nia watches in silent, captivated wonder. Declaring the performance so cool, an inspired Nia begins to wander away from the group. A voice calls out, "Nia!" stopping her in her tracks. Two knights, one with red hair and one with blue, remove their helmets to greet Nia with a friendly smile. A single tear falls from Nia's eye as she looks down, thinking sadly, "Where is Mom?" A knight complains about wearing a helmet, while another tells their commander he can take his off now that the children are gone. The red-haired and blue-haired knights cheerfully remove their captain's helmet for him. Thump! The helmet comes off, revealing a handsome white-haired knight named Hith, leaving his subordinates speechless. Astonished, the knights realize the red aura blade belonged to their commander, but Hith casually explains it was just a magical tool. As Hith dismisses their awe with a wave of his hand, his two subordinates exchange a knowing, mischievous glance. Suddenly, the two knights panic, realizing their captain has vanished without a trace. The scene transitions to a peaceful view of a palace building under a bright blue sky. The owl mascot tells the eagle mascot, Jason, to meet the kids, but then questions why Jason is radiating a murderous aura after getting changed. Commander Leon guides the children through a beautiful hedge garden, announcing a warm greenhouse is just ahead. The brown-haired Caesar breathes in the warm air, delighting in the exotic plants and birdsong of the garden. Princess Charles observes Caesar, thinking he's the most normal child in their eccentric class. As other children cause a commotion climbing a banana tree, a weary Charles resigns herself to the chaos, thinking kids will be kids. Charles' attention turns to a dejected Nia, who stands apart with a sad aura and worries that she still hasn't cheered up. Charles tries to console Nia by saying her own mother is also too busy to attend, and Nia quietly agrees that it's okay. Charles' eyes widen in disbelief as she suddenly spots her mother arriving. A stunning woman with long pink hair appears, her smile radiant as she walks toward the children. The woman joyfully embraces Charles, lifting her into a warm hug. Still in her mother's arms, Charles wonders why she came, especially since she missed her birthday banquet. Charles' mother gazes at her daughter with pure love and affection. Watching the heartwarming reunion, Nia breaks into a genuinely happy, wide smile. The scene shifts as an ornate frame announces the beginning of lunchtime in the sunny garden. Ivana asks Nia to save her spot while she grabs snacks, leaving a sad Nia sitting alone. Commander Leon kneels before the lonely Nia, gently calling her name. As Nia looks up curiously, Leon explains he meant to give her something earlier but got distracted. Leon presents a beautiful, glowing bracelet to Nia, who quietly tells him it's okay. Crown Prince Aiden appears, sternly telling Leon that Nia doesn't need his gift. Nia beams with pure, unadulterated happiness. The brown-haired Caesar thanks Nia for a fountain pen, while Nia notices Aiden is now wearing the bracelet, and he thanks Caesar in return. Feeling ignored, the blonde boy Roy throws a tantrum, shouting that he's right there too. Aiden smiles kindly at Nia, bidding her farewell and telling her to enjoy lunch. Ivana teases Roy about smelling weird, and he defensively replies that it's from picking fruit. Inside her eagle costume, Lucia watches from afar, relieved that Nia seems okay but convinced she is still sad. An attendant announces snack time, encouraging the children to share their delicious-looking treats. As the children settle down, Charles and Ivana notice with excitement that Nia also has desserts from the famous Fawcett Pepperon Bakery. Charles muses that Ivana's donuts look prettier because her grandpa's the chef, which Ivana proudly confirms as Nia smiles shyly. Feeling left out, Charles complains they met without her, prompting Ivana to cheekily ask if Her Highness is jealous. Determined to one-up her, Ivana proudly declares she'll bring out the official Imperial Palace desserts. Ivana stands up to a group of older children, arguing that they should be more understanding since she and Nia are younger. Charles and other children dismiss Ivana's plea, stating that even young kids must know how to behave properly. Crash! The donut box is knocked over, causing Ivana to cry out for her snacks while a panicked Nia insists they were just playing. A smug Princess Charles questions Nia's connection to the royal family, pointing out her friendship with a princess and greeting of the queen. Two orange-haired boys begin juggling the donuts, threatening to throw them away if Nia doesn't answer. Nia watches in horror as her precious snacks fly through the air, crying out for them. Overwhelmed and crying, Nia desperately screams for someone to help. Swoosh! The eagle mascot dashes in, expertly catching the falling donuts mid-air. With incredible speed, the eagle's hands glow as they precisely snatch each donut from the air. The eagle mascot presents the saved donuts to Nia and Ivana, who look on with joy and relief. The bullies angrily question why a purified monster from the white mage is interfering, as the eagle glares back with a glowing eye. Wham! The eagle mascot grabs one of the bullies by his collar, startling him into silence. Ack! The eagle mascot furiously shakes the terrified bully by his collar. Seeing the spectacle, Ivana furiously demands that the eagle spit the boy out, while Nia watches in concern. As someone shouts, "Over there!" the eagle mascot continues to hold the struggling boy, its chest glowing ominously. Panicked voices from the crowd shout for someone to pull the boy out of the eagle's grasp. Just then, two knights arrive, with the blue-haired one chiding his captain as the red-haired one explains they used a magic tracer to find the eagle. The red-haired knight, Gilly, cheerfully addresses the eagle as Ivana watches in shock, wondering why her aunt is there. The scene shifts to a grand theater where an announcer welcomes the audience to the final event, a performance by a special troupe. As the curtain opens on a village set, the announcer invites the children to enjoy a story from the Empire's history. In the audience, Hith and his subordinates watch, with Hith knowingly remarking that main characters always make a late entrance. The story begins, narrating how the Black Knight was bewitched by Titirshan, forcing the other three heroes to fight alone. The light blue-haired knight reacts with a shocked, "Huh," as the play's narrative unfolds. On stage, actors depict the three heroes confronting the Black Knight and the fallen Titers, pleading not to take lives so carelessly. Ignoring the plea, a knight brutally stabs another who is attempting to resolve the conflict with words. The children in the audience gasp in shock, confused about why the knights are fighting each other. Enraged by the play's slanderous portrayal of them being seduced by Titirshan's, Hith's subordinates erupt in fury. One of the knights turns to his captain, only to find Hith's chair suddenly empty. Backstage, the crew panics, questioning why the eagle mascot is there early and yelling to hurry with the prop set up. A dark-haired woman clenches her fist, thinking furiously about the twisted truth and resolving to find the person responsible for the play. An actress with a leg injury tends to her wound, assuming the eagle mascot standing in her doorway is the actor who played the Black Knight. As the eagle mascot approaches, the seated actress looks up and cautiously asks if she can help. The black-haired woman holds a duck plushie, her expression caught between shock and recognition. A man with white hair watches from a doorway, wondering if she's really going to perform herself. He clenches his fist, confused about why Captain Lucia would take such a risk. He startles another man, who yelps, recognizing the esteemed guest. The white-haired man smiles charmingly, explaining he has a reason to stay here a while. A brown-haired man walks beside the armored Captain Lucia, pondering her mysterious intentions. A pink-haired man schemes with his aide to give Lucia and Nia fake prizes after the play. A cute cartoon shows the pink-haired man holding hands with a little girl who must be Nia. The pink-haired man's elegant purple attire is shown in detail, highlighting his noble status. Lucia, now masked, coolly dismisses a rumor about a massacre, while standing next to a bruised soldier. Thwack! She suddenly smacks the soldier, who cries out in pain. Two children in the audience gasp in shock, identifying the performer as a knight of the enemy. A soldier in the audience can't believe his eyes, wondering if the masked knight is his captain. The crowd erupts in confusion, asking what's going on and questioning if the knight is truly Captain Lucia. The pink-haired and white-haired men both blush, completely bewildered by Lucia's unexpected actions on stage. The little girl in the crowd looks on with wide eyes, calling out for her mom. The masked Lucia stands firm, her actions driven by her love for Nia. Igniting her sword with a brilliant pink aura, she declares that they will survive this together. Wah! The children cheer wildly for the Black Knight, begging her to get revenge for them. Atop a grand staircase, the pink-haired man announces he will grant a sacred relic to the performance's hero. He gives a golden egg to Lucia, thinking to himself that he safely tucked a doll inside for her. The soldier Lucia knocked out earlier gets up, furious that she dared to ruin the performance. Ugh. Without missing a beat, Lucia lands another solid punch right in his face. A soldier in the crowd panics, shouting that her mask fell off and they need to stop her. As she shields her face, the golden egg in her hands bursts with a blinding light. The audience gasps as a shower of sparkling pink petals rains down upon the stage. Adjusting her mask, Lucia breathes a sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding being exposed. She reflects that she gave Nia a happy memory while keeping her identity secret, but wonders what was truly in that egg. Nia gazes at the gift, her eyes filled with pure adoration. The masked Lucia kneels, gently presenting the precious gift to her daughter. Beaming with happiness, Nia hugs the gift and thanks her mom. Lucia tells Nia she'll see her at home, realizing her daughter knew who she was the whole time. As she turns away, Lucia senses a mysterious, magical energy flowing from the falling petals. On a balcony above, the white-haired man secretly manipulates the golden energy swirling from the petals. He's suddenly shocked as a name comes to mind: Leon Ruins. Elsewhere, a man in a lion costume asks a man in an eagle costume if he's been to the bathroom again, suggesting they go dance. The white-haired man approaches the two costumed partygoers with a friendly smile. He suspects Lucia is inside one of the costumes, seeing a perfect opportunity to dance with her. But the pink-haired man intervenes, reminding him that guides shouldn't be playing around at a kid's event. The pink-haired man smirks, convinced he saw Captain Lucia wearing the eagle mask and that she must be inside. The two rivals now flank the person in the eagle costume, each holding a hand as they dance. Their rivalry intensifies as the white-haired man warns the prince about his behavior, while the prince thinks he'd rather destroy everything than lose. The man in the eagle costume realizes he's being punished, caught between the feuding head of the White Magic Order and the Crown Prince. Later, Lucia reflects on the day's events, content that the memory of the petals will forever remind him of Nia's smile. The face of a handsome man with long black hair and stunning blue eyes is revealed as he smiles warmly. A secret council of robed figures convenes in a dark, candlelit chamber. A woman with purple hair stands in a doorway asking about an injured hand, while a hooded figure identified as High Priest Ahilun radiates light. The purple-haired woman inquires about the condition of High Priest Ahilun's hand. High Priest Ahilun, a young man with blonde hair, pulls on a glove, and insists he's fine. The purple-haired woman gets down to business, demanding he hand over the leaf of artium under orders from His Excellency. The purple-haired woman cryptically mentions a children's field trip to the palace and the need to reveal something before it's too late. High Priest Ahilun demands she be direct, but she only asks if he's found it yet, adding that His Excellency is waiting. She tells him to be patient, as the plan will be shared soon, but he simply turns away with a huff. He grips his gloved hand, remembering a vision of Lucia's overwhelming pink magic. The scene shifts to a grand, sunlit estate, home of the Black Knights. A silver-haired knight sighs, realizing Captain Lucia's performance was meant to signal the rebirth of their order. While sparring, a red-haired knight agrees it was shocking to see their captain take the stage herself. A brown-haired knight joins them, laughing that they're only just now catching on to her true intentions. He passionately declares his dream of having a child who will one day be proud of the Black Knights. Flustered, he quickly pivots, asking his comrades to imagine the disaster if the captain hadn't saved the play. Fired up, he rallies the troops, proclaiming that it's their turn to repay her dedication to their reputation. The knights are moved to tears, vowing to become an honorable order respected by all. As the newly inspired knights charge off, Lucia watches from a distance. On her way to work, Lucia sighs, wondering what shenanigans her idiot knights are up to now. Unable to resist, she admits she started tailing them and is now trying to figure out their chaotic mission. Their first heroic act? Cutting down a tree to save a cat. Lucia facepalms as her knights declare, "On to the next job!" Their next stop is more serious, as they approach a distraught mother holding her young son's hand. Peeking from behind a wall, Lucia decides to lay low and see how this new drama unfolds. It's a classic deadbeat dad story. A noble promised marriage, then abandoned his family after inheriting a title. Sobbing, the mother insists her child is the spitting image of the man who left them. The silver-haired knight steps up, vowing they'll begin by tracking down the father's location. He blows a sharp whistle, and in the sky above, a lone bird answers the call. As feathers drift down, he assures the mother they will soon find the man who wronged her. The red-haired knight gets a little too excited, eagerly asking, "So, we just kill him, right?" to read the room.
But the little boy has a simpler request, innocently asking to see his daddy just once.
Elsewhere, nobles gather in a lavish hall for a high society banquet. A blonde-haired woman in a blue dress smiles confidently, thinking her moment has finally arrived. A blonde man approaches, complimenting her radiance and identifying her as the lady of the Tankscount family. She recalls hearing of his kindness to puppies, which he humbly confirms, saying the dog is like a child to him. They're a perfect match. She needs his wealth, and he needs her noble name. A true romance for the ages. Clang. Their scheming is interrupted by a little boy calling out, "Daddy!" The man agrees to go with him, leaving the woman baffled. She's absolutely floored, staring in utter disbelief at the unfolding chaos. The brown-haired knight appears, holding the boy's hand as the child tells his daddy about a puppy at home. The knights corner the blonde man, with the red-haired knight shouting, "You can care for a dog, but not your own child?" The little boy rushes to his father's defense, crying for them to stop, and the family resemblance is undeniable. The man insists it's all a misunderstanding, but the red-haired knight retorts that they're practically carbon copies. The brown-haired knight tries to de-escalate, reminding his comrade their only mission was a father-son reunion. The cornered man explodes with rage, furious that they've ruined his expensive matchmaking setup and threatening revenge. As the knights are dismissed as a bunch of criminals, they turn to leave the hall. But the brown-haired knight stops, his face darkening as the blonde man turns on the lady, confirming the child is his son. He cruelly mocks her, accusing her of only being there to sell her ruined family's name. Thwack! She slugs him right in the face, sending him crashing to the floor as he sputters insults. Enraged, she thinks a deadbeat dad is nothing compared to Captain Lucia's fury, and unleashes her own righteous anger. Whoa! The knights, impressed by her spirit, erupt into cheers and applause. Staggering up, the man seethes, calling her a beggar for daring to strike him. He raises his hand, preparing to hit her back in retaliation. But the brown-haired knight instantly intervenes, blocking the man's arm before it can connect. The blonde man gasps, stunned that his attack was so easily stopped. With a chilling glare, the knight warns him to stop, reminding him that his own child is watching. The knight stands firm, a protective shield between the woman and the furious, disgraced noble. With a final glance back at the stunned blonde man, the brown-haired knight walks away. The blonde woman in blue assures the knight she's fine, hoping he doesn't get hurt because of this. The scene shifts to a grand, sunlit academy, marking a new chapter. The woman reflects on the calculating Baron Dukeville, contrasting him with the upright man she just saw. In a classroom, a red-haired girl named Evan asks a brown-haired boy what to do, while their teacher despairs. Their teacher, Miss Emily, suddenly explodes in front of the class, shouting that she hates sincere men. As a little girl apologizes, the teacher quickly reassures a boy named Cesar that she wasn't yelling at him. An older woman with white hair and glasses appears, asking for a moment with Miss Emily. She informs Emily that due to status issues, a new student has been placed in her sparrow class. A regal woman with purple hair stands beside a quiet, gray-haired little boy. As the boy looks on, Miss Emily internally panics, wondering why all the high-status kids are ending up with her. The story moves to the magnificent, sprawling imperial palace. A smiling, crowned king warmly invites his visitors to enter his office. Two military officials enter, the elder introducing himself as Commander-in-Chief Helbert. The younger, white-haired official decides they must hold a continental peace summit. Helbert erupts, questioning the summit and fearing they expect his Lucia to handle all the security. The younger official remains silent and unmoved by the Commander-in-Chief's outburst. Helbert's yelling makes the king jump out of his skin, who yelps that he didn't even say anything. The official explains the situation has changed, but Helbert accuses him of wanting Lucia to face the entire continent. The nervous king tries to mediate, reminding Helbert that their top priority is protecting the empire. Helbert glares, darkly suggesting they should worry about cleaning up corpses instead, which makes the king shriek, "Eek!" The king trembles, thinking Helbert and Lucia are a terrifying duo who will eat him alive. Better hide the valuables. Nia runs to greet her mother, Lucia, happily saying she had a great day. A little blonde boy named Roy eagerly declares his ambition to become a black knight just like her. Roy asks if he can make his sword glow red, while Nia cheers that he's her best friend, leaving Lucia stunned he figured her out. A blonde woman, Roy's mother, is startled to see Lady Lucia as her son tugs on her dress. She introduces herself as Lady Whitney, but tells Lucia to just call her Sushia. Sushia apologizes for her son's obsession with the Black Knight, but Lucia assures her it's fine. The two mothers chat, with Susha mentioning they're out for dinner and Lucia explaining she works at the palace. Susha leans in to share some hot gossip. The infamous Baron Dukeville got nearly beaten to death after a date with Miss Emily. The source of the beating? The Black Knights. Sushia gasps at their violent reputation, while Lucia realizes her knights were involved. Sushia adds that no one would testify against them, leaving Lucia to absorb the shocking news. Lucia smiles, thinking that while her knights were a bit rough, maybe their good deeds will eventually be recognized. The two children, Nia and Roy, are seen running and laughing together without a care in the world. Watching them play, Lucia wipes away a tear, filled with a quiet, maternal pride. As dusk falls, a carriage arrives at what appears to be Lucia's home. Entering the hallway with Nia, Lucia suddenly halts, sensing something is wrong. She notices the doorknob is turned, realizing an intruder might be inside, since the helper isn't due today. Instantly on guard, she pulls Nia close, knowing she must protect her daughter from a potential ambush. A dagger materializes in her hand, glowing with her fierce pink magical energy. Her eyes narrow with deadly intent. If anyone is targeting Nia, she won't let it slide. Without hesitation, she hurls the glowing dagger through the doorway into the darkened room. Clang. Her dagger shatters the sword of a masked intruder as she shields Nia from the attack. The intruder mockingly calls her gutsy but unskilled and raises his weapon to finish her, yelling, "Die!" But he freezes when Nia softly calls out, "Father?" His inner thought reveals his pride in his daughter's strength. Cradled in her mother's arms, a confused Nia looks up at the masked man and again asks, "Father?" Later, her father, Commander Helbert, sits across from a quiet Nia in their living room. Nia's eyes sparkle with pure delight as she stares at her grandfather. Helbert notices his granddaughter has been staring at him intently for some time now. Suddenly, Nia's face breaks into a wide, joyous, and utterly infectious laugh. Helbert gets straight to the point, asking the laughing little girl if she's his daughter Lucia's child. Click! The gears turn in Nia's head as she realizes this stern-looking man is her grandpa. Her grandpa is a bit awkward, calling her wonderful, while Nia proudly declares she's a very hard worker. Bathed in a heavenly glow, Nia stands there, radiating pure, unfiltered adorableness. Just then, Lucia arrives with tea as her father begins to introduce the child he just met. Piffed! Helbert does a full-on spit take, spraying tea everywhere. So much for that stoic commander vibe. He's completely losing it, accusing someone of trying to poison him while Lucia sips her tea, looking utterly disappointed. And just like that, he's back to normal, giving the tea a big thumbs up. This guy is a roller coaster. Nia offers him one of her special cookies, telling him it's a super yummy treat she saved just for him. He holds up a pig-shaped cookie, but Nia points out another one of her treasures, her favorite blanket. She proudly presents her collection of candies and animal crackers, leaving her grandpa completely baffled. A moment later, he's been conquered by cuteness, draped in her floral blanket and looking totally lost. Nia's eyes sparkle with adoration as she finally calls him Grandpa, and his heart just melts. The three of them sit in a comically awkward silence. Lucia is unimpressed, Nia is flustered, and Grandpa is just trying to process it all. But it doesn't take long for him to embrace his new role, happily pulling Nia onto his lap. Held by her grandpa, Nia thinks that him secretly watching over them isn't so bad after all. Lucia watches the heartwarming scene unfold, a soft, knowing smile on her face. Elsewhere, an officer slams his desk, demanding answers from Commander-in-Chief Helbert about a continental peace conference. In a briefing, Helbert announces that a top-secret meeting will be held in 1 month. An official explains the summit isn't about the holy tree, but about who gets the last of the world's medicine. As Helbert walks out, telling them to get ready, the officer begs for more details. But the officer is left hanging, dejectedly realizing there's no more information to be had. Helbert runs into the white-haired Commander Leon, who begins to apologize for something. Bathed in a soft, floral glow, Commander Leon blushes, looking incredibly handsome. Helbert just laughs and shoves a folder at a startled Leon who stammers in surprise. Clutching the folder, a blushing Leon is surrounded by cute floating animals. Yep, this guy's in love. With a casual farewell, Helbert leaves a flustered Leon, watching him go down the hall. Walking away, Helbert smirks to himself, thinking that the young commander has chosen a difficult path. The scene shifts to Lucia's office, where she's buried in a mountain of paperwork. She groans, complaining that her night's good deeds are just creating more petition-related work for her. Still, she reflects, it's better than her past life's assignments of monster subjugation and civilian suppression. She wonders if the Prime Minister's order to protect the Holy Tree is meant to give her time to consider that proposal. Leaning back, she closes her eyes, realizing how one small choice can change everything. Snapping back to reality, a tiny, angry Lucia fumes at the silent guest who just sat down in her office. It's Commander Leon, looking calm and composed as he reads a document on her sofa. Lucia is surprised to see him, suddenly realizing he's been showing up a lot recently. She decides she needs to thank him for all his help, and her eyes land on a brown book on the coffee table. Before she can say a word, Leon asks if she'd like to open it, and she confirms he means the brown book. The book is open to a page filled with tiny handwritten script, with delicate flower petals pressed between the pages. Leon holds up one of the petals, identifying it with a slight blush. Flustered, Lucia confirms they are indeed flower petals, thinking she doesn't know how to properly thank him. Leon seems completely stunned by her words, prompting her to ask if he's okay. Her mind races, wondering if he's always near me, while Chibi Leon asks for clarification, clearly confused. Lucia backpedals, explaining that a file about the conference didn't require a personal visit. Leon looks away bashfully, about to explain his real reason for being there. He thinks to himself that, while he could make up an excuse, the truth is Commander-in-Chief Helbert ordered him to come in person. He's secretly thrilled that Lucia, who always seemed so distant, is finally engaging with him. As he looks toward her, she simply replies, "Of course." Taking this as his sign, Leon resolves to finally confess his feelings, declaring it's the only thing he can do for her. And so, as a new romance is about to bloom, the chapter comes to a close. The story begins with a portrait of a beautiful, stern-looking woman with long black hair and striking blue eyes. Two voices argue, one insisting the situation is critical, while the other agrees it's a once-in-a-lifetime event. A voice announces the arrival of Her Highness the Princess, as a young woman in green appears. The green-haired princess beams with pure, unadulterated joy, surrounded by a cascade of flowers. In her excitement, she accidentally bumps right into the white-haired Commander Leon, who is taken completely by surprise. He looks down, flustered, and recognizes the familiar face, asking, "Princess Lilith?" She winks playfully as her identity is revealed. Lilith Farandel, first princess of the Kingdom of Farandel. Leon asks why she's here, and Lilith cheerfully announces she's come as the royal envoy for her kingdom. She's clearly smitten, imagining the two of them as a cute couple surrounded by hearts and bunnies. Leon, however, has other ideas, suspecting she was blackmailed over her broken engagement. A tiny king confirms his theory is correct. Meanwhile, Lucia's knights are peeking through a doorway, lamenting a missed opportunity, while Lucia wonders what on earth her team is doing. The scene shifts to a group of children in matching yellow uniforms, gathered for a lesson or presentation. A little pink-haired girl, addressed as Your Highness, pouts with a grumpy expression. Her friends, a red-haired girl and a black-haired girl, look around as someone asks where a voice is coming from. Two other kids recall that last time, the princess played the role of a Titorshan princess, much to her current annoyance. A flashback shows a girl in a sinister red demon mask, hinting at a less than glamorous role. The princess's voice rings out, declaring that as Eldarian's princess, she had to swallow her pride. She confronts a red-haired girl, complaining about the indignity of playing a two-session, while the other girl insists she didn't know the princess wanted the part. A quiet, gray-haired boy with shadowed eyes watches the argument unfold. The princess smugly warns that the king might get angry, while another child recalls their nanny was furious after the last field trip. The gray-haired boy stands by with a gentle, saintly aura, looking completely serene. The princess turns to him with concern, asking if he was okay and noting it must have been stifling for him. Elsewhere, the red-haired girl huffs angrily, and the black-haired girl, Nia, asks if her friend Ivan is upset. Ivan retorts that she's not upset, claiming the princess was the one being mean. But internally, a blushing Ivan admits she didn't realize the princess had been scolded by the elders for her behavior. The teacher, a smiling blonde woman, prepares to unveil a surprise for her eager students. Ta-da! She reveals a cage full of adorable bunnies, and the children gasp with delight. The pink-haired princess leads the charge as the excited children rush toward the bunnies. In the chaos, the princess trips and crashes right into Ivan with a loud yelp. Ivan stands over the fallen princess, hesitating and trying to find the right words to apologize. But the princess, mortified, just scrambles up and runs away as Ivan calls after her. Ivan watches her go, filled with regret, thinking that's not how she meant for things to happen. Their teacher cheerfully redirects their attention back to the bunny cages, trying to lighten the mood. She offers them dried carrots to feed the animals, but the little blonde boy Roy whines that he hates carrots. The quiet, gray-haired boy offers some pro-level life advice. Hold your nose, and you won't taste it. Roy is amazed. The teacher gently encourages them to try eating their veggies normally next time. The scene transitions, showing the grand exterior of the academy under a bright, sunny sky. Inside, the cute bunnies are seen happily munching on their food. A caption identifies the gray-haired boy as the first bunny caretaker as he tends to the cages. But his sweet demeanor vanishes as he glares at the cages, thinking it'd be better if all these useless things just died. He drops a carrot just as Nia, the little black-haired girl, walks up behind him. Nia looks absolutely horrified by what she just overheard, her eyes wide with fear. The boy turns, and his terrifying expression instantly melts away into a sweet, disarming smile. He walks away, but the moment his back is turned, his face twists back into a cold, cruel frown. Nia is left frozen in place, trembling with fear at the boy's sinister secret. Back at the palace, one of Lucia's subordinates shouts that there's chaos outside. Lucia's knights are gathered at a window, gossiping that those two are still together even as the sun sets. Their view reveals Commander Leon and Princess Lilith enjoying a romantic picnic, which the knights deem indecent. Lucia asks why she should care, but her blue-haired knight insists it must get on her nerves. She gives him a sharp, calculating look, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. As her blue-haired knight begins to ask if she cares, Lucia cuts him off, abruptly announcing she needs to pick Nia up early. The three chibi knights are left in a silent, dejected stupor. The red-haired knight panics, worried he'll lose the money he bet on Captain Leon, while the blue-haired knight declares that their captain must end up with him. A close-up shows the blue-haired knight's determined hand adjusting his collar. He hatches a plan, announcing with a smirk that it's time to gather the members. The scene shifts to Princess Lilith, who cheerfully offers a slice of apple on a fork. Commander Leon pointedly turns away, refusing her offer. Lilith teases that he used to accept when they were little, but he thinks to himself that she never gave him a choice. From the sidelines, the blue-haired knight watches them, wondering about the sweet mood. He and the other knights observe the scene, with the red-haired knight laughing as the blue-haired knight calls it pathetic. Suddenly, Lucia's knights surround a startled Princess Lilith, who recognizes them as the rumored Black Knights, and drag her away despite her protests to see the last zone. The blue-haired knight awkwardly explains to a baffled Leon that they bet on air, support him. He then asks Leon if he would be willing to accompany Captain Lucia on a complaint-handling mission in his place. Handing him a set of clothes, the knight explains that since mages don't handle complaints, Leon will need a disguise to blend in. Leon clutches the clothes, stunned into a sparkling, blushing silence at the prospect. The scene transitions to a bustling market street bathed in the golden light of sunset. Lucia, concealed in a dark green cloak, reads a request to capture some thugs, figuring it'll be an easy job. But the note's instructions and familiar handwriting make her realize it's a setup from her own knights. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure, presumably Leon, gets mistaken for an errand boy while grumbling about his unruly subordinates. Suddenly, a handsome black-haired man appears behind Lucia, announcing he's here in her knight's stead. He gives her a disarmingly charming and gentle smile. Lucia whips around in shock, questioning if it's really Captain Leon, completely thrown by his new hair color and lack of uniform. A quick note confirms he changed his clothes for the undercover mission as they begin walking through the market together. Leon's heart flutters as he walks beside her in civilian clothes, thinking it almost feels like they're lovers. He blushes, clutching his chest, as Lucia calls his name to get his attention. She suggests they pose as siblings since their hair color now matches, a suggestion that visibly breaks his heart before he reluctantly agrees. Leon gently asks if she's upset that he showed up unannounced to join her mission. He reflects on Princess Lilith, who was once like a little sister but is now a grown princess who's difficult to handle. Lucia agrees that type is hard to deal with, and a tiny thought bubble reveals she felt the same way guarding Prince Aiden. Leon offers his help, warning her that he can't protect her if her superiors find out, but he hopes his presence can ease her burden. His heart pounds as he realizes she accepted his company, thinking to himself that she said it was fine. A blushing Leon admits that when he buys gifts for his younger brother Caesar, he sometimes thinks of getting something for Nia too. His thoughts drift to an image of a radiant, happy little Nia with her arms wide open. Lucia thoughtfully wonders what kind of things Nia actually likes. She muses that Nia is already provided with all the essentials like food and clothing by others. A tender memory surfaces of her lovingly hugging a happy younger Nia. As the memory of Nia calling for her mommy appears, Leon suddenly says, "I think it's me," leaving Lucia utterly confused. She turns to him with a soft, knowing smile, seemingly understanding his sentiment. The two continue their walk through the lively marketplace as the sun sets. They stop at a stall selling an assortment of cute, decorative sweets or brooches. Lucia points to a small white cat figurine, remarking that it resembles Leon, which leaves him speechless. He's completely flustered that she'd say something so casually, thinking this really feels like a date, before he accidentally trips and faceplants into the stall. A large, brutish man stomps forward, demanding 2 months of rent from the stall owner. As Lucia analyzes how to handle the thugs in a crowd, Leon seethes, furious that they would dare disrupt my date with Captain Lucia. An explosion of blue magic erupts from him, as his eyes glow with rage. With a wave of his hand, he sends the thug flying with his magic, leaving the crowd stunned and relieved by their mysterious savior. While the crowd praises the impressive young man, Lucia comically misinterprets the entire event, wondering if he used magic just because he wanted the cat brooch that badly. Outside the castle walls, Leon apologizes for drawing so much attention with his magic during their supposedly discreet mission. Back in their uniforms, he prepares to leave, but Lucia tells him to wait. Under the soft glow of a lamp post, she gives him the little white cat brooch as a small token of her thanks. Leon is left speechless and blushing as he clutches the small cat brooch, a gift from his captain. Lucia gives a final, crisp look at the brooch in his hand before turning to depart. With a polite farewell, she pivots and walks away, leaving him to his flustered thoughts. Elsewhere, a white-haired captain blushes intensely, his heart pounding as he whispers the word captain. The scene shifts to a grand mansion, where an announcer presents Lady Elisha Verte, Farendel's youngest swordmaster. Watching from a nearby window, a young man with pink hair notes that she was only invited to inspire a commander's daughter. He smirks, knowing the title is a lie, because the true youngest swordmaster is none other than Lucia. Later, he confronts the green-haired Princess Lilith, who asks him to support her and Captain Leon's relationship. He flatly refuses, stunning her as he questions why she's still lingering after their broken engagement, and declares that he doesn't trust her. Turning his back to her, he warns her not to even think about harassing Lucia just to get to Captain Leon. He leans in close with a chilling gaze, telling her to take his words as a warning and to be careful. Alone and furious, Princess Lilith fumes, wondering why everyone likes Lucia when she's nothing more than a brute. The story moves to a sprawling, sun-drenched academy. Inside, a gray-haired headmistress walks down a long hall with 2 young children, one of whom is Nia. The headmistress sighs, lost in thought as she admits to herself that she truly doesn't understand the situation. She recalls a deal proposed by a stern, purple-haired woman, the position of class representative in exchange for lower tariffs for immigrants. The headmistress finds it suspicious that a vassal of Duke Anton Kilgus would make such a demand just to get close to the princess. But the offer of lower tariffs is too good to ignore, leaving everyone wondering what the Duke is truly plotting. She reports the Kilgus family's request to Lucia, who listens intently. Lucia finds the whole thing absurd, trading national tariffs just for a spot at a kindergarten meeting. She knows the Duke must be up to something more. She mentally plots to ask Keith for a spying device, while the headmistress reassures her that it's natural to be worried. The headmistress proposes appointing him as an advisor instead, a clever solution that Lucia internally praises for avoiding conflict. Having settled that, the headmistress hesitantly brings up a rumor she's heard about the Princess of Farendale spending time with her son. The scene confirms it, showing her white-haired son and Princess Lilith sitting together in a quiet, tense tea time. The princess stews, frustrated that getting rid of that commoner Lucia didn't fix her relationship, while the white-haired man thinks about how distant his own love interest has become. Her thoughts drift to Nia, cursing the child's rare golden eyes, which prevent her from using medicine to confirm her parentage. Splat! Her scheming is cut short as the white-haired man, Leon, spills his drink. She rushes over, asking if he's all right. But as she offers her handkerchief, he sharply pulls his hand away from her touch, his face flushed with embarrassment. Heartbroken by his rejection, Princess Lilith wonders if he hates her now that she's a princess, before deciding to leave for the day. As she walks off, her resolve hardens. She must confirm if Nia is Leon's child, and to do that, she needs Lucia's blood. Her mind is made up. She'll ask Elisha for help. Elsewhere, Lucia is still troubled by Duke Kilgis's scheming, even though the headmaster handled the immediate problem. She decides to keep an eye on it, but resolves to focus on the final day of her current mission for now. Leon joins her, his hair dyed black once more, and she gives him a nod, telling him it's time to go. Their mission yields a flurry of thank you notes from citizens they've helped, with everything from monster hunting to finding lost heirlooms. After helping one last family, Leon gently advises them not to file official complaints for small matters, as Lucia notes their reputation is getting a nice boost. While walking, Lucia observes that people treat Leon much more warmly than her, despite them having the same hair color, which leaves him puzzled. They overhear a woman complaining about a man who first sent her gifts, then began stalking her under the guise of protecting her. The description hits Leon like a ton of Brick's unwanted gifts, following her, ignoring her child. She's talking about his behavior toward Lucia. He's completely horrified, realizing from an outsider's perspective that his actions have been incredibly creepy. The woman continues her story, recalling how she would angrily confront the stalker whenever he showed up. As she describes his desperate pleas for them to live together, Lucia steps forward and calmly says, "Okay, we got it." Later that night, Leon musters the courage to ask a mortifying question. "Are you disgusted by me?" Lucia is utterly confused. He immediately panics and tells her to forget he said anything, leaving her standing there completely flustered. A new day dawns over the towering castle walls. The pink-haired prince officially announces a friendly duel between his empire and the allied kingdom of Farandel. An overseer gathers the knights, including Lucia and Elisha, to explain the rules of the exhibition match. Lucia listens to the rules, thinking that fighting without crossing a line sounds less like a duel and more like a choreographed dance. Across from her, Elisha stands poised with her famous Black Elf sword, a blade said to grant its user supreme agility. The two swordmasters take their positions, facing each other as the duel between the Eldarian Empire and Farandel Kingdom is about to begin. With a flash of steel and a single command to begin, Lucia lunges forward, her sword a blur as the duel commences. Clang! Blades meet as Lucia expertly parries the attack from the green-haired swordmaster, Elisha. Elisha screams in frustration, her mind racing with a single, desperate goal. She has to draw Lucia's blood, even just one drop. With effortless grace, Lucia deflects another strike, her expression a mask of pure, unwavering focus. Elisha panics, realizing Lucia is a far more incredible swordswoman than she ever imagined, easily blocking every attack without a single big strike even scratching her. Lucia, however, notes that her opponent's sword is too fast for her to control and decides to end this fight quickly. In a flash, it's over. Lucia holds her blade to Elisha's wrist and calmly declares, "Let's end it here." Refusing to accept defeat, Elisha's thoughts scream in defiance. She can't let it end like this, not before fulfilling the princess's request. With a final desperate roar, she throws herself forward in a reckless, last-ditch attack. Her eyes widen in disbelief as a single tear falls, her attack completely stopped as she whispers, "No way." Lucia stands completely still, now enveloped in a powerful pink aura that radiates from her body. Elisha can only stare in utter shock, repeating the words, "No way." Looking down on her defeated opponent, Lucia's voice is cold and clear as she states her disappointment. As Elisha collapses to her knees, Lucia's judgment rings in her mind. To resort to such a cowardly act after being unable to accept defeat is unbecoming of a knight. An announcer declares Lucia of Eldarian's Black Knights the winner, officially concluding the match as she sheathes her sword in victory. But as she lowers her hand, a tiny chibi version of her looks down in confusion, wondering what she's feeling. She pulls a tiny, blood-tipped pin from her glove, realizing with a start that Elisha had planted it there to get her blood. The pin clatters to the ground, its mission accomplished, as the crowd, including a certain green-haired princess, erupts in cheers. In the stands, Princess Lilith smirks victoriously, having secretly retrieved the blood sample she desperately needed. Later, Elisha warns the princess that using the Facilian potion has severe side effects for non-elves, and questions her motives for targeting a child over Leon's rejection. The Facilian is revealed to be a magic potion passed down by the Farandel royal family, a magical paternity test that confirms a child's parentage using their blood. Princess Lilith seems to relent, telling Elisha that she might have a point. Elisha presses on, admitting Lucia's appearance was a surprise, but insisting that confirming if the child is truly Leon's remains a crucial issue. The princess covers her face, her expression hidden as she plots her next move. The scene shifts to a sunny schoolyard, where children in yellow uniforms are playing. A young girl with black hair named Nia calls out to a red-haired girl named Ivan, suggesting they go play with the princess and Caesar, but Ivan seems hesitant. Ivan looks down, her expression sullen and conflicted. Worried she'll be rejected even after apologizing, Ivan hesitates, but Nia reassures her that the princess looked just as sad as she did. Nia and Caesar decide to go fetch the princess for her, waving a cheerful goodbye. But as they wait, a large, ominous shadow falls over the two small children. It's Princess Lilith, who puts on a sweet smile and asks the children for directions to the bathroom, offering a very suspicious-looking piece of candy as a reward. The scene shifts to an empty classroom inside the academy. A young boy approaches the pink-haired princess, formally addressing her as Your Highness. Yvonne finally musters her courage and steps forward to speak with the princess, who asks what she has to say. Yvonne nervously explains that she came because she heard the princess was feeling down. A flashback reveals the princess was told she was unfairly made into a villain and deserves an apology. Yvonne struggles to get the word apologize out, while the princess internally hopes she does it soon so they can finally play together. Just then, Caesar runs up, asking if Yvonne has apologized yet, which sends her into a confused rage. The kids erupt in shock upon learning that Nia followed a stranger for candy, with the princess demanding to know who would do such a thing. A tearful Caesar explains that the woman asked for the girls' bathroom, and he couldn't follow, sending the other children into a full-blown panic. "We need to find Nia now," the princess shouts, breaking into a frantic run with Yvonne right behind her. A gray-haired boy advises her to calm down and tell a teacher, but she furiously asks if he even cares about his friend. The princess calls him an idiot, terrified of what might happen to Nia if they waste any more time. She orders the young royal guard to move, and he nervously scrambles to obey her command. The scene cuts to a small, isolated building on the edge of the school grounds. Inside, Lilith tries to offer Nia the candy, but the little girl politely refuses. Lilith insists, masking her impatience with a fake smile. Frustrated that her plan is failing, Lilith decides that if Nia won't take the potion willingly, she'll just have to force her. She grabs Nia's arm, trying to shove the drugged candy into her mouth as the terrified little girl screams. Wham! Out of nowhere, Yvonne flies in and delivers a solid punch right to Lilith's gut. "She said she doesn't want it, you old lady," Yvonne yells, as the furious princess can't believe the insult. The drugged candy falls uselessly to the floor. Just then, two guards seize the princess, who desperately tries to assert her authority, screaming that she is Princess Lilith of Farandel. Looks like this royal is busted. The pink-haired princess furiously demands to know how they dare treat royalty this way, questioning if they even know who they're threatening. Glowing with righteous fury, she points an accusing finger, ready to lay down some royal justice. Unimpressed, Yvonne calls her weird, while Nia asks Yvonne if she's all right. "Princess?" "As if," Yvonne scoffs. The confrontation leaves both the red-haired Yvonne and the pink-haired princess looking flustered and conflicted. Yvonne fires back with the ultimate playground insult, shouting, "I was not! You piggy princess!" as Nia looks on in shock. With the argument seemingly resolved, a tiny, adorable Nia beams with pure, unadulterated happiness. Elsewhere, Princess Lila fumes, wondering how they could possibly arrest her for questioning after the incident at the school. Her internal monologue is cut short by the arrival of the pink-haired crown prince, and she nervously asks what brings him here. He gets straight to the point, his expression grim as he reveals the knights found Althea tree root in her room. The prince lays out all the evidence. He knows she planned to make the Facilian paternity potion, a recipe Farandel shared, as a sign of alliance. He admits he was a fool for thinking she'd use it to help him by getting Leon away from Lucia, then coldly tells her to pack her bags and go home. "You're threatening a diplomat?" she asks, shocked. He shoots back, asking if her father, the King of Farandel, would choose his country or his daughter. She stammers that of course her father would choose her, but her voice falters as the prince tells her to think hard and walks away. Left alone on the path, her expression hardens as she grimly considers the prince's ultimatum and her father's likely choice. Her hand clenches into a determined fist. Her decision made. She's not going down without a fight. Clop, clop. A carriage pulls up to the gates of a grand sunlit mansion. A line of maids stands at attention, ready to formally greet the important visitor arriving by carriage. A distinguished white-haired butler steps forward, hand over his heart, as he says, "Welcome. We've been waiting for you." The visitor is none other than Lucia, looking sharp and professional in her military uniform as she steps out of the carriage. She's annoyed, recalling her knights telling her to take Nia home so they could deliver documents. Turns out she had to come herself because Captain Leon took sick leave. Her thoughts drift back to Leon's mortifying question from the other night. "Are you disgusted by me?" Clenching her gloved fist, she decides that since she's here, she might as well find out why he completely vanished after that. She peeks through a doorway and spots a flushed, miserable-looking Leon. The scene pulls back to show the stately exterior of the mansion where Leon is recuperating. The staff cheerfully informs Lucia that young Master Leon is resting in his chamber, leaving her to wonder if they're hoping she can help. Standing in a grand hallway, she wonders if her reaction to his bizarre question was so harsh that it made him physically ill. Knock, knock. She taps on his door, and a weak voice from inside asks who it is. "It is Lucia," she announces, her expression serious. Leon, hiding under a blanket and blushing furiously, panics and begs her not to come closer, claiming his illness might be contagious. She's not buying that for a second. With a determined look, she grips the golden doorknob. Ignoring his protests, she declares, "I am coming in," and swings the door open. She starts to ask if he's feeling any better, but stops dead in her tracks, completely bewildered by the sight before her. Finding him huddled under a blanket on the bed, she can only ask, "Why are you crouched down like that?" He looks up at her, face beet red and sweating, and can only stammer her name. The two sit in a painfully awkward silence on opposite ends of the bed. You could cut the tension with a knife. Lucia observes him, thinking to herself that he genuinely seems unwell, despite his weird behavior. She scoots closer and gently places her gloved hand on his forehead to check for a fever. The simple touch sends him into a full-blown meltdown, his face flushing even brighter as sweat drips down his temple. She withdraws her hand, warning him that he needs to rest so she doesn't catch it too. His extreme reaction reminds her of how he acted when he first met Nia. Leon sits silently, consumed by his feverish embarrassment. While he frets about being too sick to follow Lucia to work, she notes that his dedication is unwavering, even when he's ill. Suddenly, he loses his balance and collapses right into her arms, clinging to her. His face is buried in her shoulder, eyes closed, a deep blush still coloring his cheeks. Lucia is completely frozen, her own cheeks turning pink as she's caught in his feverish, unexpected embrace. The scene shifts, announcing the upcoming Eldarion Kindergarten Spring Concert. A narrator explains the annual tradition where noble children, who begin music lessons before age 7, showcase their talents. Yvonne puffs out her chest, proudly announcing her plan to play the violin, which she calls the Queen of Instruments. The pink-haired princess scoffs, but Yvonne defends her choice, asking what Her Highness will play instead. With an air of superiority, the princess declares she will play the harp, the lofty instrument of the gods. Mic drop. All eyes turn to a blushing Nia, who stammers nervously when asked what instrument she'll be playing. Clop, clop. The story moves to a charming, old-fashioned building, the Jean Roof Music Shop. As Lucia's carriage prepares to depart, she thanks Leon for his help, and he promises to take Nia to choose an instrument before seeing her home. From the carriage window, Lucia tells Nia to pick whichever instrument she likes best, promising to meet her again in the afternoon. Leon and little Nia stand together outside the entrance of the Jean Roof Music Shop. Inside, Nia looks up with wide, curious eyes as someone calls out her name. An elderly man greets Leon as young Master Leon, and Leon politely returns the greeting, calling him teacher. The teacher looks down at Nia in surprise, but Leon explains she's simply the daughter of a close acquaintance. Now identified as Jean Roof, the shop's master proudly declares he'll find the perfect instrument for Nia and gestures for them to follow. In a grand room, Jean Roof sits at a beautiful piano, ready to play for his special guests. His hands dance across the keys, filling the air with a cascade of magical, glowing musical notes. Wow! Nia is completely captivated, her eyes sparkling with wonder at the beautiful melody. Inspired by the moment, a smiling Leon gently picks up a violin from a nearby stand. He then plays the violin, conjuring a whimsical vision of a sunlit forest filled with gentle animals. The beautiful music reminds Nia of being held safely in her mother Lucia's arms as a baby. Lost in the melody, Nia whispers that the enchanting sound feels just like a bird's song. The teacher is impressed, noting that Nia's emotional response is even more expressive than that of his very first pupil. With the decision made, Leon informs the teacher that Nia has chosen the violin, and they bid each other a warm farewell. As they leave, a striking woman with purple hair and a large hat approaches, accompanied by a small, gray-haired boy. The woman introduces the boy as the young heir of the Kyrgyz Duchy, here to see the shop's famed instruments, and Jean Roof graciously welcomes them. With a warm, friendly smile, Leon says goodbye to his former teacher. But the friendly atmosphere shatters as the young Kyrgyz heir glares ahead, his expression suddenly cold and unnervingly intense. Unaware of the shift, Leon cheerfully waves goodbye to Nia. The Kyrgyz heir approaches Nia with a smile, telling her he'll see her at school. Nia nervously agrees as the boy and his mother depart, leaving her and Leon outside the shop. Suddenly, a chilling flashback reveals the boy's dark nature as he coldly wishes for useless things to die. Nia shivers, sensing his disturbing aura.
Baron Dukeville steps between the blonde man and a distressed woman. Baron Dukeville halts the conflict, noting the child's presence nearby. The blonde man watches in silence as the Baron departs. The blonde woman shares her heartfelt wish for his safety. Birds sing above the grand estate as a new day begins. Thoughts turn to the calculating and upright nature of Baron Dukeville. Yvonne feels overwhelmed by the constant demands of her young students.
Frustration boils over as Ivan shouts her distaste for sincere men.
Gently, Ivan comforts little Caesar and apologizes for her sudden outburst. Miss Emily interrupts to discuss an urgent matter regarding class assignments. The headmistress explains that a high-status student has joined the Spiral Pass. A purple-haired noblewoman presents a serious young boy to the school. Yvonne laments the endless arrival of prestigious children in her classroom.
The royal palace stands majestic under the bright midday sun.
The king warmly invites his trusted advisors into the private chambers. The gray-haired elder and Commander Helbert report for duty before their sovereign. The elder proposes a continental peace summit to address growing tensions. Helbert explodes in anger, refusing to let Lucia carry the burden alone. Tension thickens as the elder remains calm despite Helbert's furious glare. Bang! Helbert slams the table, startling the king with his intense passion. The discussion turns to the clever dark mage threatening the entire continent. The king cowers as Helbert emphasizes the empire's absolute duty to protect. Helbert's menacing aura leaves the king trembling in his seat. Terrified, the king fears both Helbert and Lucia will be his undoing. Little Nia runs joyfully into the arms of her mother, Lucia. Young Roy boldly declares his dream of becoming a legendary Black Knight. Lucia is stunned to realize the children have unmasked her secret identity. Sushia approaches Lucia with a look of surprised recognition and delight. The two women exchange friendly greetings, bridging the gap between their roles. Sushia apologizes for her son's constant chatter about the Black Knight. They discuss Lucia's daily life working within the walls of the palace. Gossip about Baron Dukeville's encounter with the Black Knights fills the air. Lucia keeps a neutral face while hearing rumors of her own group's violence. Lucia is taken aback that no witnesses dared to reveal the truth. A small smile touches Lucia's lips as she reflects on justice. Laughter echoes through the garden as Roy and Nia play tag. Lucia watches the children with a gaze full of quiet affection. Clatter! A horse-drawn carriage pulls up to the manor at sunset. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Lucia pauses upon entering her home. A slightly turned doorknob confirms Lucia's suspicion of an uninvited guest. Protecting Nia is her first priority as an unknown threat looms. With a sharp motion, Lucia draws her magically glowing short sword. Determination burns in Lucia's eyes as she prepares for a lethal confrontation. Swish! Lucia strikes out toward the hidden intruder with blinding speed. Clang! Lucia parries the assassin's strike, but her blade shatters under pressure. The masked killer mocks her while Lucia's power surges for a counterattack. Memories of her father's pride in her strength bolster her resolve. Nia blinks in confusion, spotting someone unexpected in the shadows. The scene shifts to Halbert sitting calmly in the living room. Nia beams at Halbert, her eyes sparkling with innocent joy. Halbert observes that the young girl has been staring at him for quite some time. Little Nia beams at him with an incredibly bright and flowery smile. Sitting together, Halbert realizes that Nia must be the daughter of his own Lucia. Nia is overjoyed, realizing that if he is her mother's father, he is her grandpa. Halbert feels a bit awkward as Nia enthusiastically claims she always works very hard. Nia looks up at him with sparkling eyes and a look of pure wonder. Lucia enters the room with tea, arriving at the perfect moment for their meeting. A massive spit take sounds as Halbert sprays his tea in a moment of pure shock. Lucia watches deadpan while Halbert coughs, asking if she is trying to kill him. Quickly recovering, Halbert gives a cheerful thumbs up and praises the taste of the drink. Nia offers Halbert a cookie, calling it her most yummy and treasured treat. Halbert happily munches on the snack while Nia begins her next enthusiastic presentation. Nia presents an array of colorful candies and animal cookies, leaving Halbert utterly confused. A heavy thud sounds as Halbert sits dazed, now wrapped in Nia's flower-patterned blanket. Nia nervously clasps her hands, hoping he accepts her calling him Grandpa for the first time. A stunned silence falls over the room as Lucia and Halbert process the girl's words. Halbert laughs warmly, pulling Nia onto his lap for a cozy family moment. Nia reflects that having a secret grandpa hiding from wretched old men is quite nice. Watching them, a soft and affectionate smile touches Lucia's lips as she enjoys the scene. Bang! A brown-skinned officer slams the desk, demanding news about the upcoming peace conference. Halbert, now in full military uniform, announces that the secret meeting is 1 month away. Officers listen as Halbert explains the meeting's true goal is securing the world's last medicine. Dismissing the room, Halbert walks away while the officers beg for more specific details. The brown-skinned officer sighs in frustration when told there is no further information to share. Halbert greets Commander Leon, apologizing for the lack of details regarding his upcoming mission. Leon stands amidst a flurry of flowers, looking like a dashing and idealized noble knight. Laughing, Halbert hands Leon an important document, catching the younger commander completely off guard. Leon gulps nervously as he grips the sparkling paper, sensing the weight of the task. Leon rushes down the palace hallway while Halbert watches his departure from a distance. Halbert chuckles to himself, thinking that the young man has chosen a very difficult path. The scene shifts to Lucia sitting alone at her desk, surrounded by massive piles of paperwork. A quick scribble sounds repeatedly as Lucia laments the endless work piled on by others. Lucia reflects that this administrative life is far better than her previous life of violence. Looking out at the night, she wonders if she is being given time for a proposal. A sharp knock sounds, interrupting Lucia's thoughts as she senses someone at the door. Lucia is annoyed that her guest entered and sat down without saying a single word. Leon sits elegantly on the sofa, waiting for her attention amidst a backdrop of petals. Lucia is surprised to find Leon there, noting he has been appearing quite often lately. Lucia mentions the brown book on the table, intending it as a token of gratitude. Leon looks over at her, asking if she would like him to open the gift. The book is opened, revealing delicate flower petals pressed carefully between the pages of text. Leon is enchanted by the simple beauty of the petals Lucia gave to him. A small cough sounds as Lucia shyly admits she struggled to express her gratitude properly. Leon is momentarily dazed, staring at the commander as a blush creeps onto his face. A quick blink sounds as Lucia bluntly asks why Leon is always hanging around her.
Lucia facepalms in frustration, stating the conference file did not need a personal delivery.
Leon looks slightly dejected as he tries to find the words to explain his presence. Leon gulps, thinking that he could make up excuses about Helbert's orders to be there. Leon is deeply moved that the usually indifferent Commander Lucia actually asked him a question. Leon looks up with renewed hope and confirms his intentions with a simple, firm response. Leon clutches his paperwork, silently vowing to finally confess his true feelings to Commander Lucia. Lucia maintains a composed and neutral expression, framed by the soft beauty of blooming roses. Clamoring voices erupt outside, shouting that a critical, once-in-a-lifetime event is unfolding at this very moment. A frantic announcement heralds the arrival of the princess as a green-haired woman rushes forward. Princess Lilith beams with radiant energy, cheering enthusiastically as she makes her grand, flowery entrance. A quick tap sounds as Lilith suddenly grabs the startled Leon, surprising him with her arrival. Leon blinks in disbelief, sweating slightly as he recognizes the energetic woman as Princess Lilith. Glistening among white flowers, Lilith Ferendel is formally introduced as the first princess of Ferendel. Leon asks what brought her there, only for Lilith to cheerfully declare her role as envoy. Lilith lost in a pink, heart-filled daydream as she imagines a romantic connection with the commander.
Leon suspects blackmail regarding a broken engagement while a stressed Crown Prince Iron cowers in thought.
Lucia watches with mild confusion as 3 knights peer through the door, lamenting a missed opportunity. Back at school, the young students gather expectantly around a table covered by a white cloth. The pink-haired Princess Nia looks flustered and grumpy as her classmates address her with formal titles. Chibi versions of the children look around, wondering where a mysterious voice is suddenly coming from. Nia broods over being forced to play a lowly role during their last game of Knights. A memory surfaces of a girl in purple wearing a fierce red demon mask on a balcony. Nia reflects bitterly on having to sacrifice her royal pride to play a part she hated. Tension flares as Nia and red-haired Yvonne argue about their roles in their previous childhood games. The new gray-haired student stands quietly, his face shadowed by a look of deep, silent melancholy. Nia vents her frustrations, mentioning how even the king and her nanny have been constantly angry. Standing before a sparkling background, the gray-haired boy introduces himself with a polite hand-over-heart gesture. The gray-haired boy offers a sympathetic word, noting that Nia's royal life must feel quite stifling. Ivan turns away with a huff, while Lucia asks if the young girl is feeling upset. Yvonne shouts her frustrations about the princess being mean as Nia runs away in the background. Feeling a pang of guilt, Ivan realizes the princess was likely just stressed from being scolded. The blonde teacher smiles brightly as she prepares to unveil the surprise hidden under the cloth. Excitement fills the air as the cloth is removed, revealing several adorable bunnies in a cage. The children cheer and rush toward the cage, eager to see the new baby bunnies up close. Puck! A sudden collision sounds as Nia accidentally bumps into Yvonne while they both rush forward. Yvonne tries to speak to the princess, but Nia remains frozen in a moment of stunned silence. Nia suddenly bolts away, leaving a startled Yvonne standing alone by the bunny cage in confusion. Yvonne looks down with a dejected expression, regretting the misunderstanding that just occurred between them. The teacher continues her presentation with a cheerful smile, pointing toward the rows of animal cages. A blonde boy complains about his distaste for carrots while the gray-haired boy listens with interest. The gray-haired boy shares a clever trick for eating vegetables by simply plugging one's own nose. The teacher's smiling face appears alongside a reminder to try eating vegetables properly next time. The sun shines brightly over the grand, fortress-like school building as the afternoon activities continue. A group of fluffy bunnies huddles together in their cage, munching contentedly on fresh green leaves. Assigned as the first bunny caretaker, the gray-haired boy approaches the cage with a heavy bag. A chilling aura surrounds the boy as he thinks that all useless things should just die. A dark-haired girl stops in her tracks, noticing the boy standing alone by the bunny cage. Nervous and trembling, the dark-haired girl approaches the boy, trying to find the courage to speak. The boy suddenly shifts his demeanor, flashing a bright and friendly smile toward the approaching girl. The boy walks away with a cold, unsettling expression, leaving the dark-haired girl shivering in fear. Terror washes over the dark-haired girl as she watches the mysterious boy depart into the shadows. At the palace, a frantic report of chaos interrupts the calm of the glowing evening sunset. Lucia and several knights look out from the balcony, spotting Leon and Lilith together outside. Leon and Lilith share a quiet picnic on the grass, drawing scandalous comments from the observers. Lucia remains perfectly indifferent to the gossip, wondering why their relationship should even concern her at all. Lucia gazes thoughtfully into the distance, deep in her own silent contemplations. Lucia walks through the palace, determined to pick up Nia earlier than usual. 3 chibi knights watch silently as Lucia departs from the Grand Palace corridor. The knights panic over the money they bet on Captain Leon's romantic success. A soft rustle sounds as the light blue-haired knight adjusts his uniform with a smirk. The light blue-haired knight proposes gathering more members to execute a secret new plan. In a flashback, Princess Lilith beams while happily eating a small slice of fruit. Leon refuses the offered food, shaking his head with a polite and firm gesture. Lilith insists he eat while Leon reflects on her pushy nature since they were children. Leon's eyes widen as he finds himself caught in an unexpectedly sweet romantic atmosphere. Looking down on him, the knights mock Leon for his pathetic and failed romantic efforts. Lilith is carried away by the knights despite her loud protests of being mistreated. Leon is baffled when the knights suddenly claim they were always supporting his success. The blue-haired knight suggests Leon accompany Captain Lucia to handle some market complaints. The knight hands Leon a dark uniform to help him blend in undercover. Leon stares at the new uniform, realizing the weight of his upcoming undercover mission. The scene shifts to a bustling market at sunset filled with commoners and traders. Under a heavy cloak, Lucia reviews a request to capture several local thugs.
Lucia realizes Vernon wrote the note, suspecting her team is mocking her as a group.
An old man in a black robe mistakes the cloaked Lucia for a simple errand boy.
Leon arrives in a black-haired disguise, announcing he has come to assist her.
Disguised Leon flashes a warm and charming smile, appearing completely unrecognizable in his new form.
Lucia is momentarily stunned by Leon's transformed appearance and matching dark hair.
They walk through the crowd together, now dressed in ordinary and inconspicuous civilian attire. Lucia reflects that walking side by side feels surprisingly like a romantic lover's date. A soft thump sounds as Leon looks at Lucia with a gentle and affectionate expression.
In chibi form, they agree to pose as siblings to avoid drawing any suspicion.
Leon asks Lucia if she is upset that he showed up without any notice.
Leon reflects on how Princess Lilith has grown from a sister into a true princess.
Lucia thinks about her past experience guarding the difficult and demanding Crown Prince Aiden. Leon vows to protect Lucia even if the higher-ups refuse to help her. A rhythmic thump sounds as Leon blushes while walking closely beside Captain Lucia. Leon considers buying a gift for Nia while preparing one for his master, Caesar. A dark-haired little girl laughs joyfully in a bright and flowery field of yellow. Lucia ponders what kind of gift Nia would actually find most enjoyable and special. Visions of delicious steaks and sweet macarons float through the air as gift possibilities. Lucia remembers the warmth of holding a young child in a tender, flowery embrace. Leon mentions Nia, but a vision of a child calling Lucia mommy shocks her. A soft smile touches Lucia's lips as she looks at her dark-haired companion. The pair continues their walk through the market under the warm orange sunset sky. They pause at a merchant's table covered in an array of colorful and glittering brooches. Lucia points out a white cat brooch, noting it looks exactly like Captain Leon. The peaceful moment is shattered as a sudden, loud crash sounds from a nearby stall. A loud, grinning thug demands unpaid rent from the terrified and cowering stall owner. Lucia identifies the threat while Leon prepares to unleash a powerful magical attack. Leon prepares a massive magical blast, enraged that their date was interrupted by thugs. A heavy boom sounds as the thug is sent flying while townspeople cheer loudly. Lucia is impressed but wonders if he used magic simply to get the brooch. At the castle, Leon apologizes for drawing unwanted attention with his use of magic. A soft rustle sounds as Lucia checks her pockets while Leon prepares to depart. Under the warm glow of a street lamp, Lucia hands Leon a small white cat brooch. Leon gazes at the gift in stunned silence, his face flushing as he processes the gesture. A soft rustle sounds as Lucia carefully puts away the jewelry box while Leon watches her. Lucia offers a polite farewell, turning to walk away as the evening mission concludes for now. Leon stands frozen in the moonlight, blushing intensely while clutching the small token to his chest. Commander Asan presents a dual blade demonstration by Ferendal's youngest swordmaster, the green-haired Lady Alicia. Watching from a high window, Crown Prince Iron reflects on the commander's motivations regarding young Nia. Iron smirks, noting that the title of youngest swordmaster actually belongs to the formidable Lucia. Princess Lilith asks the prince for his support, but he remains skeptical of her true intentions. Iron flatly refuses to help, admitting he still doesn't trust his former fiancée after their broken engagement.
The prince issues a stern warning, suspecting Lilith is only using Lucia to pursue Captain Leon.
A chilling aura surrounds Iron as he advises the princess to be extremely careful with her actions. Alone in the palace hall, Lilith scoffs at Lucia's popularity, dismissing her as having only brute strength. Birds chirp over the many-towered school fortress as the morning sun rises over the quiet grounds.
The gray-haired headmaster watches the children play, reflecting on a series of suspicious and unusual events.
The headmaster sighs in deep confusion, unable to understand the strange requests coming from the nobility. A flashback reveals a purple-haired woman demanding a class representative position in exchange for lowering trade tariffs. The headmaster wonders why a high-ranking family would focus so much effort on a simple kindergarten role. Glittering coins fall as the headmaster considers the Duke's impossible-to-ignore proposal while suspecting a deeper plot.
Lucia sits with the headmaster, learning that the Kilgus family has requested a specific class position.
Lucia realizes the Duke is making a massive national sacrifice just to join a parents' meeting. In a chibi moment, Lucia plans to use a magical tool for spying while the headmaster giggles. They decide to appoint the Duke's grandson as an advisor to satisfy his family without conflict. A sudden grab sounds as the headmaster asks Lucia about the princess's recent time with Leon. Leon and Lilith sit together in an oppressive silence, surrounded by tea and sweet palace treats. Lilith notices Leon's coldness, bitterly regretting that she couldn't get rid of the commoner, Lucia. The princess resents Naya's rare golden eyes, realizing she cannot even use medicine to disprove her parentage. A crash sounds as tea spills, prompting a startled Lilith to offer help to a distressed Leon. Leon flinches away from her touch, reaching for a handkerchief while avoiding the princess's worried gaze. Lilith feels a pang of rejection, saddened that Leon has grown distant since they were childhood friends. A click sounds as Lilith departs, determined to obtain Lucia's blood to investigate the child's true origins.
Surrounded by a dark aura, the princess decides to enlist Alicia's help for her next scheme.
Dressed in a heavy cloak, Lucia walks through the market, still troubled by the Duke's mysterious behavior.
Lucia reminds herself to focus on her current mission, despite her growing worries about young Nia.
The black-haired Leon approaches Lucia among white flowers, signaling that it is time for them to depart. Chibi drawings show the townspeople celebrating the knights for capturing monsters and recovering stolen family heirlooms. Lucia and Leon walk through the town as an old man praises their hard work and dedication. Lucia notices how the crowd adores the handsome Leon, while she remains ignored under her dark hood. A woman tells them a story about a man who sent unwanted gifts and stalked her relentlessly. Leon trembles as he realizes the creepy behavior being described matches his own actions toward Lucia. A thud sounds as Leon stands frozen in horror, realizing he has been acting like a total creep. The woman is startled as Leon and Lucia loom over her during their undercover market patrol. A quick dash sounds as Lucia steps in to handle the situation, noting they have understood everything. Standing under the stars, a somber Leon asks Lucia if she is truly disgusted by his behavior. A rhythmic tap sounds as Leon quickly retracts his words, leaving a confused Lucia standing in silence. The king addresses the gathered crowd, officially opening a friendly duel with the allied Ferendal kingdom. Lucia stands with the green-haired Alicia as the overseer explains the formal rules of the match. Checking her gloves, Lucia skeptically reflects that the restrictive duel rules feel more like a performance. Lucia observes Alicia, identifying her sword as a specialized blade designed for supreme speed and agility. The match officially begins as Lucia and Alicia face off within the grand stone-walled arena grounds. Lucia charges forward with her sword drawn as the duel officially begins. Metal clashes against metal as Lucia and Alicia exchange a flurry of fierce strikes. Alicia grits her teeth, determined to draw even a single drop of Lucia's blood. A sharp clack sounds as Lucia effortlessly parries every one of Alicia's desperate attacks. Lucia realizes Alicia's speed is impressive, but she lacks the control to win the match. With a sudden, heavy strike, Lucia delivers a powerful blow to end the duel quickly.
Alicia is consumed by her secret mission to fulfill Princess Lilith's devious request.
Shouting a final war cry, Elisha lunges forward for one last desperate attempt at Lucia. Lucia is momentarily stunned, realizing the true and sinister nature of Elisha's strange behavior. A vibrant pink aura erupts from Lucia, showcasing her overwhelming and superior knightly power. Alicia stares in disbelief, shocked that her hidden plan has utterly and completely failed. Lucia gazes down at her opponent with cold disappointment, her pink aura still glowing brightly. Elisha collapses to the ground as Lucia condemns her for such a cowardly act. The crowd erupts in cheers as Lucia is officially declared the victor of the match. Lucia pauses, noticing a strange and unexpected sensation underneath her white glove. A soft click sounds as Lucia pulls a small, bloodied pin from her glove. The pin falls to the ground while Lilith watches the scene unfold with hidden anger. Princess Lilith smiles wickedly, finally having obtained the blood sample she needs from the duel. Lilith discusses the dangerous side effects of the Facilion potion with the green-haired Alicia. A magical diagram reveals that Facilion is a royal potion used to confirm bloodlines. In a dimly lit room, Lilith agrees with Alicia's plan to use the potion. Alicia remains focused on confirming if the child Nia truly belongs to Captain Leon. A dark aura surrounds Lilith as she laughs at her impending victory over Lucia. Children in matching yellow uniforms play together in the school's bright, sunny courtyard. The dark-haired Nia invites her friend Yvonne to go play with the princess. Red-haired Yvonne stands alone, looking downcast and sad after a previous disagreement with the princess. Two friends comfort Yvonne, assuring her that the princess was also saddened by their fight. Joyful shouts sound as the children run off together to reconcile with the pink-haired princess. A long, menacing shadow looms over Nia and a blonde boy in the garden. Lilith approaches the children, offering a large swirl candy in exchange for directions. The scene shifts to the quiet and empty interior of a school classroom. The pink-haired princess stands with her friends, wondering where Nia has gone. Red-haired Yvonne approaches the princess with a shy expression, wanting to say something important. Yvonne timidly admits she heard the princess was upset and wanted to make amends. A memory surfaces of a servant reminding the princess she must receive a formal apology. Yvonne struggles to apologize while the pink-haired princess thinks about how much she wants to play. A blonde boy interrupts, asking if Yvonne has finally apologized to their royal friend. The children gasp in horror, learning Nia was lured away by a stranger's candy. Tears well in the boy's eyes as he explains why he couldn't follow Nia. With a sense of urgency, the children sprint through the halls to save Nia. A gray-haired boy tries to stay calm, suggesting they first report the situation to a teacher. The pink-haired princess shouts at him, prioritizing Nia's safety over following school rules. A quick dash sounds as the gray-haired boy is commanded to act as a royal bard. The sun shines over a small stone building located on the outskirts of the school grounds. Lilith insists Nia take the candy, but the child politely declines the suspicious gift. Lilith decides to use force, frustrated that her carefully prepared potion is being refused. Nia cries out in fear as Lilith grabs her, attempting to shove the candy into her mouth. A heavy thud sounds as Yvonne suddenly appears and delivers a powerful kick to Lilith. Yvonne calls Lilith an old lady as the tainted candy falls onto the grass. Knights restrain a screaming Princess Lilith, who continues to shout her royal title in protest. The pink-haired princess screams in a fury, demanding respect while her royal title is ignored. Pointing an accusatory finger, the young princess continues her fiery outburst against her silent playmates. While the princess demands release, the red-haired Yvonne dismisses her as merely strange and weird. A tense silence follows as Yvonne and the princess engage in a fierce staring contest. Yvonne fires back a childish insult, calling her royal friend a piggy princess. Amidst the bickering, the black-haired Nia smiles with pure radiance, oblivious to her friend's argument. Now arrested, the green-haired Elisha seethes in silence over her detention on the palace grounds. The lavender-haired Crown Prince Irene suddenly appears, startling Alicia during her moment of frustration. Irene reveals that Knights discovered incriminating evidence in her room, surrounding Alicia with a chill. The prince exposes Alicia's illegal potion-making, ordering her to leave the country to preserve peace. Alicia accuses Irene of threatening a diplomat, but he questions if her father truly values her. Leaving a stunned Alicia behind, the prince advises her to think carefully about her precarious situation. Consumed by a dark, shaking rage, Alicia watches the prince depart as her plans crumble. Her hand trembles in a tight fist, symbolizing the intense resentment burning within the disgraced diplomat.
A rhythmic clatter sounds as a carriage arrives at the entrance of a grand estate.
A sharp creak sounds as the carriage stops and maids bow to welcome the visitor. The silver-haired butler warmly welcomes the arrival, signaling that the household has been expecting them. Stepping out of the carriage, the black-haired Lucia arrives to fulfill her duties in Leon's absence.
Lucia reflects on her solo mission as Chibi Knights enthusiastically cheer her on from afar.
Remembering Leon's recent vulnerability, Lucia wonders if she was the cause of his emotional distress. She clenches her documents, determined to uncover why Leon chose to disappear during such a time. A vision of a blushing, sick Leon flashes through her mind, heightening her concern for him. The peaceful morning sun illuminates the vast estate where Leon is currently hiding from the world. Chibi Lucia learns that Leon is resting, questioning if his household staff truly need her help. A soft sigh sounds as Lucia walks through the hall, wondering if she was too harsh. A soft knocking sounds as Lucia knocks on Leon's door, requesting entry into his chamber. Lucia announces herself through the door, waiting for a response from the man hiding inside. Hiding under a blanket, the silver-haired Leon warns her to stay away to avoid catching illness. A heavy click sounds as Lucia's hand grabs the golden handle, ready to confront Leon. A sharp creak sounds as Lucia steps inside, determined to check on Leon despite his protests. Lucia approaches with a soft gaze, asking if he has felt any improvement in his condition. She finds Leon huddled on the bed, looking small and vulnerable beneath a heavy blanket. Leon looks up with a feverish blush, whispering her name as sweat beads on his forehead. An awkward silence settles between them as they sit together on the edge of the bed. Lucia notes his heavy breathing, confirming to herself that he truly is suffering from a fever. With gentle concern, Lucia reaches out to check Leon's temperature with her white-gloved hand. Leon's heart hammers as his face turns a deeper shade of red from her intimate touch. He urges her to keep her distance, reminding Lucia of how he first acted around Nia. A soft rustle sounds as Leon looks away, clearly overwhelmed by Lucia's presence in his room. Lucia feels a pang of sympathy, realizing Leon wants to be useful even while bedridden. A sudden thud sounds as a weak Leon collapses forward, burying his face against Lucia's chest. Leon's eyes glow with intensity as he clings to her, his feverish blush growing even brighter. Lucia freezes in surprise, her blue eyes wide as she holds the man who just collapsed. A formal crest announces the upcoming kindergarten spring concert, shifting the focus back to children. Narration explains that noble children begin musical training early, showcasing their skills every spring. The red-haired Ivan declares her intention to play the violin, the queen of all musical instruments. The pink-haired princess questions Yvonne's choice before being asked what she plans to perform herself. With a proud smile, the princess announces she will play the harp, the instrument of gods. All eyes turn to Nia, who stammers nervously, unsure of which instrument she will choose. A sharp creak sounds as a carriage stops outside a music shop, beginning Nia's search. Leon offers to escort Nia to choose her musical instrument before taking her home. From the carriage window, Lucia encourages Nia to pick whichever instrument she likes most.
A rhythmic clatter sounds as Leon and Nia arrive at the entrance of a prestigious music shop.
Nia looks up with wide, curious eyes as she prepares to enter the grand establishment. Inside, the shop's master warmly greets Leon, delighted to see his former student once again. Leon introduces the young Nia as the daughter of a close acquaintance to his old teacher. Master Jean Roof vows to find the perfect first instrument for Nia and leads them inside. Sparkling magic fills the air as the master plays a grand piano for his young guests. Elegant notes flow from the piano as the master's hands move gracefully across the ivory keys. Mesmerized by the performance, Nia stares in awe at the beautiful music filling the room. Leon picks up a polished violin, which emits a mystical blue glow at his gentle touch. Surrounded by nature's spirits, Leon plays a soulful melody that brings a sense of peace. A warm vision of Lucia holding a baby Nia surfaces, reflecting a tender and loving past. Nia listens intently to the violin, noting that its sweet sound reminds her of a birdsong. Master Roof observes Nia's passionate reaction, praising her for having an even more vivid expression than Leon. Leon confirms that Nia has chosen the violin and bids his teacher a respectful farewell. Outside the shop, a purple-haired woman arrives with a serious-looking gray-haired boy named Evan. The woman introduces herself and the young Kilgus heir to the master, seeking the shop's finest instruments. Leon departs with a bright smile, crossing paths with the newcomers as they enter the shop. Young Evan stares intently at Nia, his gaze cold and unsettling as they pass each other. Nia offers a polite farewell, feeling a strange tension radiating from the quiet, gray-haired boy. Evan offers a small, mysterious smile, telling Nia that he will see her again at school. Evan continues to watch Nia from over his shoulder, leaving her feeling unsettled by his behavior. A dark memory flashes of Evan coldly stating that useless things should simply die quickly. Arriving at a grand estate, Leon gently instructs Nia to step down from the carriage. Leon explains that Nia's mother entrusted him with teaching her how to play the violin. Leon notices a cat brooch on Nia's dress, recognizing it as a special gift from Lucia. Nia confirms that her mother gave her the cat brooch, looking down at the small accessory. Leon reaches into his pocket, offering to show Nia a similar gift he received from her mother. He shows a matching brooch, noting the cat's colors mirror Lucia's black hair and his silver hair. Nia's expression darkens as she decides that the combination of those two colors is quite strange. With a sudden burst of jealousy, Nia shouts that her mother belongs only to her. A sprawling, majestic castle serves as the backdrop for Captain Lucia's next important business mission. Prince Iron apologizes to Lucia for requesting another business trip away from her young child. Lucia reviews her documents, focused on her new assignment in the mysterious Principality of Arcus. Iron explains that authority over a sacred tree will be granted to the temple after the conference. A divine scroll reveals the existence of a relic possessing power beyond any other in the land. The prince entrusts Lucia with a secret task, warning her not to act too rashly just yet. An ornate mirror reflects the dark history of Arcus, where only the duke's child allegedly survived. Iron notes that while the Empire respects the temple, Arcus remains vulnerable to outside interference. Lucia resolves to find the surviving child and stop the temple if black magic is involved. A vision of a happy Nia holding a bouquet of flowers fills the screen with warmth. A pink-haired man winks playfully at Lucia, expressing his desire for them to work well together. Lucia remains silent and wary as her godmother assures her the man will be helpful. At a sunny parents' meeting, Lucia laments being unable to spend her day off with Nia. While other mothers gossip about the Kilgis Duke, Lucia decides to keep a low profile. Baroness Anna Quiller introduces herself as a Kilgis vassal and the organizer of the social gathering. Anna boldly questions Lucia's background, noting she hasn't taken her husband's family name. The noblewomen surround Lucia, eager to hear rumors about her ties to Leon and the princess. Anna laughs mockingly, pointing out that the infamous head of the Black Knights is also named Lucia. The purple-haired Anna Quiller narrows her eyes, suspecting she has found a very interesting target. Reflecting on Lucia's status, narration explains the two possible meanings of a noble lacking a surname. Anna and her blonde companion mockingly doubt that the legendary Black Knight could be Lucia. Anna offers a fake apology, expressing her desire to connect with nobles of high standing. Gripping her hand, Lucia inwardly fumes at the petty status games nobles play around children. The pink-haired Empress Consort suddenly arrives, questioning why the atmosphere at the meeting feels so heavy. A respectful bow follows as Anna greets the Empress Consort with practiced noble etiquette. With a final condescending smile, Anna tells Lucia she expects to hear her family name soon. Lucia watches them depart, her cold gaze reflecting her growing disdain for their elitist behavior. Back at the estate, a blushing Leon struggles through a nervous violin performance. Leon's teaching session fails as the red-haired Ivan and young Nia completely ignore his presence. Lucia arrives with a rolling tray of snacks, a sight that brings relief to everyone. Leon is overwhelmed with joy as Lucia pours him tea, his face turning bright red. Watching from the couch, a jealous Nia glares at the intimate interaction between her mother and Leon. Chibi Nia radiates a dark aura, firmly deciding that her mother belongs to no one else. Lucia ignores the tension, offering the girls some delicious pudding to enjoy together. Nia is initially thrilled until she learns that Captain Leon was the one who bought the treat. The young girl's mood sours instantly, and she stubbornly declares the pudding to be disgusting. Lucia attempts to soothe the clearly upset Nia with milk, sensing her daughter's growing separation anxiety. With a wide, happy smile, the silver-haired Leon graciously accepts another cup of tea. He pauses as he notices the tea leaves are swirling violently like a magical storm. Grateful for the gesture, Leon bravely gulps down the entire cup of Lucia's questionable brew. A sudden, sharp startle occurs when Nia reaches for the teapot with a determined look. Nia insists on pouring the tea herself, causing a panicked Lucia to shout a warning. Lucia scolds her daughter for being reckless, making the young, wide-eyed Nia flinch in shock. Bursting into tears, the heartbroken Nia shouts her hatred for her mother and flees. Lucia stands frozen in the room, devastated by the unexpected and painful rejection from her child. The scene shifts to the imposing spires of a grand castle standing against the bright sky. Inside, two men discuss the trouble caused by the Empire's arrival and the Crown Prince's presence. The purple-haired man wonders what their plan will be if their rightful heir is actually discovered. The focus returns to the peaceful white mansion as the sun shines on its grand facade. Concerned maids look on as an elaborate meal is served to a very lonely little girl. Naya sits alone at the massive table, weeping into her dinner while holding her fork. The silver-haired butler notes her exhaustion, kindly asking if something happened at the kindergarten. Nia confesses through her tears that she feels guilty for not saying goodbye to her mother. With a gentle touch, the butler comforts the sobbing child, assuring her that Lucia will return. He reveals that Lucia left a special remedy behind, encouraging the curious Nia to follow him. Naya's sadness vanishes as she perks up, her eyes wide with excitement over the surprise. A cheerful, red-haired girl winks playfully, bringing a sense of warmth and companionship to the scene. Near the warm, crackling fireplace, a small dog sleeps peacefully on its soft cushion. Sitting together by the fire, the girls are asked if they remember their shared past. The red-haired girl recounts the freezing winter they spent together in a lonely orphanage. Nia listens quietly, her expression somber as she remembers the fear of never waking up. Her friend reminds her that she is lucky to now have a loving mother and grandfather. Laughter fills the room as the two girls bond, proving that even nobles are still children. Naya proudly shows off a crayon drawing of her mother holding a sword. Her friend suggests Nia should also write a letter to better express her true feelings. Nia enthusiastically agrees to write, while her friend giggles that Lucia might be a bit slow. The girl expresses her sincere happiness that Nia has found such a wonderful home and family. A sharp creak sounds as the door opens, drawing the curious attention of both young girls. Ivana winks playfully while Chibi Nia calls out her name in Exangent. Nia runs happily toward her friend, while Heath watches them with a quiet, thoughtful observation. Naya points out crumbs on Ivana's mouth, who admits she had a snack on the way. A horse-drawn carriage travels along a sun-dappled road through a lush and green forest. Inside the carriage, Prince Iron is thrilled, convinced he is finally on a romantic date. Heath watches with a deadpan expression as Prince Iron vanity checks his messy pink hair. Cloaked in green, Lucia explains her mission to find the duchy's sole surviving child. Prince Iron protests her departure, but Lucia leaves him under Heath's dutiful protection and escort. Lucia bids a firm farewell as the carriage door closes on a frustrated and shouting prince. A heartbroken Chibi Aaron despairs over his completely ruined plans for a perfect romantic outing. The carriage passes a barren field where the lack of grain during harvest seems highly suspicious. Lucia stares out the window, wondering if the child was targeted even before their birth. She recalls the clue that the survivor is a girl with dark purplish hair. A mirror vision shows the butler Barton rescuing a child during a fiery, violent carriage attack. Narration details the child's disappearance and the subsequent absorption of the duchy into the empire. Lucia arrives at the Jirachi orphanage and knocks firmly on the heavy wooden door with purpose. She reflects somberly on the fact that Nia once lived within these very walls. The director of the orphanage greets Lucia with a fawning, artificial, and insincere smile. Shedding her cloak, Lucia reveals an elegant green dress to appear as a wealthy noble lady. The director leads Lucia toward the office, eager to secure a donation from the guest. Lucia asks where the children are, finding the quiet and empty building very suspicious. Lucia describes her target as a purple-haired girl who arrived in the last 3 years. The director notes that purple hair has become a popular trend due to the missing heir. Lucia sits waiting on a couch, her expression stern as she waits for the girls. Remembering Nia and Mia, Lucia suspects the missing heir was once a resident here. Lucia resolves to inspect the children in the orphanage to find the truth behind the heir. The director calls the children, and several girls with purple hair begin to emerge inside. Lucia stands in surprise as a group of young girls enters the office together. A row of 5 purple-haired girls stands before Lucia, matching her specific visual description. Lucia is stunned to find so many children with purple hair in one small orphanage. Suspicious of the orphanage's operations, Lucia decides she must personally examine their internal records. One of the children coughs up red liquid, and a shocked Lucia checks for blood. Lucia inspects the red stain on her hand and discovers that it is not blood. Her eyes narrow in anger as she realizes the children's hair has been intentionally dyed.
A loud, forceful quang sounds as the situation at the orphanage turns suddenly violent. Lucia chokes the director, demanding the truth about the hidden ledger and their accomplices. The director is paralyzed with fear, suspecting Lucia might be the legendary black monster.
Lucia strides through the orphanage, determined to find the key to the duchy heir. Lucia discovers a door locked from the outside and realizes she is being cornered.
Lucia kicks the door down with incredible force, startling the group of villagers outside. The village men stare in utter shock at the woman who easily smashed the heavy door. Armed villagers surround Lucia, threatening her life for discovering their secret ledger and activities. Lucia realizes the entire village's livelihood depends on the horrific act of selling orphan children. Tied to a tree, Lucia pretends to be caught to observe the villagers' next moves. The men debate her fate while Lucia coldly considers how to deal with the criminals. A villager demands to know her intentions for the stolen and hidden orphanage ledger. The director laughs, mockingly relieved that Lucia is not actually the legendary black monster. She recalls a weak, black-haired child from the past who reminded her of the captive. The director brags about selling the Duchess girl to the temple for a high price. Tied to the tree, Lucia's murderous rage boils over at the mention of Naya's past suffering. Chaos erupts at the orphanage as the ground splits and a tree catches fire. Amidst the raging flames, Lucia demands to know the location of the true purple-haired girl. Glowing with dark power, Lucia threatens to end the villagers' lives if they refuse to talk. A woman desperately pleads for her children's sake, but Lucia remains cold and unmoved. Lucia scorns their plea for mercy and promises a swift end to the parents' lives. Back at the mansion, Nia's loud cries echo as she stubbornly refuses to take lessons. Leon stands dejected as Nia runs away, completely ignoring her violin teacher for the day. The red-haired Mia scolds Nia, but the young girl insists she will never play violin. Looking at the closed door, Leon wonders how he can ever earn Nia's forgiveness.
Nia huddles beneath her blankets, her soft sobbing filling the quiet of her bedroom.
From her hiding spot, Nia resents the teacher for taking her mother's attention away. Fearing she will grow distant from her mother, Nia cries herself into a sad exhaustion. A sudden weight on the bed startles Nia as Leon gently sits down beside her. Leon kindly asks Nia to listen to his story before he decides to leave her. Peering from the sheets, Nia is shocked by the thought that Leon might be jealous. Blushing, Leon admits he got too excited, while Nia watches him with curious, wary eyes. Nia remains firm, deciding that her mother still belongs to her and no one else. Reinvigorated, Nia decides to watch over Lucia since she believes Leon is too weak. Leon's attention is caught by a colorful drawing lying on the floor near the bed. Picking up the artwork, he asks Nia if the drawing is a portrait of her mother. Elsewhere, the Crown Prince's men confirm that the recovered ledger proves the child's royal lineage. Tension fills the silent hallways as the men realize the deadly stakes of their mission. Elegant couples glide across the ballroom floor during a lavish and festive royal gathering. Lucia moves gracefully through the crowd, wearing a stunning pink gown for the evening's festivities. Distracted by the orphanage's missing valuables, Lucia is startled by a voice calling her name. The pink-haired Prince Iron greets Lucia with a charming compliment about her radiant appearance. Iron gently lifts Lucia's chin, insisting that her presence is the most important part of dinner.
Lucia stares at him in awkward silence, sweat dropping as she tries to navigate the interaction.
Her thoughts are interrupted when she suddenly hears Nia's familiar voice calling out for her. To her utter amazement, Leon arrives at the ballroom carrying a very happy and excited Nia. Prince Iron mockingly questions the persistence of the White Knights for following them to the ball. The prince snidely threatens to report Leon's abundance of free time to his royal majesty. Completely caught off guard, Lucia stares blankly at the group, unsure of what is happening. Leon stammers a reply to the prince, while Lucia regrets their sudden and awkward reunion. Lucia turns her attention to the girls, asking Nia and Mia why they came here. Stepping forward at the fountain, Nia offers her mother a small, carefully folded piece of paper. Lucia's eyes widen in surprise as she realizes Nia has brought her a special message. Leon and the prince watch Lucia's reaction as she prepares to read the handwritten letter. A wave of pure joy washes over Lucia as she laughs, touched by Nia's heartfelt gesture.
Nia gazes up with big, sparkling eyes, waiting for her mother to acknowledge the gift.
Overcome with emotion, Lucia pulls her daughter into a tight, loving embrace amidst the flowers. The drawing shows a happy girl with a sword, asking if she can love mommy too. Later, Lucia informs the group that she must return to the orphanage for another inspection. Mia reveals that the purple-haired girls were taken to the Empire under suspicious circumstances. Lucia worries about the upcoming peace conference, knowing they have little time to find the children. Chibi Lucia thanks Mia for staying up all night to help her decode the letter. Mia proudly declares her ambition to become a financial officer, impressing Lucia with her cleverness. Lucia checks on the young girls' well-being after their exhausting night of reviewing records together. Mia whispers the discovery of documents regarding Nia's parents, adding a new mystery to solve. Though offered a chance to see friends, Mia chooses to return only when she is strong. Lucia entrusts the children to Leon and Prince Iron before departing for her mission. Before leaving, Lucia reminds the white-haired Heath to safeguard the vital documents she recently acquired. The magical scroll contains a potential clue regarding Nia's biological parents that remains inaccessible. As the carriage rolls away, Lucia reflects on the unexpected discovery concerning Nia's true lineage. Gazing out the window, Lucia feels a strange unease about Nia potentially searching for her parents. Chibi Nia and the purple-haired Mia stand together, sharing a quiet moment of companionship. Prince Iron beams with excitement as he offers to give the children a tour. Nia and Mia radiate a defiant aura, ignoring the prince while Leon recounts Lucia's orders. The scene shifts to the towering spires of a grand stone mansion under a bright sky. Leon decides to follow behind as the two girls wander off together, chatting happily. Leon recalls that Mia grew up in an orphanage, noting her distinct purple hair. Watching the two girls interact, Leon considers how closely their bond resembles that of siblings. He notes Nia lacked noble etiquette, recalling the deep love Lucia shows while hugging her. Leon struggles with his growing doubts despite witnessing the genuine affection between mother and daughter. A damaged and charred portrait reveals a fragmented memory of a man and a child. Exhausted from their play, Nia and Mia fall into a peaceful slumber on a bench. Seated on the balcony at dusk, Leon loses himself in thought while holding a book. The sound of approaching footsteps breaks the silence, catching the silver-haired knight's attention. Leon gasps in surprise, his face flushing pink as someone suddenly appears before him. Lucia approaches to thank Leon for his care, leaving the knight completely flustered and stammering.
Lucia observes Leon's frozen state with confusion, wondering if the captain is feeling unwell.
Leon confirms he is fine, secretly relieved that Lucia seemingly forgets their past encounter. Nia wakes up rubbing her eyes as Lucia affectionately checks on her daughter's sleep. Overwhelmed with love, Lucia pulls Nia into a kneeling embrace and promises never to let go. Watching the touching scene, Leon resolves to trust their story despite the lingering mysteries. He realizes some rules are worth breaking to protect the happiness of this unconventional family. The narrative shifts to a quiet town square lined with classic stone buildings. A group of imperial knights marches through the streets, searching for a specific child's location. A firm knock sounds as a knight requests entry into a large residential building. A blonde woman in a plaid gown wakes up groggily, confused by the early morning disturbance. Her eyes widen in shock as she realizes soldiers are standing at her doorstep. The blonde woman stands awkwardly before the stern knight, wondering what she has done wrong. A sudden, piercing scream of "Kya!" echoes through a memory of children playing in the village. The knight questions her about the free lessons she regularly provided to the local children. She confirms her involvement, though her original motives were purely professional and self-serving. Sobbing, Emily Tangist laments her terrible luck and the debt that led her to this. The knight addresses Lady Emily, preparing to discuss her future following these significant revelations. Emily sits dejectedly in her chair, appearing small and defeated under the heavy scrutiny. At a fenced campsite, several tents are pitched for an ongoing investigation and transport. A subordinate reports that the children's testimonies are complete, awaiting further orders from the vice captain. Lucia arrives with Nia, immediately asking for updates on the search for the true heir. The knight explains they are questioning 3 purple-haired girls found matching the target description. He highlights one particular girl whose history aligns perfectly with the reports of the missing child. Lucia enters a tent to find a young girl with purple hair sitting alone and nervous. Startled, the young girl looks up as Lucia asks if her name is Isabel. Lucia speaks with a gentle smile, attempting to soothe the child's fears after her questioning. When the girl asks about going home, Lucia suggests she stay a few more days. The child looks absolutely delighted as Lucia promises to provide whatever she might need. Peeking through the tent, Nia recognizes her former companion and calls out to Sister Isabel. Elsewhere, a blonde man behind a large desk inquires if the mysterious lady has been found. The blonde emperor shouts in a frantic panic, begging for just a few moments more. Looking utterly exhausted, the emperor sighs and allows the discussion to resume from his seat.
The tanned king of Karzef, Kyle, arrives with a confident smirk to greet the emperor.
Jumping up in excitement, the emperor listens as Kyle demands an immediate meeting with Lucia.
Kyle's expression softens into a mischievous grin, his eyes gleaming with a secret, playful intent. The room falls into chaos as the emperor reels from the shock of Kyle's claim.
Outraged, Leon and Prince Iron vehemently protest the idea of ever handing Lucia over to Kyle.
Leon stares off with a heavy heart, realizing Nia might truly need to meet her father.
Chibi versions of the emperor and Iron desperately argue that Kyle's fatherhood remains unproven. A crude family tree highlights the perfect timing and matching black hair between Kyle and Nia.
Leon's eyes darken with worry as the evidence pointing toward the king of Karzef grows stronger.
Under the cover of night, the quiet mansion stands still as Isabel is told to rest. Standing alone at the window, the purple-haired Isabel reflects on the unsettling silence of the night.
Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Nia wanders in with her teddy bear and asks to sleep together. Snuggled in bed, the two girls recall the comfort of sleeping together back at the orphanage. Naya sleepily calls out to her big sister before Isabel gently tells her to drift off.
Startled by a sudden flap of wings, Isabel gazes out the window while holding a paper.
Tension fills the air as Isabel reads the mysterious message, her face pale with mounting dread.
Trembling with shock, Isabel's eyes widened as she processed the words "fake lady" on the page.
Naya catches her sister reading in secret, causing Isabel to snap back in a defensive panic.
Naya's voice is soft but firm as she asks if Isabel has been lying all along.
Frustrated and cornered, Isabel lashes out at Nia for living such an easy and privileged life. Isabel bitterly points out that Nia has everything now, despite them both coming from the orphanage.
She challenges Nia's hypocrisy, accusing the young girl of hiding her own past to fit in. Nia remains resolute, caring only for her mother's safety, while Isabel fumes with a defiant shout.
A heavy thump of guilt resonates in the room as Nia stares down in hurt silence.
The grand cathedral basks in the morning light, serving as a peaceful backdrop for the day's lessons.
Their teacher is in an unusually high spirit, beaming with joy while holding a green wreath.
Mia and the other girls whisper amongst themselves, finding their teacher's constant smiling incredibly weird today. Nia remains distracted and sullen, barely noticing the craft project sitting on the table before her. Sensing her friend's distress, Mia offers to help solve whatever worry is weighing on Nia's mind. The pink-haired princess wonders if Nia wants to see someone at the palace and mentions Mia. Blushing, Nia reveals her secret mission to see someone without her mother ever finding out about it. The princess smirks with overconfidence, declaring that she can easily handle a secret trip to the palace. The other children voice their concerns, warning that sneaking into the royal grounds is a dangerous idea. Despite the risks, the Chirp Chirp Exploration Squad cheers as they prepare for their big secret adventure. That evening, the palace is bathed in starlight and festive music as the grand ball begins. Whispers ripple through the crowd of masked guests as they take note of the new arrivals. Wearing a white suit and an eagle mask, Leon moves through the ballroom with an elegant grace. Lucia stands out in a striking black uniform and mask, looking every bit the noble commander. Leon stops in his tracks, his breath hitching as he spots a man who looks dangerously familiar. Lucia finds herself face-to-face with a tall, masked man who commands the attention of the room. Kyle offers a charming smile behind his mask, his presence radiating an undeniable and powerful aura. Leon turns his head away quickly as a green-haired princess approaches him with a knowing look. The princess greets Leon warmly, admitting that she has been expecting him to arrive all evening. She playfully requests a dance, mentioning her departure after tomorrow's conference as a final, tempting plea. Out on the balcony, Lucia stares at Kyle, her mind racing with the dark rumors of his past. She recalls how Kyle became king through blood, single-handedly ending his 12 brothers during a civil war. Kyle's smile is sharp and knowing as he watches Lucia struggle with her realization of his identity. Lucia's jaw drops in pure confusion as Kyle asks if she truly forgot her own marriage proposal. The carriage pulls up to the dark brick walls of the palace grounds under the moonlight. Roy and Caesar marvel at their surroundings as they arrive at the secret palace location. Gilliana, the bodyguard assigned to Princess Charles, confirms the Information Guild spot as the kids inquire if they are in the right place. The boys exchange worried glances upon learning their coachman belongs to the infamous Information Guild. Princess Charles emerges from the darkness wearing a pink balaclava to conceal her royal identity. Charles' sudden appearance in the mask startles Naya and the rest of the group. While Charles enjoys playing the part of a thief, Caesar remains skeptical and embarrassed by the plan. Caesar clutches his gray mask, dreading the shame this reckless plan would bring his noble house. Resolving to avoid capture, the boy pulls the wool mask back over his head to hide. Charles turns back to warn the team that their secret mission must remain hidden at all costs. The young princess feels a wave of nervous sweat as the reality of their situation sets in. The emperor surprises Charles while the others dive into the bushes, keeping their heads down to avoid being cut. Charles is caught first, desperately whispering to her masked friends to complete the secret mission no matter what happens to her. A determined thud-thud echoes as the 5 remaining masked members continue their brave palace exploration. The children are unaware that the coachman and a companion are watching them from the bushes, smiling at their antics. Caesar finds the goal of searching for a lowly royal maid utterly ridiculous and strange from the start. Frustrated, Caesar pulls off his mask and declares the reckless adventure a complete waste of time. Evan jumps back in shock as Caesar suddenly reveals his face in the middle of the palace. The men leap from the bushes, shouting their intent to safely catch the suspicious group of children. Evan orders Team Adventure into an attack formation as they are finally spotted by the searching adults. A scuffle breaks out as the children launch their attack, with members of Team Adventure biting and kicking their captors to escape. Cornered, Ivana urges Caesar to find Mia for the team regardless of their imminent capture. Ivana and Caesar are quickly apprehended, leaving them dejected as the banner announces their capture. They discuss the maid Mia's location in the second dormitory while trying to navigate the palace. Ivana searches the building, looking for the specific window where Nia's handmade doll is supposedly hanging. Caesar coldly dismisses Ivana's value compared to the wealthy and scholarly lineages of their other friends. Ivana trembles as Caesar brings up a dark, cruel memory from their shared past together. A grim memory surfaces of a younger Caesar heartlessly declaring that useless things should just die. Ivana snaps back, telling him to stop wasting time and focus on the task at hand. Standing tall, Caesar insists that their current mission is anything but a waste of time. Ivana's voice cracks with emotion as she screams that this mission is the most important thing. 2 Imperial Knights approach the duo, formally identifying them as intruders in the restricted grounds. Grabbing hands, Ivana and Caesar sprint through the palace hallways to escape the pursuing guards. The knights scour the greenery, confused by how quickly the young girl vanished from their sight. Hiding in the brush, Caesar awkwardly tries to downplay his heroic act of saving Ivana earlier. Ivana glows with a warm smile, recalling the kindness and friendship that drives her forward. A red-haired maid rushes through the palace corridors with an urgent message to deliver immediately. The narrative shifts to the gravity of the conference regarding the true heir's hidden identity. A rhythmic knock-knock sounds as the maid seeks out the captain at the Great Temple. Leon answers the door with a tired yawn, informing the red-haired maid that the captain already left early for the conference. The maid's face pales with worry upon realizing she has missed her crucial target at the temple. Sunlight bathes the majestic stone columns and white exterior of the Great Temple's main structure. Inside the first prayer chamber, world leaders gather around a table for the high-stakes conference. The emperor takes his seat, preparing to address the critical matters involving the tree discovery. The green-haired queen insists the tree's discovery was accidental, claiming she kept it secret only to prevent widespread chaos and panic. Leon adjusts his glasses while sharing technical details about the tree's potential to repel the spreading black corruption. Kyle watches the proceedings with a confident smirk, letting out a soft laugh while his eyes glint with hidden intent. A priest in a white cloak notes the location within the Arcus Duchy, a territory where temple access is strictly forbidden. The room fills with a sudden gasp as a hidden object is finally prepared for reveal. A priest carefully presents a glowing relic, the final fragment needed to restore the Empire's hope. High Priest Ihilin addresses the room with a cold and piercing gaze during the critical council meeting. A priest presents the glowing holy relic, described as the final fragment needed for the Empire. High Priest Ihilin explains the significance of the sacred artifact to the skeptical assembly of leaders. King Kyle smirks dismissively, mocking the room's reliance on relics over mutual trust and martial strength. The Emperor rejects the relic's importance, focusing instead on the discovery of the rightful heir. High Priest Ihilin remains defiant, asserting the temple's absolute devotion to the goddess's divine power. The man with glasses challenges the priest, asking if the temple is prepared for open war. High Priest Ihilin taunts the emperor, questioning his ability to control even a single vassal state. Appalled, the advisor stares at the priest, unable to believe such insolence from a living saint. A powerful thud-thud resounds as the grand doors are suddenly forced open by an unexpected visitor. Captain Lucia marches into the chamber, challenging the council's decision on the best course of action. Stunned by the intrusion, the emperor and his aide watch as the dark-haired captain approaches. High Priest Ahilun and the other clergy members are frozen in shock by her bold entrance. With a swift, sharp shink, Lucia draws her blade in a dramatic display of military authority. Lucia's eyes burn with resolve as she vows to never let Nia be sacrificed for politics. Recalling the letter, she realizes Nia is actually the missing saintess princess, Agnes Arcus. Lucia understands the true depth of the foresight behind the letter and Nia's royal identity. A determined swing of her sword signals Lucia's commitment to protecting her daughter's future alone. Her blade connects with the scroll resting upon the red velvet cushion with lethal precision. The paper is sliced cleanly in half as the sword passes through the supposed holy object. A loud, resonant crack echoes through the room as the relic is completely destroyed. King Kyle and the Queen gasp in horror, realizing the artifact was merely a fake. Lucia stands tall over the scattered debris, preparing to deliver a final, chilling message. She demands total accountability from anyone who dares to approach her land without permission. Lucia declares that this fight is for her daughter, the rightful princess of the Arcus Duchy. The carriage rolls along the sunlit road, marking the beginning of Nia's journey to the duchy. Inside the carriage, Lucia asks Nia if she recalls their previous visit to the distant land. Chibi Lucia cheerfully explains that they are moving to where they truly belong together. Nia gazes thoughtfully at her mother, wondering about the royal life that now awaits her. The sudden announcement of quitting kindergarten leaves Nia frozen in a state of pure shock. Lucia meets with the teacher to submit Nia's formal withdrawal from the school program. A serene smile crosses Lucia's face as she prepares for Nia's rightful ascension to power. Nia worries about the early farewell, her young mind racing with the weight of her heritage. The teacher listens as Lucia admits she cannot afford to wait any longer to reclaim Arcus. The teacher comforts Nia, relieved that she can at least stay for the upcoming graduation. Surrounded by vibrant flowers, Nia reflects on her memories and the friends she must leave. Lucia gently takes Nia's hand, leading her out toward the start of their new adventure. The children whisper in the schoolyard, confirming the rumors of Nia's departure from teacher Emily. Ivana breaks into tears, refusing to believe the news until Nia tells her in person. Princess Charles' face turns serious as she devises a secret plan for the entire exploration squad. A rhythmic knock-knock at the palace door signals the start of the children's bold mission. Leon contemplates the news of Nia's heritage and the fact that Lucia will soon leave. Leaning against his desk, Leon is gripped by a sense of loss and unspoken feelings. He realizes with a heavy heart that Lucia would never ask him to join her journey. Sorrow fills Leon's eyes as he faces a lonely future without his closest companion. A sudden, deep blush colors Leon's face as he is startled by the unexpected young visitors. The children surround Leon, putting him on the spot by asking if he likes Nia's mother. Charles and the boys tease him about his secret taste and past encounters at the shop. Leon collapses in comedic tears, utterly defeated by the blunt interrogation from the small children. Glowing with royal authority, Princess Charles asks Captain Leon for a very special favor. Princess Charles bluntly suggests that Leon should marry Captain Lucia to keep Nia from leaving. Leon's face flushes as he imagines a wedding where Lucia looks utterly unimpressed with him. Desperation lines Leon's face as he considers marriage the only way to prevent Nia's departure. Chibi Leon wails with tears, admitting his secret desire to marry Lucia despite his doubts. Charles and the other children worry that Nia will leave forever without a proper intervention. The gray-haired Ivana insists they should cherish their remaining time instead of wasting it. Realizing her rudeness, Ivana apologizes to Charles, and they resolve to visit Lucia's home together. Determined, Chibi Charles vows to keep trying every day because of their strong friendship with Nia. The children bicker over who is Nia's closest friend while tears glisten in their eyes. Leon offers a gentle smile, encouraging the children to focus on creating happy final memories. A cheerful yes echoes from the Grand Academy building, marking the start of their day. Alone in the classroom, Nia sits quietly, the weight of her upcoming departure heavy on her. Nia sighs, conflicted about leaving her dear friends to follow her mother's royal path. Sobbing, Nia thinks of the farewell gift she prepared, fearing she won't get to give it. Caesar peeks through the door, inviting a melancholy Nia to join the class for outdoor activities.
Caesar hides the truth with a nervous laugh, claiming the others went back to the palace.
Taking Nia's hand, Caesar leads her out of the room with a gentle and supportive smile. Nia follows Caesar, her eyes wide with a mixture of sadness and quiet wonder. Lucia reflects on the escape of the imposter Isabel, suspecting high-level magic or sinister intervention. Resolved, Lucia stares into her reflection, determined to uncover those targeting her daughter in the duchy. The scene shifts to a bright, elegant boutique filled with ladies enjoying their afternoon shopping. Lucia's friends warmly welcome her, expressing delight that she accepted their invitation to meet. Grateful for their care, Lucia realizes she couldn't leave without a proper farewell to her companions. Lady Juliana arrives with a covered platter, greeting Lucia with a bright and hospitable smile. The ladies discuss Nia's kindergarten withdrawal over a beautiful spread of tea and decadent cakes. Juliana departs to return to her duties, leaving the group to enjoy their farewell meal together. Laughter fills the room as Lucia's friends share a light-hearted moment she will soon miss. Lucia sips her tea, a faint and nostalgic smile crossing her face during the peaceful gathering. Sunlight bathes the towering spires of the Grand Palace as birds fly through the clear sky. Outside the carriage, a man discusses Nia's fairy costume and the sadness of her final day. Nia recalls her friends avoiding her recently, her heart breaking at the thought of being forgotten. Tears well up in Nia's eyes as she fears leaving without saying a last goodbye. Grandpa hugs Nia tightly as she cries, asking if her friends missed their farewell chance. A group of knights in black uniforms declare their sadness over Nia's impending departure. Lucia is stunned to learn that her loyal knights have quit the order to follow her. The silver-haired knight scoops Nia up, vowing to follow the captain and her daughter everywhere. Nia looks surprised as the stoic knight carries her toward the start of her graduation. The story returns to the kindergarten building, where the special graduation ceremony is finally beginning. Teacher Emily explains that rosemary symbolizes a beautiful reunion, setting a hopeful tone for the day. The classroom erupts with joy as the children prepare to perform for their graduating seniors. Dressed in her green fairy costume, Nia stands amongst the crowd with a somber expression. The red-haired girl drags a protesting blonde boy away, telling him to keep their secret quiet. The hooded knight questions the nature of Nia's friends as she looks on with sad eyes. Teacher Emily stops the hooded outsider while Nia begins to sob, feeling more alone than ever. The stage curtains open as the announcer introduces the Rosemary Fairies and their special farewell song. The audience applauds warmly as a young woman in a blue dress claps for the performers. Caesar, Ivana, and Nia sing about the 4 seasons, their voices joining in a bittersweet melody. Tears glisten in Nia's eyes as the lyrics of the song remind her of the final goodbye. Overcome with emotion, Nia begins to cry mid-song, her young heart breaking on the stage. Watching from her seat, Lucia's expression softens with worry as she hears Nia's loud wah wail. Teacher Emily suggests taking Nia outside to calm her nerves during the emotional ceremony. Ivana suddenly lunges forward with a loud "wait" and wraps her arms around the teacher. Charles and the boys desperately urge the teacher to stay for the celebratory fireworks. Nia gazes upward in silent wonder as a radiant flash of light fills the room. A grand banner unfurls, beginning a heartfelt message dedicated to their dear friend, Nia. The surprise message concludes with a promise to definitely meet again, touching everyone's hearts. Ivana points toward the ceiling, excitedly showing Nia the special farewell gift from the squad. The children cheer joyfully around Nia, celebrating their lasting bond beneath the colorful banner. Charles and Ivana promise to visit Nia in the future, asking her to wait patiently. Fiona points an accusatory finger, demanding why Nia's name replaced hers as the honor student. Fiona's mother stands in a huff, outraged that someone dared to change the recipient's name. Lucia steps forward with a calm, stoic expression to face the angry parents' accusations. A child's quiet sniffle echoes as the blonde woman mocks Lucia's lack of a surname. Fiona wails for her mother to restore her name while Lucia watches the scene coldly. Princess Charles stands tall, boldly declaring that she was the one who planned the surprise. Charles explains that she wanted to give her departing friend a memorable farewell message. The woman condescendingly lectures Charles about her family's history as instructors and the princess's behavior. She warns Charles about troubling the emperor and mocks her for befriending a mere commoner. A dark shadow falls over Lucia's intense gaze as she listens to the woman's insults. The woman continues her mocking laughter, calling the princess's choices shameful and embarrassing for royalty. The woman's shrill, "ah-ha-ho!" laughter pierces the air, leaving Princess Charles visibly trembling in humiliation.
Panic grips Charles' heart as she wonders how to handle the situation without adult help. Lucia watches the woman's hypocritical rant, her patience finally reaching its absolute limit. The woman's words are cut short by a sudden muffled oomph as cake is served. Lucia coolly suggests that the woman needed something sweet to cool down her heated temper.
Lucia reflects on her decision to handle the conflict quietly for the children's sake.
Fiona rages, threatening to report the mere commoner to her powerful grandfather, Marquis Terran. A booming voice questions the girl's threat as heavy, authoritative footsteps approach the scene. King Kyle and a high official arrive, their presence immediately silencing the chaotic room.
King Kyle approaches Lucia with a formal scroll, preparing to make a life-altering announcement.
He officially restores Lucia's title as the commander of the Empire's legendary Black Knights. Lucia stares at the decree, stunned by the sudden restoration of her military authority. The audience whispers in shock, realizing Lucia is the feared black monster from Imperial rumors. A sharp click echoes through the room as the door closes on the gathered group. The official scolds Lucia for her dramatic display, but she remains firm in her defense. Kyle offers a warm, radiant smile to Lucia while taking her hand amidst blooming flowers. Kyle encourages Nia to keep playing with her friends instead of leaving the school. Ivana and Charles beg Lucia to allow Nia to stay, pleading as friends and royalty. Lucia watches the sincere pleas, deeply moved by their genuine devotion to Nia. Nia clutches her farewell gift, her young heart torn between heritage and her current friends. Kyle encourages Nia to speak clearly about her true desire to stay with her companions. Nia gently tugs on Lucia's dress, looking up at her mother with a silent request. Lucia's heart swells with emotion, realizing this is the first time Nia has expressed personal desire. Tears shimmer in Nia's eyes as she waits for her mother's final decision on their future. With a serene and loving smile, Lucia gently pats Nia's head to signal her consent. The squad watches with bated breath, their faces etched with anxiety as they await the answer. Tension fills the air as the children desperately hope Lucia will grant Nia's wish. Nia breaks into a radiant, joyful smile, her heart finally filled with peace and relief. Overjoyed, Nia leaps into her mother's arms for a tight hug, celebrating the chance to stay. Jared warns of rioters swarming near the duchy, urging the group to move with haste. Kyle smiles deviously, deciding to use the approaching rioters as a chaotic, unconventional welcome party. With a confident smirk, Kyle prepares to leverage the growing unrest for his own grand designs. Lucia and Nia arrive at the duchy's castle, haunted by the whispers of frightening imperial rumors. Governor Gerald Hardington officially greets Lucia, welcoming her to the Eldarion Empire's strategic and icy borders. Lucia organizes Nia's stay at a local hotel to ensure her safety before the upcoming coronation. Gerald struggles to reconcile the legendary black monster with the reality of her being a mother. Nia waves a cheerful goodbye to Lucia, remaining under the silver-haired knight's watchful and silent protection. The grand palace ballroom sparkles as music plays for the guests gathered for the lavish celebration. Noblewomen gossip about the new ruler, pleasantly surprised by her grace and the provided jewels. A high-ranking official leads a toast, welcoming the new master to the recently conquered land. Crown Prince Aaron stands among blooming flowers, his pink hair and charming smile captivating the room. The crowd buzzes with excitement as Aaron is formally announced as the new king of Arcus. Dressed in a magnificent red and gold gown, Lucia makes her entrance alongside Governor Gerald. Lucia questions Aaron's unexpected presence, leading to a playful and witty exchange between the royals. Aaron teases Lucia about a special gift he prepared, piquing her interest and slight skepticism. Addressing the noble ladies, Aaron prepares to unveil his surprising and dramatic tribute to the queen. With a mocking flourish, Aaron presents the Empire's corrupt officials as his brutal welcoming gift. At the academy, specific instructions are given to ensure Nia receives her snack by 4 o'clock. The silver-haired knight treats Nia to a cafe visit, strictly adhering to Lucia's timed snack schedule. A massive, decadent cake topped with fresh strawberries and colorful macarons is placed on display. The waiter's suggestion to share the cake with his sister visibly irritates the stoic, silver-haired knight. Nia sips her drink calmly, clarifying her lack of sibling relation while enjoying a simple brownie. Nia is utterly mesmerized by the giant cake as surrounding guests gossip about its immense size. 2 arrogant boys approach Nia, attempting to trade a small blue orb for her giant cake. Nia politely refuses the trade, but the silver-haired knight's glowing magical presence soon ends the conversation. A sharp, cold "get lost" from the knight sends the terrified, crying children running for safety.
An outraged noblewoman confronts the pair, demanding to know the knight's identity and family status. The knight's blunt, mumbled dismissal of her as a beggar leaves the woman gasping in shock. Ignoring the woman's shrill and entitled complaints, the knight remains focused on Nia and their meal. The noblewoman rages about her merchant guild ties, deeply insulted by the knight's high and mighty attitude. A sudden, wet splat sounds as a dessert is launched directly into the screaming woman's face. Panic ensues in the cafe as the waiter cries out while Nia watches the chaos unfold. The silver-haired knight scoops Nia up, protectively holding her as they depart from the messy scene. Walking away, the knight reminds Nia of her solemn promise to focus only on her mother. As the sun sets over the castle, Iron's announcement of his royal gift echoes once more. The noblewomen are horrified as Aaron exposes the corrupt officials in the middle of the ballroom. Lucia reflects on the weight of her new debt to the clever and manipulative crown prince. On Lucia's command, a sharp click sounds as Gerald locks the doors to the assembly hall. Lucia questions Aaron's motives, wondering why he went to such lengths to assist her reign. With a wink and a smile, Aaron reveals how far ahead he had planned this intervention. Lucia decides to turn the sudden commotion into the perfect moment for her formal coronation ceremony. A sudden, heavy boom resonates as the grand palace doors are struck from the outside. Panic spreads through the crowd as news arrives that rioters have swarmed the capital's gates. Lucia sees the riot as a fortunate chance to purge the local corruption in one sweep. Aaron watches Lucia, realizing she is taking full control to avoid looking like his puppet. Gripping a gleaming sword, Lucia determines that force is the best way to solidify her position. A loud roar erupts from the crowd outside the palace as the revolution reaches its peak. Rioters scream for the heads of the noble bastards, fueled by hatred and a desire for vengeance. Armed with hammers and tools, the angry mob charges forward, shouting their intentions for blood. The rioters halt in confusion as they find no nobles, only a single woman standing alone. Hith and Nia arrive safely, protected by his magic from the surroundings. Lucia notes that Hith's magic successfully shielded Nia from any gruesome sights. Rioters stand in the palace as Lucia begins an announcement about their country. Lucia formally declares the birth of the kingdom of Arcus to the crowd. Magic sparkles float through the air, signaling the start of a new era. A noblewoman looks up in horror as drops of blood fall onto her face. The crowd gasps as the corpses of corrupt nobles are revealed hanging above. Lucia vows to build a nation her young daughter can truly be proud of. History records this moment as the rise of the iron-blooded queen of Arcus. A transition occurs as the scene shifts away from the bloody coronation ballroom. The grand castle stands silent and imposing under the starlit night sky. Lucia reflects on the corrupt nobles who committed atrocities while hiding behind titles. Jared and Autumn are identified as Nia's only living, yet problematic, blood relatives. Lucia worries about Nia's reaction should she ever learn the dark, bloody truth. The queen wonders what path will truly lead to her daughter's future happiness. Following her coronation, Lucia seeks the aid of the kingdom's former head butler. Overcome with emotion, the former butler agrees to return and serve the kingdom. Lucia reviews an imperial letter while preparing a formal invitation for young Nia. Aaron, Lucia, and Nia share a quiet meal together at a long, white table. Lucia asks Nia if the local cuisine matches the quality of the Empire's food. Nia smiles brightly while clutching a small, black magical doll during their dinner. Enthusiastically, Nia uses the doll to greet her distant friends, Charles and Ivana. Nia explains that Hith created these colorful, magical doll companions specifically for her. Nia waits patiently at the dinner table with her silent, magical doll friends. Lucia reminds Nia to use proper utensils and maintain her princessly etiquette. The new king prepares to meet with the kingdom's various local guild leaders. Civilians and guild heads gather for their first official audience with the new ruler. Lucia observes Nia, noting she is still learning the difficult etiquette of a princess. Lucia is exasperated by the brazen, unrefined attitude the crown prince is teaching Nia. Nia clings to Lucia's leg, pleading for her mother to stay a bit longer. Lucia pauses, her heart softening as she realizes Nia's deep sense of loneliness. The queen acknowledges that Nia has been struggling without her friends nearby. Lucia invites Nia to come and live with her in the palace permanently. Nia and Lucia share a loving hug, finding comfort in their long-awaited reunion. The grand castle towers over the kingdom, gleaming brightly under the morning sun. A lavish spread of food is laid out in the sparkling white banquet hall. A variety of roasted meats and fish are prepared for the approaching royal guests. The head butler announces that the guild leaders and their children have arrived. Guests begin to enter the hall, though the atmosphere remains heavy and uncertain. Lucia questions why the commoners remain standing while the nobles have taken seats.
The merchant guild leader explains the tradition of commoners and nobles sitting separately.
Lucia challenges the hierarchy, asking if it is equally strange for them to sit with her.
Lucia commands everyone to sit down together, disregarding the old divisive social norms. Looking forward, Lucia sighs at the long, difficult road ahead for her kingdom. Hith and Nia present a successful display of sweets for the younger guests. Laughing children run through the hall, excited by the grand feast and treats. A young girl asks her sister if she can finally eat a strawberry.
Naya happily enjoys pancakes and sweets, her face lighting up with pure joy.
Blushing with happiness, Nia basks in the warmth of the festive, friendly atmosphere. Lucia points out a group of children hiding nervously behind the furniture. The arrogant boys smirk while Hith contemplates his next move against their ongoing rudeness. A contemplative silence follows as the scene transitions with a questioning thought bubble. Trembling with fear, the two boys hide behind a cabinet as laughter erupts nearby. Naya sits gracefully on her throne, looking every bit the little princess she is. Hith sighs, realizing Nia remains unaware of the immense authority she now commands. The banquet table glistens with an array of colorful macarons, cupcakes, and tiered cakes. Amidst sparkling magic, Nia and her young guests cheer at the sight of the feast. Two young girls happily sample the treats, delighting in the delicious variety of sweets. While eating a cookie, Nia wonders when her winter break will finally come to an end. Nia's friends, Charles and Ivana, are shown enjoying their separate vacations far away. A quiet moment passes as Nia realizes how much she truly misses her distant friends. Children gather around a wolf-head fountain, marveling at the castle's grand outdoor decor. Remembering her mother's advice, Nia approaches the group to try and make new friends. A sudden, sharp sound startles Nia, drawing her attention to a commotion nearby. The arrogant boys bully a smaller girl who has fallen, heartlessly mocking her size. Naya rushes to help, kneeling beside the injured girl whose knee is visibly bleeding. Looming over them, the boys taunt the pair for their lack of noble standing. Other children laugh cruelly from the sidelines, further emboldening the two young bullies. Defiantly, Nia stands between the bullies and her new friend, refusing to back down. Her golden eyes burn with righteous anger as Nia prepares to defend her companion. A girl with a ponytail runs away in tears, fleeing the scene of the conflict. A loud wail echoes through the palace, reaching the ears of the surprised queen. Nia trembles on the ground, devastated that her magical dolls have been cruelly damaged. She holds up the dirty dolls, heartbroken by the loss of her precious companions. The boys continue their mockery, shifting the blame onto Nia for losing her belongings. Tears stream down Nia's face as the boys' laughter becomes an unbearable, taunting sound. A close-up reveals Nia's deep distress and shock at the cruelty she just experienced. Princess Charles and Ivana arrive unexpectedly, their bright presence signaling a change in tide. Seeing the ruined dolls, the two newcomers are immediately outraged on Nia's behalf. Charles and Ivana confront the boys, demanding to know why they dirtied Nia's doll. Lucia bursts through the doors with an urgent cry, searching for her daughter. With cold, determined looks, the two girls decide that the bullies need a lesson. A loud smack sounds as Charles and Ivana physically drive the bullies away. The girls celebrate their victory, while one boy runs off crying for his mother. Nia looks up in surprise, wondering why Princess Charles and Ivana are here. Queen Lucia crossly announces that there will be no snacks during their stay. The children are stunned, their parents looking on as the snack-free punishment begins. The crescent moon shines over the silent towers of the grand starlit palace. Lying in bed, Charles and Ivana complain about the impossibility of sleeping without treats. The girls toss restlessly, their stomachs growling for the forbidden cookies and sweets. Heath is startled when the girls approach him in the hallway with a request. Charles and Ivana desperately plead with Heath to help them find snacks in the kitchen. Heath sternly refuses, ordering the children back to bed to avoid getting in trouble. Nia drifts off, but Ivana's thoughts remain fixed on the dream of chocolate cookies. A plate of checkered and chocolate chip cookies appears like a vision beside milk. Heath finds the girls in the kitchen, unable to resist their pleas for a treat. Nia giggles with delight, her face lighting up as they enjoy their secret snacks. Two men discuss the political maneuvers required to return the kingdom's original name. A man steps into the light, referring to Nia as a niece with a tragedy. Laughter and footsteps ring out as the scene fades into the dark palace hallway. Little Nia blinks in confusion, still adjusting to her new royal surroundings. As the sun sets on the empire, a brand new chapter unfolds.
Lucia walks through the moonlit courtyard, the sound of her footsteps echoing softly.
Smiling gently, Lucia reflects on Nia's happiness now that her friends have arrived. She wonders why Captain Leon left the Empire to join them at the duchy. The melodic strain of a violin draws Lucia toward the garden fountain. Leon plays the violin with closed eyes, lost in the beauty of the music. He stops playing to greet Lucia, acknowledging her transition from captain to majesty. Leon notes Lucia's destination, sensing her maternal desire to check on the children. He muses on how difficult it is for anyone to hold back their longing. Walking together, Lucia softly admits that she missed his presence as well. Internally, Leon ponders how long he can truly remain by the queen's side. Lucia urges him to speak comfortably, reminding him that he is now the king. A warm, genuine smile lights up the king's face at her kind words. A sudden click sounds as they open the door, finding a surprising scene inside. The king gasps in shock, his eyes widening at the sight before him. Naya and her friends are fast asleep on the floor, surrounded by cookie crumbs.
He realizes the girls snuck out for snacks and were overcome by sleep.
Flustered, Leon pleads with Lucia after she uses his name so familiarly. Laughter fills a lavish room where young noble girls gather for an afternoon tea. A red-haired girl dismisses her own opinion, noting the new attendant has been chosen. She tells the count that keeping an eye on a commoner is trivial. The new attendant, Mia, sits rigidly on a chair under the girls' judgmental gazes. The red-haired noble questions what skills could have earned Mia such a prestigious post. Mia explains that commoners with her hair color were once highly sought after.
The two girls face each other, the tension between noble and commoner palpable.
Mia calmly vows to step aside if the noble girl ever manages to surpass her. The noblewoman scoffs, claiming commoners only use service to marry into higher status. She smirks, deciding to put Mia's supposed capabilities to a rigorous test. Laughter rings out as Mia stands alone, the weight of the noble's mockery lingering. Under the crescent moon, a carriage rattles down the road toward a dark destination. A gray-bearded man watches the carriage, his expression grim and full of secrets. He reflects on the black-haired saintess who has now become the crown princess. The man contemplates the necessity of erasing all evidence of the false heir.
He stares at a photo of Nia, coldly planning to use poison against her.
He remembers being cast aside despite his lifelong devotion to the duchy's prosperity. Claiming the mantle of a mentor, he remains resolute in his deadly, traitorous choice. The shadows deepen as the plot against the young princess begins to move.
Naya plays joyfully in the snow with her friends, unaware of the approaching danger.
A servant's cart is prepared for the luncheon, providing the perfect cover for murder. Holding a dark vial, the man prepares to seize his final opportunity for vengeance. He sneers at the thought that killing a small child will be easy. His plan is to coat the tableware in poison to ensure a natural-looking death. Juliana suddenly appears, excitedly noticing that meat is being served for lunch today. To the man's horror, Juliana immediately stops by to sample a piece of meat. A blue-haired man searches for Juliana, calling out that the meeting is starting. A heavy thud sounds as the man's eyes fill with absolute terror and realization. Juliana collapses in a pool of blood, the unintended victim of the man's poison.
Lucia rushes through the palace with the head butler, her face set in determination.
She notes Juliana survived due to her resistance, but Nia was nearly assassinated. Lucia's guard rushes in with an urgent and panicked report for Her Majesty. The guard terrifiedly reveals that Count Talon has transformed into a horrific multi-armed monster. Lucia stares in disbelief at the monstrous creature lurking behind the heavy prison bars. Lucia questions the sudden transformation while noticing a dark, corruptive stone emitting black smoke. Recalling her godfather's warnings, Lucia identifies the stone as a crystal of black corruption. Lucia commands her attendants to retreat and draws her sword to face the danger. With a swift, powerful strike, Lucia unleashes a wave of purifying pink energy. The monster lets out a pained roar, grah, as Lucius' blade strikes home. A sharp sound, guk, echoes as the monster is struck, its arm going limp. The dark magic finally dissipates, leaving the Count slumped on the floor in human form. Standing over him, Lucia demands to know if he murdered the Duke's family. Lucia interrogates the gray-haired man, pressing him for the truth about the hidden heir. Lucia is shocked when Talon reveals he knows Nia's secret identity as a saintess. Talon begs for mercy before his body suddenly explodes into a swarm of ravens.
Lucia watches the birds escape, cursing the reappearance of the familiar and sinister raven.
Realizing Nia's enemies are closing in, Lucia prepares for the difficult struggle ahead. The scene shifts to a grand, festive banquet hall filled with elegantly dressed noble guests. Resplendent in her crown, Lucia acknowledges the urgent diplomatic treaty conferences that await her. Lucia reflects on the progress made in the investigation despite the Count's recent escape. A report confirms the discovery of a secret underground passage beneath the Tylan estate. Deep within the hidden cellar, an altar stands ready for dark and forbidden rituals. Lucia reviews the seized poison and documents linking the Count to the corrupt orphanage. The head butler interrupts Lucia's thoughts to discuss a vital matter regarding national security. Lucia agrees to meet the Crown Prince 3 times to secure the Black Knights. Lucia reacts with visible shock when the butler suggests she finally take a royal consort. Lucia's head begins to throb as the butler insists she consider marriage for the state. The butler emphasizes her royal obligation to marry just as Leon suddenly approaches them. Leon makes a grand entrance, charming the ladies while asking if he interrupted anything.
Lucia stares at Leon, clearly flustered and annoyed by the timing of the consort conversation.
The pressure to complete the royal household mounts as the nobility watches Lucia closely. Lucia remains silent and tense as Leon stands before her in the festive hall. Hoping to avoid the awkward topic, Lucia insists on postponing the discussion until later. Later that night, Lucia and Leon walk together through the quiet, moonlit palace gardens. Leon gently questions if choosing a royal consort is truly a necessary path for her. Lucia dismisses the topic, strictly defining Leon as an outsider to her personal affairs. Leon smiles wistfully, noting that she still keeps her emotional walls high against him. Leon's attention shifts to a mysterious, glowing item resting on a desk in the room. Lucia explains the legend of the wishing stone used for releasing magical sky lanterns. Leon suggests using the stone for tomorrow's celebration to grant their heartfelt wishes. The magical stone sparkles in Leon's hand, holding the promise of a brighter future. A tender silence settles between them as Leon gazes at Lucia with deep, blushing affection.